The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Welcome, everyone, and thank you for giving this show 500 subscribers. It is June the 18th, 2024, and now let's get on with This Day in History. In 618, coronation of the Chinese governor Lai Yun as Emperor Guizhou of Tang, the new emperor of China, initiating 3 centuries of the Tang dynasty's rule over China. In 1812, War of 1812 begins as U.S. declares war against Britain. In 1815, Battle of Waterloo, Napoleon Bonaparte and France defeated by British forces under Duke of Wellington and Prussian troops under Field Marshal von Blücher. In 1928, American aviator Amelia Earhart becomes first woman to fly across the Atlantic Ocean, landing at Bury Port, Wales. In 1940, Winston Churchill gives his "This Was Their Finest Hour" speech to the House of Commons, urging perseverance in the war after the Dunkirk evacuation in the fall of France. In 1969, The Wild Bunch, directed by Sam Peckinpah and starring William Holden and Ernest Borgnine, is released. In 1991, Everything I Do For You, single released by Bryan Adams, Billboard Song of the Year 1991. In 1995, all-black Jonah Lemieux scores the try of the Rugby World Cup, running over Mike Catt in New Zealand's 45-29 defeat of England. And that was This Day in History. Now we'll get on with the shows. Hey, Maya, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
C-A-M-E-L-S. The Abbott and Costello program, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette of costlier, properly aged tobaccos. The Abbott and Costello program, with the music of Carl Hoff and his orchestra, our singing star Amy Arnell, and spotlighting that chunky, chubby little cherub who, when caught putting a ladder against the roof because he heard his Uncle Artie Stebbins say he was going to have one on the house, calmly said,
"I'm a bad boy!"
Costello, what are you doing? What are you doing dressed up like Napoleon Bonaparte?
Well, you see, Abbott Universal Studios are going to make a picture called Napoleon and Josephine.
Yes?
And I'm going to play Napoleon. There's only one thing that stands in my way.
What's that?
Charles Boyer.
Costello, are you classing yourself with Charles Boyer?
What's Boyer got that I haven't got 5 times as much as?
You've certainly got a lot of nerve, Costello, comparing yourself with Charles Boyer.
Yeah.
Do you realize that he won an Oscar for his performance in Gaslight?
I was in that picture.
Wait a minute. I saw Gaslight. I didn't see you in it.
I turned on the gas.
Never mind that. How can you compare yourself with Boyer? He's got charm.
I got charm.
Ah, he dresses like a fashion plate.
I can dress like a fashion plate.
And Boyer has sex appeal.
I can dress like a fashion plate. I should have quit when I was even.
But Costello, Charles Boyer can make women swoon by just lowering his eyelids. They call him droopy eyes.
It's the same thing with me.
Women call you droopy eyes?
No, saggy britches.
Costello, this is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. The picture Napoleon and Josephine calls for a great lover. For instance, like me.
Like you?
Certainly. Why, women fall all over me.
Women fall all over you?
All over me.
The dames you go out with are too old to stand up.
Be serious. Be serious, Costello. Why, in my day as a dramatic actor, women threw flowers at my feet. They threw jewelry at my feet. They even threw themselves at my feet.
What has your feet got that you haven't got? I bet you.
Will you cut that out, please? The role of Napoleon calls for an experienced actor.
Oh, that's me, Abbott. When I was 3 years old, I used to put on plays in our garage, and I'd charge 2 pins admission. And when the show was over, I'd give the pins back.
Gave the pins back? What for?
So the audience wouldn't lose their rumpers on the way home.
But, Costello, please, I know you're irritating me, Miss But, Costello, please listen to me. In order to play the part of Napoleon, you have to have an education. Now, where did you get your education?
At the corner of Hollywood and Vine.
You can't... No. You can't learn anything at the corner of Hollywood and Vine.
You can on a windy day.
Costello, please. Go take that Napoleon costume off and forget it. You don't even look like Napoleon.
Oh, yes, I do, Abbott. Look, I got my hair all slicked down and shiny.
What kind of oil is that you've got on your hair?
It's a new kind of oil. I got it out of a little tin can. There's only one thing wrong with it.
What's that?
I don't know what to do with all those little sardines.
Oh, wash that sardine oil off your hair. You have a bunch of cats following you.
Oh, I don't mind cats. I even know a woman who lives with cats.
Who?
Mrs. Katz.
Costello, that's an old joke.
Mr. Katz is an old man. I should have quit when I was even.
Now, look, I refuse to discuss this any longer, Costello. Napoleon was a romantic figure.
Yeah.
He had a lot of women in his life. Mm-hmm. Have you ever been out with the opposite sex?
No, but it wasn't my fault.
It wasn't your fault?
No, my mother wouldn't tell me which was the opposite sex.
Will you please talk sense, Costello? Listen to me, please. I'm just going to see how you would play a love scene with a girl. Now, let's pretend that I'm the first girl you ever met in your life.
I sure start out with a dog, don't I?
No. Forget how I look. Just say to yourself that I'm a beautiful girl. Well, come on.
I couldn't be that so
All right.
Boy, those Dr. Cowens get you, don't
Oh, they certainly do. Well, just remember that old adage, beauty is only skin deep.
Well, go out and skin yourself and come back in.
There you go, Costello. I try to help you, and you haven't got the intelligence to appreciate it. You haven't got the brain of a 2-year-old child.
Yeah, but look at the difference in our ages.
All right. Well, I'm going to give you one more chance. Now, I'm your girlfriend, Gladys. I'm sitting in the parlor by the fire reading a book.
What are you reading?
Forever Amber.
What do you want with a fire?
Just never mind, please. I'm sitting there waiting for you to knock on the front door.
Well, here I am, darling.
Wait a minute. You didn't knock on the front door.
I sneaked in the back door. I used to be a nice man.
Look, well, all right. Now you're in. Now, sit down here. Sit down here by me on the sofa.
Okay.
Now, don't sit way over there. Move closer. I'm your girlfriend, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Move closer.
How's this?
Oh, no. A little closer. Closer. Costello.
How do you like that? I went right past her.
I told you didn't know how to make love to a girl, didn't I? I'll have to show you how to make love. Now, you be the girl, and I'll come to call on you.
What kind of a girl am I? Am I pretty?
Oh, what difference does it make? I don't care if you're cross-eyed and bow-legged as long as you're a girl.
Oh, you men are all alike.
Oh. All right, Costello. You're a 23-year-old girl, and you're lying on the floor playing with your dogs.
How do you like that? A girl, 23 years old, playing with her feet.
Look, Costello, please, I'll show you how to make love to a girl. Remember, you're the girl now, and I'm coming to call on you. Now, here I come. Well, Costello, why don't you answer the door?
I'm just showing you I'm hard to get. I'm not going to open it up the
Never
first
mind
time.
that, dummy. I'm coming in anyway. What are you screaming for?
I'm taking a bath, you.
You're taking a bath?
Yes, I just finished my dinner.
What's finishing your dinner got to do with you being in the bathtub?
I'm taking a bath and washing the dishes at the same time.
I give up. I'm through.
Oh, no, Abbott, don't give up. Please give me another chance.
Oh, all right. Now, here I come again to call on you. Now, I told you that I was going to teach you how to make love to a girl. This time I'm going through with it. Now, come into my arms.
No, Abbott, no.
Costello.
I won't, no.
Stop pushing me. Do you hear? Costello, you fool. Why did you push me out of the window?
I had to, Abbott. I thought I heard my husband coming.
Pick up any medical directory, leaf through its pages, stop almost anywhere, and there you will find the names of doctors covered in the recent nationwide survey made by 3 leading independent research organizations. They covered doctors in every field of medicine and in every state of the Union. Big cities, small towns, hospitals, clinics, laboratories. 113,000 doctors. The gist of their query was, what cigarette do you smoke, doctor? The brand most named was Camel's. Rich, full-flavored, cool, mild Camels. The cigarette made of a superb blend of costlier tobaccos. If you are a Camel smoker now, this preference won't surprise you. If you're not, try Camels on your own T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat, the true proving ground for a cigarette.
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
And here's Carl Hoff and the Camel Orchestra with the great new arrangement, You've Got Me Crying Again.
Costello, where have you been?
I was out of Universal Studios, Abbott, and they tested me for the part of Napoleon. Am I happy? You sure seen the way they fixed me up. They put on Max Factor pancake, Max Factor cleansing cream, and Max Factor face powder.
How did you look?
Like Max Factor?
Never mind that. How did they make you look like Napoleon? Your nose is too stubby.
That's easy, Abbott. They taped up my nose.
They taped up your nose?
Yeah.
How did you smell?
Not bad.
Right.
Hey, you know I'm a since you get the part of Napoleon. Hello, Lou Costello speaking.
Just a moment, Mr. Costello. The president of Universal wants to speak to you.
I told you, Abbott, this is it.
Here's your party, Mr. Bloomberg.
Hello, Costello.
Yes, Mr. Bloomberg?
Costello, you were out here this morning testing for the part of Napoleon.
Yes, I was.
Well, I want you to get out here to the studio right away.
For the part?
No, you left your hat here.
How do you like that, Abbott? They turned me down. They can't do that to me. The great Shakespearean actor. Why, I played Romeo and Juliet all last year at the Hippodrome Theater in New York.
Why, you dope. The Hippodrome Theater has been closed for 5 years.
It has? No wonder I didn't get any applause. Abbott, lots of my fans would like to see me play Napoleon.
Oh, why don't you stop this, Costello?
I'll prove it to you, Abbott. Let's go out and take a poll from door to door. Come on. Hey, let's stop at this house. My old girlfriend, Tessie Tinfoil. She lives here.
Oh, men, come in.
Tessie, you don't look so good today.
I don't feel so good. I bought 8 bottles of leg makeup, and I'm having a terrible time.
What seems to be the trouble?
How many bottles do you have to drink before the stuff goes to your legs?
Look, Tessie, I'm making a house-to-house poll. How would you like to see me on a screen as Napoleon?
Oh, I think you'd be marvelous, lover boy. Maybe I could play your leading lady, Josephine.
No, I'm afraid not, Tessie. In the first place, you're too fat. And to come to think of it, you're too fat in the second place, too.
Well, don't be discouraged, Costello.
Hey, Mr. Costello, will you give me your autograph?
Why, certainly, little boy. Here.
Hey, Ma, I win the lollipop. I told you that jerk could ride.
Come here, Costello. Get away from that kid. Down here. Let's try this next door.
You're all right, ain't you? I'm Lou Costello. How would you like to see me on the screen as Napoleon?
Oh, that would be dandy. You are my favorite star, Mr. Costello. I think you're the finest actor in pictures. I think you're the funniest man on the radio.
Thank you.
I have an autographed picture of you that I would like to hang up in my room, but I can't.
Why can't you hang it up?
Well, I can't find a nail long enough to go through the padding on my cell.
Well, there you are, Costello, you see? Wise guy. Do you realize that the only people who love you are dumbbells?
Thank you, Abbott. I didn't think you cared.
Here, careful.
Pardon me, Mr. Costello, could I have your autograph?
I just gave you my autograph a few minutes ago.
I know, but you wrote it on the same page with Charles Lawton.
So what?
His autograph held its nose and kicked yours off the page.
Get out of here. Get
out. Costello, leave that kid alone. Will you leave him alone?
Who's writing for you?
Now, wait a minute, just a minute. No remarks. Leave those children alone. Hey, look, Costello, here comes your old friend, Scotty Brown.
Hoot man, laddies.
Scotty, what have you got under your arm?
Well, it's a book of ghost stories. My wife just had a new baby.
What has ghost stories got to do with a new baby?
Well, I read my wife the ghost stories, and her teeth chatter so loud I don't need a rattle for the baby.
Look, Scotty, how would you like to see me on the screen as Napoleon?
I would not be interested, laddie. I do not go to theaters anymore.
Why not, Scotty?
Well, I used to live 12 blocks from a theater, but now we've moved 2 blocks further away.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Well, I don't finish dinner until 5 minutes to 6, and now no matter how fast I run, I can't get there before the prices change. So long.
Oh, come on, Costello. Let's try another house.
Pardon me, Mr. Costello, could I have your autograph?
Now, wait a minute, kid. I've given you my autograph 3 times. What are you doing with my autograph?
Well, if I get 3 more of yours, I can trade it for one of Trigger's footprints.
Oh, yeah?
Ouch!
Costello, what did you do?
I just gave him one of my footprints.
Oh, forget him. Come on.
Oh, I'm back with Little Beaver now.
Never mind that. Let's try this door over here. Come on.
Oh, hello, Mr. Abbott. Oh, you dear man, don't tell me you're selling washing machines. Oh, pardon me, that tub is Costello.
You better close that door quick, Mrs. Niles. You're liable to get arrested for indecent exposure.
Indecent exposure?
Yes, ma'am. You're out here in broad daylight with your face showing.
I heard that remark, Costello. What do you mean by insulting my wife that way?
Because I don't know any other way. Now, tell me, Ken, was Mrs. Niles just as homely the day you proposed to her?
Well, I don't know. She was catching for the Brooklyn Dodgers and had her mask on.
One more remark like that and I'll cut the string on your yo-yo.
Please, folks, please. Let's stop arguing. Costello came here to ask you if you'd like to see him on the screen as Napoleon.
I'd rather see him with Napoleon.
Napoleon is dead.
You catch on fast, fat
Oh, darling, you certainly told Costello off that time. Oh, you're so wonderful. You fill the breeze with a heavenly perfume.
Oh, no, dear. You're the one that fills the breeze with heavenly perfume.
Oh, no, dear. I insist you fill the breeze with heavenly perfume.
Oh, no, dear. I insist you fill the breeze with heavenly perfume.
Run for cover, folks. We caught a couple of skunks in our traps.
Tonight we salute the memory of a great man, a great doctor. His name, Dr. John Hunter, and he has been called the founder of modern surgery. And a salute to the surgeons who followed him, who developed skills and techniques almost beyond belief. The makers of camels take a pardonable pride in the standing of this brand among the physicians and surgeons of America. In a survey of 113,000 doctors conducted by 3 leading independent research organizations, this query was advanced. What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor? The brand most named was Camels.
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
By popular request, Camel's lovely Amy Arnell sings...
Give me a little kiss, will ya, huh? What are you gonna miss, will ya, huh? Gosh, oh gee, why do you refuse? I can't see what you got to lose. Oh, give me a little squeeze, will ya, huh? Why do you wanna make me blue? I wouldn't say a word if I were asking for the world. What's a little kiss between a fella and his girl? Give me a little kiss, will ya, huh? And I'll give it right back to you. Please be nice. Once or twice, once again, a plea I'm gonna make. Tell me, when do I get a break? Hold me tight. Anything you ask, I'll do. I'll take you for a little ride where we can be alone. And once you kiss me, you will never think of walking home. Give me a little kiss, will ya, huh? And I'll give it right back to you.
Well, Costello, you'll never convince Universal Studios that you can play the part of Napoleon.
Yes, I will.
No, you won't.
Ladies and gentlemen of our studio audience, I'm about to put on a play in which I will star in the role of Napoleon.
No, not that. We're not going to sit through that. Oh, what a lousy actor. Open the doors. Let me out.
Hey, Costello, look. Look, it's Melonhead down there in the audience.
Just a minute, Mullenhead. I dare you to come up here on the stage.
All right, I'll come up there on the stage.
Yeah, well, come on up here.
All right, wise guy. Now I'm up on the stage.
Well, now that you're up here on the stage, I dare you to come over here and put your hand on my shoulder.
All right, I'll put my hand on your shoulder. There. Now I've got my hand on your shoulder. Now what?
Let's dance.
Yeah, all right.
Costello, look. Wait a minute. Melonhead is right about your acting, Costello, and he knows. He's a producer at Universal.
Producer, Abbott. I'll have you know that I was head producer.
And look at that head you produced.
There he goes. There you go with those insulting remarks again, Costello. You get in my hair.
Okay, but I'll have to wear my sneakers. It looks awful slippery up there.
Costello, now, maybe if you talk nice to Melonhead, he'd direct your play for you.
Melonhead, could you make another Charles Boyer out of me?
Costello, I could not only make a Charles Boyer out of you, but I'd have enough fat left over to make a case of Life Boyer. All right, now to the play. Costello, you will play Napoleon. Abbott here will be your friend Talleyrand, and Mrs. Niles here, she'll play your wife, Josephine.
Ah, why does Mrs. Niles always have to play my wife? Why can't I have a young girl like Ingrid Bergman?
Costello, I've got everything that Ingrid Bergman has.
Yeah, but why do you let yours get so shabby?
Enough of this, Costello. Let's get on with the play. Mr. Niles, will you please set the scene?
Ladies and gentlemen, we present a stirring French drama entitled How Napoleon Lost the Battle of Waterloo, or Costello Gets Caught with His France Down. As our scene opens, we find Napoleon sitting in the throne room, waiting for his wife Josephine to enter.
Good morning, Your Majesty.
Ah, come in, Josephine. Bonjour, my bone, Josephine. pull up a bone chair and have a box of bonbons.
Wait a minute, Costello. Why do you put bone in front of everything?
Because, says Napoleon, I want to give the bone a part. Wow!
Will you please sit down, Napoleon? And why do you always stand with your hand stuck inside your coat?
That's where I hide my butter.
Napoleon, I have come to you for some money.
I'm sorry, Josephine, but the royal coffers are in bad shape.
The royal coffers are in bad shape?
Yes, listen. That's enough. That's enough. Coffers, don't overdo it. That last course cost us $35 more.
Napoleon, I tell you I need money. You've given away all my jewels to Madame Dubarry. Yesterday you gave her my diamond tiara.
What do you care about your tiara? You still have your boondier. But, Josephine, here is something to replace the tiara. It's a gift from America. It's called tobacco, and it was discovered in Shamokin, Pennsylvania.
Shamokin, Pennsylvania?
Yes, it's called Shamokin tobacco.
Oh, I'm having trouble with my subjects. I can't do a thing with my subjects.
Who are you, the king?
No, just a high school student.
Your Majesty, Talleyrand has just come in.
Good. I had $2 on his nose. No. Come here.
No, Costello. Look, Talleyrand isn't a horse. It's Abbott.
Oh, a jackass.
Yeah. All right, Costello. Stick to the play. Your Majesty, I bring great tidings from the battlefield. Rome is about to fall.
Let us drink a toast.
Napoleon, you have been drinking too much lately. Drink water.
Okay, whatever it is, here's to victory.
What was that?
Rome just fell.
Oh, we must have a grand ball to celebrate our victory. Napoleon, you must wear the new powdered wig I bought you.
I refuse to wear it again.
Well, it's made out of hair from your horse's tail.
No wonder it keeps swatting flies and knocking my hat off.
Madame Josephine, I have come to fix your hair.
Wait a minute, who are you?
Monsieur, I am a lady in waiting.
Well, what are we waiting for? Come on over here and kiss your poor old father.
Costello, stick to your lines.
I'd much rather stick to hers.
Napoleon, get your hands off that girl or I'll have her sent to the guillotine.
Yes, Your Majesty. You wouldn't want me if I lost my head.
I don't know. There'll still be enough left to have a date with.
Talleyrand has just come in.
Must have been scratched in the last race.
Talk sense, Costello. I bring you bad news from Russia. You must go to your troops at once. But remember, it's freezing cold in Russia.
I will fix you a lunch. Would you like a nice hot dish?
Yes. Yvonne, come here and kiss your poor old father.
Costello, do you realize that Universal Studios is listening to this play? I refuse to direct this play any longer unless everybody takes orders from me.
Okay, Mullenhead, you give the order.
Thanks, Costello. Yvonne, come here and kiss your poor old director.
Get out, get out.
Oh, come on. Come on, break this up.
Costello is my only director.
Yeah, Emma.
Will you break this up, please? Now, let's get back to the play. Come on, Napoleon. Let us drink a toast to our coming victory in Russia.
Napoleon, you must drink water, remember?
Oh, darn it. I'll be glad when they exile me to that island. Then I can bend my elbow.
Come, Napoleon, kiss Josephine goodbye. We must join your troops.
Goodbye, fair Josephine. Josephine, your nose is wet.
You kissed your horse. I'm over here. Now, come over here and kiss me.
I should have quit when I was even. Whoa! Hey, Talleyrand, what is this village?
Your Majesty, this is the village of Waterloo. Your troops are taking a terrible beating. Just listen.
Oh, you poor man. I am Napoleon. Is there anything I can do for you?
Yes, get a larger cast. I'm sick and tired of the whole thing. Napoleon! I've come to ask your surrender. I am Wellington. You have been defeated.
Very well, Wellington. Let us drink a toast to your victory.
Remember, Napoleon, you can't drink liquor.
But I'm not really Napoleon. I'm Lou Costello.
Well, in that case, here's your water, Lou.
Waterloo. Waterloo, get it? That's a joke, folks. That's a joke.
Abbott and Costello will be back for Camel cigarettes in just a moment. And now, tonight's salute to the men in the armed forces who won through to victory.
Tonight we hail the 101st Screaming Eagle Airborne Division, heroes of the Normandy invasion and holders of the Distinguished Unit Citation for their heroic resistance to Rundstedt's winter offensive at Bastogne. Since the beginning of the war, the makers of camels have sent more than 150 million free camels to our fighting men overseas. But now, with demobilization in progress, free camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the camels go to Veterans Hospital, Bedford, Massachusetts, U.S. Army Moore General Hospital, Swannanoa, North Carolina, U.S. Naval Hospital, Farragut, Idaho, U.S. Marine Hospital, Cleveland, Ohio, and Veterans Hospital, Amarillo, Texas, in your honor, men of the Screaming Eagle Division.
Camel broadcasts go out to the United States twice a week. Our rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are stationed and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now here are Bud and Lou with a final word.
Well, Napoleon, what have you got to say?
Here I am, the great Napoleon, exiled to the island of Elba. All my friends have deserted me. Here I am all alone. Nobody loves me.
I love you.
Who was that?
Look up here in this tree.
Oh, an old monkey.
Yes. Come here, Costello.
What do you want?
Come here and kiss your poor old father.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody. Good night.
Next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, try Camels in your T-zone. See if they don't suit your taste, your throat, to a T.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Choice tobacco, crimp cut to burn cool, and especially treated for the removal of tongue bite. Those three things made Prince Albert the national joy smoke. Smoked in more pipes than any other tobacco on earth. Try PA today. Saturday night, be sure to listen to Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry. You'll hear Red Foley, Grand Ole Opry's sensational new singer. He's got a voice that's romantic as moonlight on the mountains, warm as southern hospitality. Remember Grand Ole Opry, Saturday night on NBC with the Duke of Paducah, Minnie Pearl, and Red Foley.
Be sure to listen at this very same time next week for another Abbott and Costello show for Camel Cigarettes. Thursday night is All-Star Night on NBC. Stay around now for Rudy Valley over most of these stations. This is Ken Niles in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camels.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
I'm going to send you up against the best. Yes, sir. You two characters are going to Top Gun.
I feel the need for speed.
For 5 weeks, you're going to fly against the best fighter pilots in the world.
You guys really are cowboys.
I don't like you because you're unsafe.
That's right.
I am dangerous.
The wild card flies by the seat of his pants.
I guess when I see something, I go right after it.
It takes a lot more than just fancy flying.
Gentlemen, this school is about combat. There are no points for second place. You figured it out yet? What's that? Who's the best pilot? No, I think I can figure that one out on my own.
Tom Cruise, Kelly McGillis. Top Gun.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
This is the Crosby Clooney Show, number 402, for Tuesday, September 12th, 1961.
Yeah, fade out Gary Moore and Durwood Kirby.
And fade in Rosemary Clooney and Bing Crosby.
Say, have I got my man tan on evenly?
Oh, you're a doll.
I want to be happy, but I won't be happy till I make you happy too. Life's really worth living when we are mirth given. Why can't I give some to you? When skies are gray and you say you feel blue, I'll send the sun smiling through. I want to be happy, but I won't be happy till I make you happy too. But I ain't gonna be happy till I make you happy too. Life's really worth living when we're mirth giving. Why can't I give some to you? When skies are gray and you say you feel blue, I'm gonna send the sun smiling through. I wanna be so happy, but I ain't gonna be happy till I make you happy too.
Say, Ken, you remember we talked about all the scotch that was accidentally dumped into the river over there in Scotland?
Oh, yes, I remember that. A workman up in a distillery up in Bladnoch, Scotland, wasn't it?
Bladnoch.
Hit the wrong tap, dumped 5,000 bottles of the active amber into the river Bladnoch.
Sir, created a major disaster.
Oh, that's a catastrophe. The fella hits the wrong valve, and $28,000 worth of scotch goes into the river. And to explain further, $28,000 worth of scotch would be about 153,900 standard nips.
Gee, 150. Well, accident or not, this guy threw the biggest party ever given in Scotland, don't you think?
Boy, what a time the salmon and trout must have had.
You know what intrigues me? Who was the tap puller? What was the name of the fellow who pulled the tap and released all this happy amber?
Yes, who was this fellow? And when last seen, what country was he paddling through?
Oh, well, I imagine this fellow will forever remain nameless and anonymous.
Jobless, too.
Forever, because of the amber incident.
No, it's not that, but the distillery wouldn't reveal his name. They say the poor fellow has suffered enough already. They're keeping him a secret.
Look out for a fellow who's biting his lip and talking to himself, then you got the man.
Oh, he'll be in worse shape than that, huh?
It's really a wonder he didn't try to throw himself into the river.
It's a wonder the whole town didn't jump in.
Well, it's really too bad. This fellow will never live the deed down. May I say that the fish will never again live it up so much.
That's the point that worries me, too. It really does. The salmon not living it up again, next year. Once a salmon gets into a groove, it's hard to change him. Something happens in a salmon's life once, and he expects it to happen regularly,
Oh, I think you're being unduly concerned, Bing.
Oh, I don't know, Rosie. Bing does know his salmon. Their loves, their hates.
Don't you get... Wait a minute.
Their what?
Don't you go laughing this thing off now. This has serious implications. Just remember, never double-cross a salmon. Never.
Then what are we going to do?
Well, first someone sings. Then we'll consider ways and means to placate the stormy salmon.
The sleepless nights, the daily fights, the quick toboggan when you reach the heights. I miss the kisses and I miss the bites. I wish I were in love again. The broken dates, the endless waits, the lovely loving and the hateful hates, the conversation with the flying plates. I wish I were in love again. No more pain, no more strain. Now I'm sane, but I would rather be gaga. The pulled-out fur of cat and cur, the fine mismating of a him and her. I've learned my lesson but I wish I were in love again. Believe me, sir, I much prefer the classic battle of him and her. I don't like quiet, and I wish I were in love again.
Bing, are you still concerned over those snookered salmon?
Concerned?
Oh, he waited for that one.
I'm harassed. I really am. This can't be laughed off now, Ken. Don't kid.
Oh, Bing, are you sure you're not making a mountain out of a salmon egg?
Rosie, let me tell you something. Salmons are creatures of the most rigid habits. So what happens when all these fish return next year and get no scotch in their water at Bladnock? There'll be some sulky salmon, believe me.
Then you suggest the distillery should make this an annual event, huh?
Well, I don't say they should. They have to throw $28,000 worth of whiskey into the river. You know, just a dram apiece for some of the older salmon. Some of the older cats, just give them a little toddy for the body. That water's cold. So they won't be completely let down when they return.
Oh, you really feel that they'll expect the distillery to throw them a big party again next year, is that it?
They'll anticipate it. They'll look forward to it eagerly. Like I said, they are creatures who are dedicated to habit and to precedence.
Then you figure salmon are habitual drinkers, huh?
Oh, no, only once a year is all. Just one little fling. They just want to swing once.
A fling in the Highlands.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, those salmon are swingers.
They are now. Next year, if the distillery doesn't show some hospitality, they're apt to go on a rampage. Now, you wait and see. Salmon don't like to be double-crossed habit-wise. Oh, they get wild. When they gather at the distillery, you watch out.
There'll be thousands of them.
Now, millions. Millions. The word's out.
Yes, they must have invited friends now.
Come to Bladnock and get bombed. Word travels fast in fish circles. Anyhow, they'll gather at the distillery waiting for the fellow to hit the scotch tap, and if nothing happens, I wouldn't be at all surprised if they start gnawing away at the foundations of the building. They might just pull it apart, tear it down brick by brick.
They could do just that.
They can do plenty of damage, you know. 1 million salmon, they get kicking and swimming and fishing and finning around. They might take the whole town over. I don't know.
So, in the interests of peace and law and order, you suggest the distillery float a little scotch on the river next year about the same time.
That's my advice. I advise them, yes. Those salmon expect a party next year.
Well, personally, I hope they get it.
I do, too. I may grab a paper cup and join them.
Is there a bagpipe handy?
Whatever do you want with a bagpipe?
I thought we should have a little music.
You're a strange one, Rosie Clooney. You're a stranger.
I may be wrong, but I think you're wonderful. I may be wrong, but I think you're swell.
I like your style, say. I think it's marvelous. I'm always wrong, so how can I tell?
All of your shirts are unsightly. All of your ties are a crime.
Don't like my thread. Well, if dear in you I picked rightly, baby, it's got to be the first time you came along. Say, I think you're wonderful.
I think you're grand, but
I may be wrong. Deuces to me are all aces. Life's to me just a boy. Faces, just open spaces. You might be Zsa Zsa Gabor.
Oh, yeah.
you came along saying, I think you're wonderful.
Wonderful.
I think you're grand.
But we may just be wrong. Well, while you two are resting, why not let Buddy Cole and Ensemble take a charge for a while?
I think that would be wonderful. I think everybody would get a big charge out of it, too, I'm sure.
Buddy, looks like you're on.
Well, Buddy and boys, you've done it again.
Done what again?
Played a number.
Oh.
And very well, too.
Yeah. Mhm.
Weren't you paying attention, Ken?
Well, oh, yes, naturally. But you see, when I listen to music, I just get carried away.
Oh, so do I. Especially if I'm not involved in it.
By the way, do you get carried away when Bing sings?
Yes, quite often.
Oh, maybe we should put that boy to work then.
I'm for it.
Hey, Bing, how about singing a song now and weaving a magic spell for Rosemary and the other ladies listening?
You happen to be talking to a fellow that just happens to do that sort of work. That's my touch. Stand by.
It's not for me to say you love me. It's not for me to say you'll always care. Oh, but here's for the moment I can hold you fast and press your lips to mine and dream that love will last. As far as I can see, this is heaven. And speaking just for me, it's ours to share. Perhaps the glow of love will grow with every passing day, or we may never meet again, but then it's not for me to say. As far as I can see, This is heaven. And speaking just for me, it's ours to share. Perhaps the glow of love will grow with every passing day, or we may never meet again. But then it's not for me to say.
Rosie, how about wrapping up this little session here with a bit of a solo?
I'll chance it.
I guarantee you'll be a smash.
What did we do last night? Tell me, what did we do that makes me feel so great today? Tell me, what did we do that was different and new, that has me feeling this way? Saw a show and then we had a bite, just another date. Gonna meet again next Friday night, I can hardly wait. What did we do last night? It was something all right. It's all that I keep dreaming of. All the time we were out simply wandering about. Guess we must have been falling in love. Saw a show and then we had a bite, just another date. We're gonna meet again next Friday night, and I can hardly wait. What did we do last night? It was something all right. It's all that I keep dreaming of. All the time we were out simply wandering about. Guess we must have been falling in love.
Bye for now, folks.
Certainly hope you listen again, ladies and gentlemen. Adios.
Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music were presented from Hollywood. Produced by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us again tomorrow.
How does it make you feel to be the first golden ticket finder?
Honored. Mike, the country wants to hear from you. The world is waiting.
Can't you shut up? I'm busy.
You're a rotten, mean father. You never give me anything I want. And I won't go to school till I have it.
Violet. Cool it, Mother.
Open it, Charlie. Let's see that golden ticket.
Wouldn't that be fantastic?
It's not fair to raise his hopes.
Never mind. Go on, open it, Charlie. I want to see that gold.
Stop it, Dad.
I've got the same chance as anybody else, haven't I?
I never dreamed that I would climb over the moon in ecstasy, but nevertheless it's there that I'm shortly about to be. 'Cause I've got a golden ticket. I've got a golden chance to make my way. And with a golden ticket, it's a golden day.
I'm so glad you could come. This is going to be such an exciting day.
Little surprises around every corner, but nothing dangerous.
Don't be alarmed. There's no earthly way of knowing
He's singing.
which direction we are going.
I've got another puzzle for you. Oompa, loompa, doompa-da-dee. If you are wise, you'll listen to me. Who do you blame? It is a brat. Playing with it is a lie and a shame. You know exactly who's to blame. There is no life I know to compare with your imagination. Living there, you'll be free if you truly wish to be.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
You want to try the opening just to practice? You need practice. I've heard you on some shows.
Here he is, the man who went a bundle on the, was doing his own laundry. Oops. Bet a bundle on the World Series. Let's see, bet a bundle.
We're rolling now?
Oh, what's the line? Okay. Bet a bundle on the World Series and is now doing his own laundry. All right, let's see. And here he is, the man who went to New York to bet a bundle on the series and is now doing his own laundry, Bob Hope!
Thank you very much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob, World Series Hope, telling you whether you're young girls or old codgers, please help me by using Swan to launder your bloomers and shorts. I just lost mine in the Dodgers. Thank you. Well, here we are in New York to see the World Series. I flew in by plane. We observed 1 minute's silence over Cleveland. I had to take a plane to get here. The Los Angeles streetcar line ends at Brooklyn. But I'm really interested in the series. After all, I've been a Dodger all my life. You have to be to stay alive in my racket. And this is a subway series. That means you breathe in Manhattan and breathe out in Brooklyn. I didn't see much of the opening game. In the first inning, I yelled, "Throw the bum out," and they did. But I love it here. I love it here. My hotel room overlooks the East River with the boats and the swans swimming along. Now, it's hard to believe there are swans in the East River until you've read my contract. But I love New York. I went to Madison Square Garden the other night, saw the fights. Ingrid Bergman sat next to me. She was yelling for a decision. Then I visited Wall Street, that's Santa Anita without the horses. And everybody's in town. Jack Benny's in town for the series. He took me out for dinner last night to the Automat. We had tomato juice, shrimp cocktail, and green salad. Then the string broke on his nickel. And And there are a lot of celebrities there. I saw Ali Khan going to see South Pacific, and he was all alone. He had to use Rita as a down payment. The Lever brothers got me a ticket to South Pacific, but I didn't like the banana boat they got it on. I won't say tickets for... You want to catch up? I won't say tickets for South Pacific are expensive, but when I went up to the box office, the guy turned to his partner and said, "Here's hope." And the partner said, "Did he bring the diamond with him?" But really, it's so tough to get tickets to South Pacific that Mary Martin couldn't get in till the third night. Anzio Pinza is really terrific in South Pacific. Yes, sir. Pinza sings like Crosby before Saratan set in. And I can just see what's going to happen when Hollywood makes its version of South Pacific. It'll open with Sidney Greenstreet singing Bally High. And for the finale, instead of Mary Martin doing "I'm going to wash that man right out of my hair," they'll have General MacArthur luxing his undies. And what crowd's going to the game? A sardine got on the subway at 42nd Street, and he had to get off at 49th. He said, "I simply can't do it without oil." What a subway. All those people packed into one small space. It looked like the candles on Crosby's last birthday cake. It was so crowded, I lost my seat. Luckily, it was an old suit. And I got my... And I got my nose caught in the subway door 5 times. Television is coming, and it's cheaper than hiring a plastic surgeon. But I had a little trouble getting a hotel room here in New York. I called the manager of the Waldorf and said, "You know who I am. What's the trouble?" He said, "We know who you are. That's the trouble." You can't reserve a room at the Waldorf Astoria. It's so ritzy you have to be entered when you're born. What a classy hotel that Waldorf is. They won't even let the flying saucers go by the building until they've had service plates put under them. And what's service at the Waldorf? I phoned down to complain about the heat, and they connected me direct with John L. Lewis. And those room clerks will put you any place. I saw a little boy crying. I said, "Why are you crying, little boy?" He said, "I'm not a little boy. When I was sleeping last night, the elevator came down on me." But what a World Series this is. 2 Russians got off the boat and saw the headline, "Bums Tangle with Yanks." One turned to the other and said, "Comrade, the hour has struck." I had to buy my tickets from the game from a scalper. You know what a scalper is? That's a vacuum cleaner with a derby and a cigar. But I finally got quite a seat for the games. It was on the west side of the park. I don't know how far west I was, but the guy next to me was roping a steer. I thought my seat had been upholstered. Then I found out I was sitting between Kate Smith and Kate Smith. And there was a touch of romance in the series. Guy Lombardo's orchestra played "The Girl That I Married," then Vice President Barclay stood up and sang "St. Louis Woman." I stopped off in Washington on the way in. I wanted to see how the other 5% were living. And Washington's a wonderful place, though. I walked around looking at the statues of our national heroes: George Washington, Lincoln, Jefferson, Arthur Godfrey. Arthur Godfrey, that's Dr. Christian with freckles. I stopped at the White House, but Jolson wasn't in. But the season's changing in Washington. The leaves are turning a pretty brown, the sky is changing to a delicate gray, and Congress is getting ready for its long winter sleep. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think right in here, we ought to bring our dazzling singing star out here, a young lady that's really come to the fore in the singing stars and is really the big pet of Warner Brothers right now. Miss Doris Day, ladies and gentlemen, right here.
Like the bubbles in a glass of champagne. You go to my head like a sip of sparkling burgundy brew. and I find the very mention of you like the kicker in a julep or two. The thrill of the thought that you might give a thought to my plea casts a spell over me, and I say to myself, get a hold of yourself. Can't you see that this never can be? You go to my head with a smile that makes my temperature rise, like a summer with 1,000 Julys. You intoxicate my soul with your eyes, though I'm certain that this heart of mine hasn't a ghost of a chance in this crazy romance. You go to my head, you go to my head.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bob promised Doris Day that when they got to New York, he'd take her to see the World Series. We now find them watching the Yankees and Dodgers battling it out in a crucial game.
Gee, Doris, aren't you excited seeing the series?
Well, yeah, but somehow I thought it would be different.
Oh, I think it's swell.
Hey, buddy.
What?
Why can't you watch a game like the other people?
The other people?
Yeah, they're satisfied to stand out on the sidewalk and watch a television. You gotta get right in my window.
Well, why should the people outside complain? After all, the set has a 16-inch screen.
Yeah, but they gotta watch it through that 1-inch hole in your head.
Bob, don't make a scene.
Look, spendthrift, why don't you break loose and buy a television set?
Because my doctor told me I'm allergic to television, that's why. Every time I hear an old joke on it, I break out in little Milton Berles. The only way I can get rid of it is to take Drano bubble baths.
Well, Bob, now, after all, the man needs this window for displaying his electrical goods.
Yeah. I don't mind saving you $20 on baseball tickets, but between innings, do you have to wash out your socks and the Bendix? You've been eating hot dogs, too.
Hot dogs? How do you know?
I emptied the vacuum cleaner yesterday, and Hoover was wearing a weenie skin for a collar.
Well, no...
Gee, Bob, do you mean it? Are you really going to buy tickets so we can actually go to the game?
Yeah.
But tickets are so scarce. How can you get any?
Doris, I've got influence. Did you forget that I'm part owner of the Cleveland Indians? They can get me in.
How can they get you in the game? They can't even get back into Cleveland. Oh, don't be such a coward. Bob, these cab drivers know what they're doing.
Taxi, mister?
Yeah, but wait a minute. Are you a careful driver?
Oh, yes. You'll be perfectly safe with me. Just get right in there.
Now, wait a second. You're in the back seat with us.
Darn it, without my glasses, I can't tell the back from the front.
Oh, we're going to do great with this guy. Come here, boy. How many fingers am I holding up? Count them. Well?
Now, don't rush me. First, I got to find your legs and work my way up.
Well, get up in the front, mister, and let's get going.
Okay.
Well, what'd you stop for, driver?
I have to get out and feel around for the white line.
Did you ever have a blood...
Well, come on, get back in and let's get started.
All right. I can't find the steering wheel.
You're in the back seat again with us.
I am? Well, don't worry. Without my glasses, I can't see a thing.
Listen, Olivehead, I've got to get over to the ticket agency.
Well, I'll get back in the front seat.
Now where did he go?
Help! Let me out of here! That makes me so mad, I'll bet I shut myself in that glove compartment 4 times a day.
What's the matter now?
There's something on the front of the hood. What is it?
A bellboy. We're in the lobby of the Waldorf Astoria.
Without my glasses, I can't see a thing.
Bob, let's leave him here and find Honest Benny's ticket agency. Why is it when you do something, it always turns...
Hello, Doris. Hello, Mr. Hope.
Well, Miss Ryan. Miss Ryan, and you're all dressed up.
Yes, I'll bet you're taking New York by storm.
Well, no, Doris, it didn't turn out that way. I guess I'm just unlucky. Other girls here seem to wind up with champagne and Victor Mature.
And you?
A short beer and Mighty Joe Young.
Now, haven't you seen any of the New York nightlife at all?
Well, I tried to bluff my way into the El Morocco. I went to the door and said, I'm supposed to meet Humphrey Bogart here.
Did the doorman let you in?
No. He looked at me and he said, there's another panda ahead of you. Mr. Hope, isn't that silly? How could he make a mistake like that? A panda is a funny animal with a little round tummy.
Well, you shouldn't have worn a bare midriff, but Miss Ryan... Looks like you've been doing some shopping in New York.
Yes, did you get that fur coat you were after?
Well, I bought one of those furs that you throw around your neck. The trouble is the animal's head is still on it.
Oh, well, lots of furs have the head still on it. What kind of an animal was it?
A moose, and I'm not sure it's dead.
Miss Ryan, that's silly.
No, it's not. I have to feed it 3 times a day.
Well, I gotta go, Miss Ryan. I'm looking for a ticket agent named Honest Broadway Benny.
Oh, well, he's right here in the hotel. He got me into the game.
He did?
Yes, I played it smart, though. I saw a blonde walk in and smile at him, and he gave her a seat right in the grandstand.
Oh, really?
Yes. So right after that, I walked in and gave him a big smile, too.
Well, are you in the grandstand?
No, someplace called the bullpen. Bye now. I'll see you later.
Well, come on, Doris. Let's talk to that ticket agent, huh? Well, here's the office. It says, Honest Broadway Benny. Tickets for anything. Oh, pardon me. Are you Honest Benny?
That's right, boy. Come right in.
Well, thank you.
Make yourself comfortable. Take off your hat and wallet. Well, what can I do for you, boy?
Oh, wait a minute. What's the idea of calling me boy?
Oh, I don't know. I saw you wearing trousers, so I took a chance.
Look, are you the owner of this ticket agency?
Yep, that's right. That's me. Broadway Benny in the flesh.
Looks like you got a traffic jam around Times Square there.
You got quite a crowd in Central Park yourself.
Now, listen, we've been told that you can get us some tickets. Is that true?
Oh, how true. I can get you in any place. Why, I just got a guy in to see South Pacific.
Well, gee, how'd you do it? It must have been a tremendous achievement.
Oh, it wasn't so tough. I just tied a coconut to the hair on his chest and passed him off as a palm tree. Say, how would you like to see a play that's just as good as South Pacific?
Well, what is it?
It's called North Atlantic.
Well, all we want...
I tell you what. How'd you like to hear a 100-piece Philharmonic Orchestra playing Beethoven's Sonata for $10?
Mister,
Then how about listening to a 200-voice choir singing Chopin's Nocturne for $5?
Definitely not.
Would you like to invest 15 cents? I'll take out my pocket comb and play you the concerto for Kleenex.
I don't like this whole thing. I smell a rat.
I know, that cat's getting lazier every day. Anyhow, you can do worse than deal with me, folks. There's ticket agents and ticket agents.
You can say that again. The last agent we talked to looked like he just got out of Sing Sing. But you're different.
Yeah, I got a sun lamp.
Well, are you going to fix us up or not?
I'll tell you what I'll do, boy. I have a couple of series tickets here you can have for $1 apiece.
$1 a piece for World Series tickets? They cost $5 at the box office. How come you can sell them so cheap?
Well, let's just say I wanted to do you a favor, boy. I like your looks. And, of course, there's one other small reason.
What's that?
These tickets were printed by the St. Louis Cards.
Oh, I thought so. Look, mister, don't you see where this is going to end? You start out stealing little things. One thing leads to another, and pretty soon you're counterfeiting money or robbing a bank. You know what the penalty is for that?
You mean they might take away my little beaver feather? I'm glad you talked to me like that, boy, because you made me see the light. You've opened my eyes to my evil, thieving ways. I'd like to shake your hand.
Okay.
Not that hand, the one with the wristwatch on it.
I don't like to say this, mister, but I think you're a big phony.
Oh, how can you say that? I've given service to some big celebrities. I don't brag about this, but I know Bob Hope very well.
Oh, you do?
Oh, sure. We used to be roommates. We roomed together for years.
Oh, you don't say? Well, I got some news for you. I'm Bob Hope.
You are?
Yes.
Did you ever do anything about your cold feet? Now, look, folks, I just been fooling around here. I got 2 tickets for you right on the first base line. That'll be $20.
Oh, gee, thanks. Here you are. Happy?
Yeah, unless you want to do one Kirkwood thing, the palm tree thing over.
The palm tree? Why, did we miss a couple words?
No, do what you did last night.
Oh. Well, that wasn't my fault, you know. They had it written wrong. Where is it?
Page 11.
That's because she was kidding.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, just do us a favor, just help us. You've heard this joke before, but we want to do it right because the straight line was lost up. Will you just help us? Don't force any laughs. Is she in it? Where? Would I start it?
We've been told that you...
Oh, how true, how true. I can get you in any place. Why, I just got a guy in to see South Pacific.
Well, gee, how'd you do it? It must have been a tremendous achievement.
Oh, it wasn't so tough. I just tied a coconut to the hair on his chest and passed him off as a palm tree. Say, how would you like to see a play that's just as good as South Pacific?
What is it?
It's called North Atlantic. The whole thing takes place in the deep freeze. It's very interesting. As the curtain rises, there's a beautiful Eskimo girl standing there in a costume made of icicles.
Well, what's interesting about that?
Well, right then, the hero comes in carrying a cigarette lighter and singing Some Defrosted Evening.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You're just swell. If you want to sit there a week from Tuesday, come back. Tuesday, come back. Tuesday.
2 million dead in the first day. Another 7 million by the end of the first week. Every defense annihilated. All our forces on the run. Regrouping somewhere. Reports are coming in from other major cities. It's a well-coordinated attack. And so far it's been damned effective. Don't know what they are, what they want, or where they came from. Only one thing is certain. If Shepard doesn't bring help soon, there won't be an Earth left to save.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Chesterfield, first cigarette in America to give you premium quality in both regular and king size, brings you Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. You get a call that a man has been murdered. His killer is unknown. Your job? Get him. Here's what the tobacco trade press has had to say about Chesterfield's
U.S. Tobacco Journal, Boston, Massachusetts. Chesterfield cigarettes in the new king size is still maintaining large turnovers in this area. Dealers report that sales continue to climb on this size, and it seems that volume on the regular size has climbed to new heights with its big brother.
And Tobacco Leaf reports from Chicago more calls for Chesterfield king-size cigarettes than for most brands being marketed.
Dealers all over the country tell us no product they ever handled has grown so fast in so short a time as king-size Chesterfields.
King-size cigarettes give you quantity, but only Chesterfield king-size gives you quantity plus quality. Premium quality.
Chesterfield king size contains tobaccos of better quality and higher price than any other king size cigarette.
In fact, the only difference between Chesterfield king size and Chesterfield regular is that the king size is larger, contains more of these same tobaccos, enough to give you more than a 1/5 longer smoke.
So remember, Chesterfield is the only cigarette to give smokers premium quality in both regular and king size.
Ask your dealer for Chesterfield, either way you like them. Premium quality Chesterfields, and much milder.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Saturday, May 12th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. It was 8:04 a.m. when I got to room 42. Homicide.
That's you, Joe?
Yeah, I'm sorry I'm late, Frank. I got held up in traffic.
Okay, no problem.
I'll sure be glad when they get that freeway finished, won't you? Around the end of the pass this time of the morning, you can't go more than 10 miles an hour.
Yeah, cars really climb up around Franklin. Oh, boy, when we get through tonight, I'm going to go straight to bed. I might not even stop to eat.
All right, what's the matter? Have trouble getting sleep last night?
Well, I wouldn't have had any trouble if I'd had the chance to do it.
What do you mean? I don't get it.
My brother-in-law.
Oh, what do you have to do with it?
A couple of weeks ago, he sent away for one of those courses in hypnotism at home. Book got to the house yesterday right away. He's got a new career, going to go into the hypnotism business.
All right.
Yeah. Book tells how if you do it right, you can have full control over people, make them do things you want, all that stuff. Right away, he's got to practice on somebody. We just finished dinner, and I was all settled down to watch television. He comes in with this little book, a little bitty mirror and a candle, and the first thing he lights the candle and tells me to look at it. Concentrate, you know.
Yeah.
I told him to go take a run and jump, and right away Fade joins in and says I don't want him to get ahead. And I said something about the fact that he could use one, and it started. Ends up with me sitting there and him trying to control my will.
Oh, did it work?
I don't know. Waved his hands in front of me and flashed the mirror in my eyes, and I fell asleep.
Yeah.
And right away wakes me up, wants to know how it felt, what it was like when he put me under. I told him he didn't, and I just went to sleep, so He kept trying to use with this book called Post-Hypnotic Suggestion. You know, while I'm asleep, he says something I'm supposed to do when I wake up.
Oh, yeah.
And then he woke me up and waited for me to do it.
And what do you want you to do?
I never found out. He just sat there and looked at me. Every time I'd doze off, he'd wake me up so I could do whatever it was he suggested. And around 1:30 this morning, he gave up. He said the book wasn't any good and he was going to get his money back. All the time, Faye's sitting there just watching, miserable. If I'd known what it was he wanted me to do, I'd have done it to get him off my back.
Never did find out what it was.
No. This morning, he wouldn't even say hello. Figured I wasn't cooperating, I guess.
I get it. Homicide, Friday. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, it is. Mm-hmm. Yes, well, what was that address again? Yes, ma'am, we'll be right out.
Something for us?
Yeah, a woman out on Burn Street, 6425, says her son's been murdered. Frank and I drove out to the house. It was a typical residential neighborhood. When we got there, a crowd had gathered around the front of the house. A radio car had arrived, and the officers had gotten the people back from the lawn and the entrance of the house. We went in and met the woman who had placed the call, a Mrs. Edith Curtis. She was a woman in her late 40s with graying hair. As we talked to her, she kept wringing a handkerchief in her hand.
Jeff was cleaning the gun. Middle of the week, he looked at it and said that it needed cleaning. He's always home on Saturday, so this morning he said he might as well get at it. After breakfast, he got out all the things he uses, put them on the table in there, and started to clean the gun. I was in the bedroom tidying up the place. I heard these loud voices and then a shot. I went to the living room, and I saw this man standing there. As soon as he saw me, he turned around and ran for the door. I yelled at him, but he didn't stop.
What'd you do then, ma'am?
I went over to Jeff. He was just lying there, still and quiet. I could see where he'd been shot. I knew he was dead, and then I called you. Before you got here, the other men, the ones in the car, got here. But it was too late. My boy was dead. Terrible. Just terrible.
Yes, ma'am. I'll go see if my partner's finished with the call, Mrs. Curtis. Would you like us to call your family doctor?
No. It's very kind of you, but I'll be all right. This house has been full of tragedy. The last couple of years, nothing but sadness. I'm used to it. I guess the good Lord makes you used to it. If he didn't, I don't think a mother could go on.
Ma'am?
My youngest daughter, Alice. 2 years ago, this next month, the 24th, she killed herself, Sergeant. It almost killed me, too, losing her.
Yes, ma'am.
That's why I say I'm used to it. I got to the point after Alice was dead where I couldn't see any reason for going on. Then I figured that the good Lord must have wanted it this way. And I wasn't the one to say it was wrong. Alice was going to have enough trouble as it was.
I don't think I understand.
Suicide, Sergeant. The one unforgivable sin.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Joe. I called them. Checked with the fellas in the car. They're looking around the neighborhood.
Miss Curtis.
Yes.
I wonder if you could give us a description of the man you saw. We'd like to get out a call on him.
Of course, I saw him pretty good, just standing there looking at me.
Well, how old a man would you say he was?
Maybe 35 or 40. Not any older than that, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm. How tall would you say he was?
Taller than you.
About how much taller?
Oh, maybe a couple of inches.
Well, I make him about 6'1" or 2. Is that right?
Yes, I think that's pretty close.
About his weight. How heavy do you think he was?
I'm not very good at that. I'd guess about 180, around there.
Uh-huh. What about his clothes? What was he wearing? Could you remember?
He had on one of those blue denim outfits, you know, the trousers and the jacket, light blue.
Mm-hmm.
Then the coat had that dark blue trim knitted around the bottom and collar. Had on a white shirt, no tie, and a pair of those shoes with the real thick soles, that rubber.
Mm-hmm. Anything unusual about him?
I don't think I know what you mean.
But did he have any marks or scars, anything that might make it easier for us to identify him?
No, not that I could see. But you won't have any trouble identifying him. I'll tell you if you have the right one or not.
Did he have a car? Would you know that?
I don't think so. I didn't see one.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. I'll call us in right away, Joe. Get out the local and APB.
Yeah. Miss Curtis?
Yes.
Could you tell us exactly what time the shooting took place?
Not exactly, but I'd say about 7:45.
Uh-huh. Did this man say anything to you?
No, not a word.
You never saw him before, maybe around the neighborhood, the stores, in the street someplace?
No, I never saw him. I know that. But if I see him again, I'll know him.
All right, ma'am.
I'll be right back, Joe.
Okay. I hope you won't take offense, ma'am.
What's that, Sergeant?
Well, you don't seem too greatly concerned about your son's death here.
I thought I'd explain that to you. I told you that I have to figure that it's the Lord's will.
Mm-hmm.
I might as well tell you, Sergeant. You'll probably find out anyway.
What's that, ma'am?
Well, Jeff and I had a few arguments. Nothing serious, but we did have words.
I beg your pardon, ma'am?
Well, I told you that my daughter took her own life.
Oh, yeah.
She lived with us here in this house. I thought it was a happy home. I found out it wasn't. I found out too well.
Mm-hmm.
You see, Alice, that's my daughter.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, she was going to marry. She'd met a young man who worked in an aircraft factory. She seemed to think he was very nice. I couldn't see much in him. I told her so. We had quite a few rows about it, once when he was here.
Mm-hmm.
On that night, the row, Alice's young man left, made quite a fuss about my trying to run the children's lives. Told Alice that he'd marry her right away that night. But when they were married, he didn't want to have anything to do with Jeff or me.
Well, did Jeff take any part in this quarrel?
No, my yes. Finally, the young man stormed out of the house. Alice was in tears, just seemed to go to pieces. That night, she took an overdose of sleeping pills. I'll never forget when I called her for breakfast. Terrible. That's not doing any good. I'm sorry, Sergeant.
That's quite all right, ma'am. Now, you said you and your son had several arguments. Was it about this engagement thing here?
Yes, after Alice's funeral. Jeff seemed to sulk around the house. Then at night he'd go out and drink quite a bit. He seemed to think that I'd caused Alice to do away with herself. I tried to tell him that I didn't, that I was just as sorry as he was. I told him how badly I felt, but it didn't seem to do any good.
Well, have you heard from Alice's fiancé since that night?
He was at the funeral.
Well, what's his name, Mrs. Curtis?
Dudley. Bruce Dudley.
Do you know where we can get in touch with him?
I think Jeff had his address. I can look for it.
Thank you.
But you don't think that Bruce had anything to do with this? I know it wasn't him. I know Bruce. I know what he looks like. It wasn't him in the living room.
Oh, we just want to talk to him, ma'am.
Of course, he might have hired someone else. No, I'm sure Bruce had nothing to do with it. Even with what he did say.
Ma'am?
That night, when they had the fight, Jeff told him that if he didn't get out, he'd throw him out.
Mm-hmm.
When he left, Bruce said that someday our meddling in other people's lives was going to backfire, that it might take some time, but that we'd be repaid. And that look in his eyes when he went through the door, Sergeant,
Yeah.
maybe he did do it. He looked mad enough to kill us both.
9:12 a.m. The coroner arrived and removed the body. The men from the crime lab crew went over the place. A complete set of pictures was taken before the body was removed. Leighton Prince went over the rifle on the table and the cleaning apparatus. Frank and I noticed that the tablecloth on the living room table had been on the floor when we got to the house. Mrs. Curtis had told us that her son had grabbed it as he fell to the floor. We talked with the neighbors. One of them, a Mrs. Alvin Kemper, said that she had been watering the lawn between 7:30 and 8 a.m., but that she had seen no one enter or leave the Curtis house. She told us that she had heard frequent and loud arguments between Mrs. Curtis and her son. Frank and I drove out to the address of Bruce Dudley. It was a modern one-room apartment on Riverside Drive in the San Fernando Valley. We rang the buzzer a second time and waited.
Looks like he's not in.
Oh, what time you got?
12:17.
He's probably gone out. Come on, we can check the manager.
Yeah?
Oh, Mr. Dudley?
Yeah, what do you want?
We're police officers. We'd like to talk to you.
Okay, come on in. Just got up, out late last night. I don't feel at all well. I'll move those clothes and sit down. I'm going to put a pot of coffee on. Oh, I feel like a troop of midgets ran barefoot over my tongue.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
What do you want to see me about?
You know a Jeff Curtis?
Yeah, I know him. Hey, what'd you say your names were?
Well, my name's Friday. This is my partner, Frank Smith.
You got any badge? Something to prove that you're cops?
Yes, sir. Here's my ID.
Uh-huh. Sergeant Joseph Friday. Okay. Now, what's this about Jeff?
He's dead, Mr. Dudley.
Dead?
Yes, sir.
How'd it happen? Accident?
Well, we're not sure.
He didn't kill himself, did he?
Why do you ask that?
I just thought he might have. Sister killed herself. Thought he might have done the same thing.
Do you know of any reason that he'd do something like that?
Oh, no, not that I could name.
I understand you and Mr. Curtis didn't get along too well.
We got along all right. Oh, when Alice and I split up, there were some words, nothing serious.
Well, the way we got it, you were pretty sore at him.
Yeah?
Yeah. I understand that you and he had quite an argument. He was ready to throw you out of the house.
You've been talking to his mother. She's been throwing lies around again.
Well, is it true? Did you and Curtis have an argument?
Yeah, I got nothing to hide.
You been out of the house this morning?
No, why?
You have any way of proving you were here all morning?
Just got up. You know that. You guys got me out of bed. What are you trying to prove?
Just want to know if you can account for your time, that's all.
You think I had something to do with Jeff's death, is that it?
We didn't say that.
No, but you meant it. Oh, excuse me. I got to get the coffee. You want some coffee?
No, thanks.
How about you?
No.
You don't mind if I have a cup, huh?
No, sir, go right ahead.
Thanks. Let's face it. You guys really think I had anything to do with what happened to Jeff?
We're not paid to say what we think. We try to get the facts.
Yeah. But if I was you, I'd concentrate on Mrs. Curtis. I wouldn't put it past the old bat to kill her own son. You check around the bars in the neighborhood, talk to his friends, they'll tell you. His mother was scared to death that he'd marry one of these days, walk out on her. He used to be on his back all the time about the girls he went out with. I knew some of them. Alice and me used to double date with him once in a while.
They ever have any arguments about this while you were around?
A couple of times, yeah. If you don't believe me, why don't you check with Harry? He'll tell you the same story. Lord knows he went through enough of it.
Harry?
Yeah, Jeff's brother. He got married, let's see, about 5 years ago. Moved out of the house, lock, stock, and baggage. He went through a thrash with his mother about it. He'll tell you about it. He used to come over to see Jeff once in a while after he got married, but the old lady caused so much trouble that they started to meet at a bar. Got to the point where Harry wouldn't go in the house. Check with him. He'll tell you.
You know where we can get in touch with him?
No, I haven't got the address. Look it up in the book. Harry Curtis. I think it's out on Selma, someplace in Hollywood.
All right, sir. Where do you work?
Meyer Aircraft. I'm a toolmaker.
You work the day shift?
Yeah, I'm off today. Hey, what's this for?
Just wanted to know where we could reach you.
You still think I had something to do with it, huh?
No, we didn't say you did. Your name came up and we had to check it out.
Yeah. Well, there were a lot of times when Jeff and I didn't get along. I won't try to tell you that there weren't. I never do anything to hurt him. He had enough on his hands with that mother.
Yeah?
Sure, one night when we came home from a date, Alice, me, Jeff, and his date, we were sitting around the kitchen having something to eat. Mother came in madder than a wet hen. Raised Cain, told Jeff to get the woman out of the house. Jeff told her he wouldn't have her talk to the girl like that. He thought quite a bit of her. Yeah, the old biddy walked right over and slapped the girl across the face, told her to leave Jeff alone. Said she'd rather see him dead than tied up with a girl like that.
2:40 p.m. We drove back to the office. There'd been no replies on the local or the APB. We checked the names of Jeffrey Curtis and Bruce Dudley through R&I. There was no record on Curtis, but Dudley had been arrested twice for LAMC 4127C, being drunk in a public place. He'd served sentences in the city jail on both charges. We checked with the coroner's office, and they told us that Curtis had been killed by a .38 caliber bullet. It had been fired at close range into the back of his skull. The bullet was booked for evidence, and we made out a dead body report. We put in a call to the brother's house, but we were told that he was out of the city, and he wouldn't return until sometime that night. We left word for him to call our office as soon as he returned. We checked on the suicide story given us by Mrs. Curtis and found that an Alice Curtis had taken her own life by an overdose of sleeping pills 2 years before. 5:20 p.m. Frank and I drove out to talk to Mrs. Curtis again.
You want to look at Jeff's room, don't you?
Yes, Miss Curtis.
This way.
When we were here this morning, you didn't say anything about your other son.
Harry? Well, you see, Officer, Harry doesn't care much for me. I know it's hard to believe that a boy would desert his own mother, but that's what Harry did. He got married, and right away his wife started to cause trouble between it.
The rifle your son was cleaning this morning.
Oh, yes, those men from the crime lab, I think they said they took it.
Yes, ma'am. Did your son do much hunting?
Well, he used to do quite a bit before Harry got married. They used to be great pals. Mother couldn't ask for a better pair of sons. And when Harry left home, Jeff sort of gave it up. He cleaned the gun when he had to, but he didn't go after game anymore. Then, too, he was afraid to leave me alone at night.
Ma'am?
Well, we've had a lot of trouble with prowlers in the neighborhood. Had to call the police a couple of times. They didn't find anybody, though.
These your son's clothes, ma'am?
Yes.
This man you saw this morning, did you notice if he had a gun?
Yes, he did. It was a revolver. When I came into the room, it was still smoking.
Did your son keep any other firearms in the house?
Oh, no, just the rifle. I wouldn't have any other guns in the place. I don't like them.
You had any call to go up in the attic lately, Mrs. Curtis?
What?
The attic, ma'am. Have either you or your son had any reason to go up there?
No, I don't think we've been up there since we moved. Could I get you officers a cup of coffee or anything? I've got some nice fresh cake. Like a slice of that?
No, ma'am. Thanks just the same.
Oh?
Yeah.
Look at here.
Yeah.
Look at here on the shoulders of these suits in the back. You see this dirt? Looks like it came down from that door to the attic.
Yeah. Let me get a chair and we'll have a look.
What's this all about? I told you we haven't used that attic. Don't you believe me?
We'd just like to take a look if you don't mind, ma'am.
Well, maybe I do mind.
It's just going to take a minute, ma'am.
I think you officers have sure got your nerve. I tried to be nice to you, help you out. Isn't enough that my boy's dead. Now you have to come in here and tear my home apart.
There's something up here, Frank. I can reach it. Yeah, here it is. Get my pencil. You ever seen this, Mrs. Curtis?
No. I haven't got any idea how that gun got there. Doesn't belong to us.
What do you think, Joe? I don't know. 38 caliber.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
And now a report every smoker should hear.
Nose, throat, and accessory organs not adversely affected by smoking Chesterfields. First such report published about any cigarette.
A responsible consulting organization reports a study by a competent medical specialist and staff on the effects of smoking Chesterfields. For 6 months, a group of men and women smoked only Chesterfields, 10 to 40 a day, their normal amount. 45% of the group have smoked Chesterfields from 1 to 30 years, for an average of 10 years each. At the beginning and end of the 6 months, each smoker was given a thorough examination, including x-rays, and covering the sinuses, nose, ears, and throat. After these examinations, the medical specialist stated,
"It is my opinion that the ears, nose, throat, and accessory organs of all participating subjects examined by me were not adversely affected in the 6-month period by smoking the cigarettes provided."
Remember this report and buy Chesterfields, regular or king size. Premium quality Chesterfields, and much milder.
We took the gun back to the city hall. It was checked for fingerprints, but none were found. We checked with pawn shop records, but the gun had not been registered. By checking with the manufacturer, we got the retailer's name. It had been sold to the victim, Jeff Curtis. The gun was turned over to Russ Camp for the routine check through ballistics.
Just a minute until I take it out.
Right.
Okay. Place it under the comparison mic. There we are. What's the matter now? Striations here.
Got a make, Russ?
Yeah, put a match.
11:46 p.m. Harry Curtis called the office. He was surprised to hear of his brother's death, but said that he would be down to see us in the morning. Frank and I checked out, and the next morning we drove out to the house on Burn Street and picked up Mrs. Curtis. We talked to her in the interrogation room.
This is perfectly ridiculous. I don't understand what you're trying to get me to say.
Well, maybe if we lay it out for you, ma'am.
Yes, that might do it. At least it would be something.
All right, when we walked into your house yesterday morning, you said that nothing in the house had been touched, that everything was just as it was when your son was killed. Is that right?
Yes, I guess I said that.
Like to have you be sure one way or the other, ma'am. What did you say?
I said that. I hadn't touched anything. Nobody did.
Would you tell us what your son was doing when you left the room?
I told you he was cleaning the rifle.
On the living room table?
Yes, that's right.
What did you say he did after he was shot?
I said he fell down.
Did he touch anything as he fell, brush up against anything?
Well, when he fell, he grabbed the tablecloth, pulled it down with him.
Yes, ma'am. Well, then maybe you can explain how it was that all the things he used to clean the rifle and the gun itself were still on the table.
What?
How is it those things didn't come off the table when he pulled the cloth off?
I don't know what you're trying to get me to say.
Well, we'd like for you to tell us the truth.
I'm telling that.
All right, ma'am. When the crime lab went over your house, they found 2 places in the kitchen floor that had been filled in with plastic wood. The job didn't look very old.
Well, what's wrong with that? Jeff took good care of the house. He might have tried to plug up some place where ants were getting in.
When the men from the lab dug up the patches, they found 2 .38 caliber bullets underneath. They checked them with the bullet that killed your son. The bullets came from the same gun.
I don't know what you're talking about. What does all this show?
You talked about the prowlers. Said you had trouble with them in the neighborhood?
That's right.
What action did you take to stop this?
I called the police. Had them come out and try to find the person who was causing the trouble.
When did you call the police last?
3 weeks ago.
We've checked the reports, ma'am. There's no record of anyone having called the police to check prowlers in that neighborhood for the past 6 months.
Are you trying to make me out a liar? Is that what you're trying to do?
We're trying to get the truth.
Frank?
Yeah, Joe?
You want to check the office and see if Mr. Curtis is here yet?
Yeah, sure.
You brought my son here?
Yes, ma'am. We've got to get the truth to this.
Well, why did you have to get him involved in it?
Well, as I said, ma'am, we're trying to find the facts.
You don't believe what I've told you?
Well, no, ma'am. You've made it a little difficult.
How can you say that?
Well, first you tell us that nothing was touched, yet the physical setup doesn't make that possible. You deny knowing anything about the gun when we find it, but we find 2 bullets that have been fired from the same gun embedded in the floor of the kitchen. You told us about prowlers in the neighborhood, but there's no police record of it. Your next-door neighbor says she was out in front of her house all morning, but she didn't see anyone enter or leave your house. We find the murder gun up in the attic. You told us you saw the killer leave the house with the gun. Your son died instantly. Now, can you tell us who put the gun there? No, ma'am. There's too much here that doesn't gel.
They got you into this, didn't they, Harry?
Yes, Mother?
They're trying to tell you that I killed Jeff. They want me to tell them that I killed my own boy. Tell them I wouldn't do a thing like that. Not my own boy.
Afraid I can't, Mother.
What do you mean you can't?
The officers just told me about it.
Well, who are you going to believe? The policeman or me, your mother?
You don't give me much choice.
What?
I love you, Mother. You got to believe that. I know that whatever you did, you thought was right. I know you didn't mean to hurt Jeff. I know that.
And you think I killed him, too? Don't you? Harry, give me an answer. You think I killed Jeff, don't you?
Yes, Mother.
Well, I did. I didn't think I meant to do it. I think I just wanted to frighten him. He was running around so much. Those tramps who was seeing terrible women. I had to keep him home. I had to keep him with me. He was all I had. I'm not young anymore, Harry. You went away, then Alice. Jeff was all I had. I didn't want him to leave, and he was going to. We had an argument. He was cleaning the gun. I got the revolver. That way I knew that I'd always have him with me, that he wouldn't leave. I pulled the trigger. Then I knew what I'd done. That Jeff was gone, too. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know. You've got to believe that, officer.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe me? That I just wanted my boy? I wanted to keep him. That's all any mother wants. I tried to keep my boy.
Well, maybe that's what was wrong.
What do you mean?
You tried too hard.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On September 4th, trial was held in Department 87, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Each of our Dragnet case histories is based entirely on facts taken from authentic police files, and everything we tell you about Chesterfield is based on facts, too. Chesterfield, for example, was the first to name its ingredients. Chesterfield tells you what it's made of, because you should know what gives you the best possible smoke. Now, that brings me to the report that George Fenneman and Hal Gibney read earlier. That, too, is based entirely on facts. Nose, throat, and accessory organs not adversely affected by smoking Chesterfield. First such report ever published about any cigarette. Remember this the next time you buy cigarettes and ask for Chesterfield. Regular or king size, premium quality Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke.
Edith A. Curtis was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree and was sentenced to the state penitentiary for women, Tehachapi, California. While serving her sentence there, she died from natural causes. Murder in the first degree is punishable by death or confinement in the state penitentiary for life. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Ben Alexander, Herb Ellis, Helen Klebe, Whit Connor. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Tomorrow, sound off for Chesterfield. Either way you like them, regular or king size, Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke. Much milder Chesterfield.
Chesterfield has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Whom are you looking for?
For you.
No!
Executions will cease the moment the case is finished. Not before.
You know what will happen to you if you lie.
Yes.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Special today, pig's pickle feet. Archie speaking, Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Yeah. Oh, yeah, must be 3 or 4 customers here already. You hear that, Duffy? You're in business again. Listen, Duffy, you picked out a very bad time to call up. Yeah, we're just going to go on the air for a broadcast. Now, wait a minute, Duffy. Don't get all excited. It ain't costing a cent. No, the network's doing it for prestige. Well, now, Duffy, I can't brandy words with you now. We're just going on the air, I'm telling you. Goodbye, Duffy. I'll see you later.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Mel Allen. Forecast invites you to join us for a decidedly informal evening at Duffy's Tavern, where anyone under the sun is likely to drop in any time to talk things over with Archie. Almost anyone may drop in tonight. Now, people we're sure will be around, however, are Gertrude Neeson, Colonel Stoopnagel, Larry Adler, and John Kirby's orchestra. And now I turn you over to that past master of ceremonies, Archie.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the voice of Duffy's Tavern speaking, formerly Duffy's Bar and Grill and still owned by the same proprietorship. And we take great pride in presenting them great musicians, John Kirby and his high schoolians. They offer their own version of Royal Garden Blues. You will note that in the second chorus, the piccolo player hits a note so high that it can only be heard by a dog. Mr. Kirby. Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat the special today, pig's pickle feet. Oh, hello, boss. Hey, how'd you like Kirby's band? They what? Duffy, they do not. Oh, I see what you mean. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What is it, Archie?
It's Duffy, Mr. Kirby. He says he thinks your band is great. All right, Duffy, I know. Can't tell a guy that, though. You don't understand artists, Duffy. You know, they're much more insensible than you and me. You gotta tolerate them. Ah, but Duffy, you haven't liked nothing since Chauncey Olcott cracked up on Mother McCree. You're living in a graveyard full of Irish tenants. Wait a minute, Duffy. Gertrude Neeson, the new floor show just walked in. What? All right, I'll tell her. I'll speak to you later. Good evening, Miss Neeson.
Hi, Archie.
Say, Miss Neeson, I hate to, I hate to bury sleeping dogs, but Duffy has been complaining about you.
Oh, what's old Novocaine brain squawking about now?
Well, he claims you insulted his best customer, Mr. Feldeva K. Beldorf. Was you out to dinner with Beldorf last night?
Yes, and I'll never go out with that crumb again.
Huh?
You know what happened? He asked me to go out to dinner last night, so I go with him. Well, you know how I never like a strange man to pay for my meal.
Yeah, I know.
So I said to him, Mr. Beldorf, I insist that this dinner should be Dutch. But he said he absolutely wouldn't hear of it.
Well, that's nice.
He said I had to pay for him, too.
That's that Beldorf, so what did you do?
Oh, I did what any lady would do. I broke a plate over his head.
What else could you do?
Well, frankly, as man to man, do you think that breaking a plate of soup over a guy's head should be construed as an insult?
No, but Beldorf's a little hypersensitive. Don't like those things. I'll explain it to Duffy, though. By the way, Duffy ain't never heard them golden tones of yours, Miss Neeson. You know, I've told him about you being a great star of the movies and the radio, and when I mentioned that you have been on the stage, he said he had one request.
Look, Archie, even to please Duffy, I will not recite Casey at the bat.
Well, all right, then. But would you mind rendering the customers with a song?
All right, I'll do something especially for Mr. Duffy. Does he rumba?
An amusing question, Miss Neeson. Proceed ahead.
Bailar con la rumba, mi negra Marina de Boca. Mariana de
Is a little knowledge quite good? Maybe it won't help you, but it should. You cannot travel unless you know how Latin say yes. That inspirational, so sensational, oh sensational, yes. In Spain they say, si, si. In France they say, oui, oui. Every little Dutch girl says, ja, ja. Every little Russian says, da, da. But, sweetheart, tell me why. No matter how I try, you won't listen to my plea, won't say yes in any language to me. Why don't you say, si, si? All the monkeys in the tree, they don't have to say, si, si. All they do is wag their little tails. That's a little gag that never fails. But, sweetheart, tell me why. No matter how I try, you won't listen to my plea, won't say yes in any language to me. Why don't you say, si, si? Any language to me, why don't you say, si, or maybe you say, baby, why don't you say, si,
Excuse me. Good evening. Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat today's special pig's pickle feet. Archie speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, it's you again, Duffy. Say, Duffy, do I have to say that poem you made up every time I answer the phone? All right, I'll say it. Only we're going to be in trouble when the special is corned beef hash. Say, by the way, what did you think of Gertrude Neeson singing? What? Well, gee, Duffy, some people like her. What? A little more pizzicato. All right, I'll tell her. He says you should have sang louder, Miss Neeson.
Let me have that phone. So, you didn't like my singing, Mr. Duffy. And you're the greatest living authority on Irish tenors. You call what you're doing living? Oh, so your wife says a girl who sings like I do would smoke cigarettes. Listen, you crummy old broken-down barfly, you miserable no-good four-flushing. What? Yes, you can call me Gertrude. And furthermore, lame brain, if I had the wings of an angel, I'd beat your brains out with them. Goodbye.
Hello, Duffy. What's new? Duffy, you and your Irish tenors. Wait a minute. Colonel Stoopnagel just come in. Good evening, Colonel.
Harding, Screechy.
Oh, how are you tonight, Colonel?
Oh, I'm in pretty good shape for the shape I'm in. That is, considering my shape.
Oh, that's pretty good. Have a cigar, Colonel?
Yes, I have.
Thanks. I'll be right with you, Colonel. Have a seat. Hello, Duffy. The Colonel's got a look in his eye like a $3 porterhouse. If I play my cards right, maybe I can sell him a slice off of that Kansas City steer you've been saving for inflation. Well, listen, Duffy, that steer ain't getting no younger. Okay, see you later. Well, Colonel, you sure are a sight to give a person sore eyes. Here, let me take your hat and shotgun. Been to a wedding?
Huh?
Been to a wedding?
No, Archie, I've been hunting ducks.
Hey, Nimrod, would you mind not pointing that shotgun at my head? I just had my hair done.
Pardon me, madam, but you don't have to be afraid of this fowling piece, unless you happen to be a duck.
Well, she don't happen to be no duck, Colonel. She happens to be a canary. Colonel Stoopnagel, this is Chanteuse, Miss Gertrude Neeson.
How do you do? I'm sure.
Well, I haven't seen you in a long time. You're putting on quite a front stoop, Nagel.
Better give me that foul piece, Colonel, and I'll put it out of harm's way.
Hey, careful of that, Archie. That's no ordinary shotgun.
It ain't, huh?
It's what I call a sawed-on shotgun.
Oh.
You will also observe that it's made with one barrel on top of the other instead of side by side. It's for shooting ducks who happen to be riding piggyback.
That's certainly a very clever blundering bust, Colonel.
Blundering bust? Oh, yes. And here's another startling feature about it. One barrel is loaded with bullets, and the other barrel is loaded with nothing.
Loaded with nothing? Why is that?
Well, the loaded one's for shooting ducks, and the unloaded one is for not shooting innocent bystanders.
Oh.
Say, Archie, how about that steak for the Colonel?
Oh, yeah, thanks for reminding me. Say, Colonel, we got a steak here we've been saving especially for you.
Archie, now you're talking. After that duck hunt, I could eat a horse.
Colonel, you have placed an order. Nick, that saddle steak for Colonel Stoopnagel.
Want me to ride it in, boss?
No, just slap it on the rump and hold the kitchen door open. It'll walk you. Oh, good evening, Officer Clancy. What'll it be, the usual absence frappe?
Never mind that. Who belongs to the blue sedan parked outside, next to the fire hydrant?
Well, what's wrong with that? It's my own fire hydrant.
Now listen, you.
Now, you listen, Clancy. You're supposed to be a friend of Duffy's. Why do you always come in here annoying the customers?
You listen here, Archie, and don't be giving me no back talk. You keep your customers obeying the law, or I'll close you up.
Well, you can't close us up. We ain't got a license.
Yeah, but I never... Well, don't let it happen again.
Okay, Clancy. Holy smoke, Colonel. If he ever finds out we really got a license, we're going to be in trouble.
Well, don't worry, Archie. I've got a pull with the mayor. I can arrange to have your license revoked.
Oh, thanks. Thanks very much, Miss Mason.
Oh, nothing at all.
Say, Archie.
Yes, Colonel.
Could I interest you in this thing here that I've just invented?
Well, what is it, Colonel? To me, it looks just like a door.
A door it is. It's a bathroom door that you don't have to wait outside of.
You don't have to wait outside. Well, why is that, Colonel?
Because it opens into a closet.
Gosh, Colonel, you sure have got a furtive mind. I'll bet you'd have a million suggestions how to improve this place.
Well, I have one idea you might use, Archie. I've just invented a brand new drink. It's made by brewing malt and yeast and hops together, and the result is a tangy, golden liquid with a frothy head on it.
But, Colonel, we got that here. That's beer.
That's odd. That's what I call mine.
Now, wait a minute, Colonel. Beer was invented more than 2,000 years ago.
Really? It seems like only yesterday.
Say, Colonel, have you ever tried your hand at inventing an Irish tenor?
Why?
Well, Duffy says either I get an Irish tenor or I'm fired.
My boy, never despair. I, Colonel Lemuel Q. Stoopnagle, am an Irish tenor.
Aretha, we're saved. Oh, but wait a minute. Duffy only likes Irish tenors.
Sure, me old mother was a queen of the queens of County Down. She was indeed. Indeed, she was. How well I remember me mother and I.
Colonel.
Over in the cold.
Hey, Colonel.
Outdoor walk Irish.
Hey, Colonel, can you... Colonel, can you sing with a kind of a catch in your voice, maybe?
Listen, Archie, when you hear me sing My Wild Irish Rose, you'll hear the lakes of Killarney. You'll hear the Shannon River flowing softly down to the sea. You'll hear the lilt of Irish laughter, the salt of Irish tears, the beat of brave Irish hearts, and the wail of the Irish banshee. She was indeed! Indeed, she was! See what I mean, Archie?
Yeah, that's just what I'm afraid of. If it ain't done right, Duffy will be on that phone quicker than Jack Robinson and tear the roof off me.
Don't worry about a thing, Archie. This will be magnificent. To the pipes, Mr. Kirby. My wild Irish rose.
Colonel, I think you better stop.
You may look at...
Hello? This is Finnegan's Pharmacy. This is Finnegan, the pharmacist speaking. All right, Duffy, don't get so excited. All right, well, he stopped, didn't he? What? Oh, Duffy. Well, that ain't possible. No, Duffy, it is not possible. All right.
Hey, what was that, Archie?
Nothing. We had a request, that's all.
Well, I'm always glad to oblige. What was the request?
Never mind. You couldn't do it.
Say, Archie. Say, Archie.
Yeah?
Look who just came in. You know Larry Adler, the harmonica player.
Why, sure. How are you, Mr. Adler? Glad to see you.
Hello, Archie. Nice seeing you again.
Say, Archie, you know Larry Adler happens to be the finest harmonica player in the world. You think Duffy would like a sample of his talent?
That Duffy don't want guys with talent. He wants Irish tenors.
Well, Archie, if it'll help at all, I know a million Irish tunes.
Say, Mr. Adler, do you know Danny Boy? Duffy always liked that one.
Sure, me boy. Oh, I know it well.
Okay. Well, let's take a chance on Mr. Adler. But, Mr. Allen, when you announce him, you know, there's no use confusing Duffy about the man's name. You know what I mean.
Yeah. I get it, Archie. I get it. Ladies and gentlemen, Danny Boy, played on the harmonica by the world's greatest harmonica virtuoso, Larry O'Adler.
I wonder if that could be Duffy. Hello? You liked him? You really did, huh, Duffy? Oh, that's swell. Sure you can hear him on records. Yeah, you're right, Duffy. Nothing like an Irish harmonica player. What? Buy a drink for the house. Are you sure this is Duffy? Well, all right, Duffy, that's fine. Okay. Folks, Duffy's buying a drink for everybody. Did you hear that, Nick?
I heard it, but I don't believe it.
Well, it's true. And by the way, Nick, Duffy says close up the free lunch until the thing blows over.
Yeah, boss. That's more like Duffy. Here you are, folks. Drink hearty. It's on Duffy.
Well, you can quote me as being astounded.
Hey, don't often get Duffy in such a monogamous mood. Well, here goes.
Needle beer. Seems like old times. Which reminds me, Archie, whatever became of your old friend Two-Top Gruskin?
Two-Top Gruskin? What is it?
It isn't an it. It's a guy. He's a two-headed baseball pitcher. He can watch first base and third base at the same time.
You say he had two heads?
Certainly had two heads, Miss Neeson. What's so strange about Two-Top having two heads?
Oh, there's nothing strange about it. But Two-Top Gruskin.
Well, his real name is Athos and Porthos Gruskin. But they nicknamed him Two-Top, I suppose on account of him having two heads.
Very original.
Yeah, what did become of Two-Top?
Oh, he got married.
Happily?
Well, as he always shakes his head when you ask him, is he happily married? Yes and no.
Well, why is that, Archie?
Well, it all started the night that Two-Top's wife, whose maiden name was Nee Inez Harrigan before she was married, the night that she met Two-Top at the Dollar Beer Racket Masquerade Ball down here at Duffy's Bar and Grill. You know, the old place.
Oh, yeah.
Duffy announces that first prize for the best masquerade costume is going to be a free drink on the house, which, as you know, is a very rare offer from Duffy, outside of on St. Patrick's Day. Whatsoever, let's not digress. Anyway, the masquerade gets rolling, and there's terrific competition for the free drink when all of a sudden in comes the big piece of resistance himself. He comes in. Two-Top Gruskin himself. He comes as a pair of bookends.
As a pair of bookends?
Yeah, with a book between his two heads, a book his mother gave him. A little book his mother gave him called My Son, My Son.
I get it, boss. I get it. She knew him like a book, eh, boss?
Hey, that's good, Nick. But let's not have no more of that. Well, anyway, when midnight comes, the judges give the first prize to the bookends. And when he takes off his masks, everybody is amazed to see that the winner is Two-Top. That's how he met Inez. When he takes his masks off, she gives him a quick glance, and then she turns around again and gives him another glance to confirm the first glance. And right away, it was love at first sight. And she says to me later, I don't know, Archie, there was just something different about him. Says, I guess it's that he was so tall, blonde, and brunette. Well, Two-Top falls for Inez, too, and it ain't 10 minutes before he's playing I Love You Truly on a harmonica and kissing her at the same time. So, finally, he proposes marriages to her.
Bigamy, huh?
Yeah. So Inez says, okay, Two-Top, after all, twice a loaf is better than none. Hello, Duffy. You changed your mind. You've been thinking it over and you don't like O'Adler. But, Duffy, no, you can't take back free drinks after people have drank the drinks. No, it's neither practical nor ethnical. But listen, Duffy, will you forget Chauncey Olcott? I'm in the middle of a story. Yeah, I'll call you back later. That's Duffy, no restraint. Well, anyway, as I was saying, Two-Top is so happy about Inez marrying him that he quick goes over to the bar to celebrate. So Duffy puts first prize to drink on a house down in front of him. But Harold, the bartender, says, don't you think it's pretty cheap, Duffy, giving a two-headed guy just one drink? So Duffy says, okay, I'll be a sport. I'll give the other head to chase it.
Sounds a bit parsimonious, Archie.
Oh, yes, well, fella. Well, Two-Top takes the drink, see? But it seems he takes it with the head that he inherited from his father's side of the family. And the first thing you know, he can't stop drinking. Well, the head that's drinking the chases tries to control him, but it's no use. So finally, the sober head winks at Duffy and says, better slip my Mickey, Duffy. Well, then the trouble really starts. Duffy, who's a little nearsighted, makes a mistake, and he puts the Mickey into the chaser. Well, in no time, both the Two-Top's heads is out like lights. Well, with this, Inez gets mad and she hollers, you're drunk. So as one man, Two-Top comes to, or rather he comes for, and he says, who's drunk? So she says, you are. You on the left. Says, come on, Porthos, I'll marry you, but I never want to see that other face again. And that's why, Colonel, to this day, if you ask Two-Top, is he a happy married man, he always nods one head yes and shakes the other head no.
Archie, that's a wonderful story. You're a natural-born raconteur.
Thanks, I think. But I'll be a natural-born corpse if I don't get an Irish tenor for Duffy.
Say, Archie.
Oh, are you here again, Clancy?
Yes, it's the last time I'll tell you to get that car away from the fire hydrant.
Oh, Clancy, don't... Clancy, do you by any chance know any Irish tenors?
Sure, and I'm an Irish tenor myself.
Clancy Olcott.
What's that, Miss Neeson?
Clancy Olcott. If you can make an O'Adler out of an Adler, why can't Clancy be Clancy Olcott?
But Olcott's dead.
Does Duffy know that?
Well, probably not. He still insists that John L. Sullivan is the heavyweight champion of the world.
You see what I mean, Archie?
Eureka, Miss Neeson. I think you've given me the mucus of an idea. Clancy, do you know when Irish eyes are smiling?
Certainly.
Well, what are we waiting for? Give me that microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, Duffy's Tavern takes great pride and pleasure in presenting, at the exclusive request of Mr. Duffy himself, that celebrated Irish tenor, C. Olcott.
When Irish eyes are smiling, sure it's like a morning spring. In the lilt of Irish laughter, you can hear the angels sing. When Irish hearts are happy, all this world seems bright and gay. And when Irish eyes are smiling, sure they steal your heart away.
Hello, Duffy. You liked it, huh? Well, it's about time you heaped an encomium at me. What? Ah, Duffy. What do you know? He's crying. Always cries when he hears an Irish tenor. Ah, now, Duffy, please. Well, stop, Duffy, stop. Of course we all love you, Duffy. Everybody loves you. Oh, the world ain't against you. Oh, for the love of Mike, Duffy, it ain't true. I tell you, we love you like I was our own brother.
give you a rough idea of what Duffy's Tavern will be like when and if it reaches the air regularly. Tonight's program, like each forecast show, is intended as a sample broadcast, an illustration of what you may expect of Duffy's Tavern if it eventually becomes a weekly radio feature. If you want to hear more from Archie, from Gertrude Neeson, from John Kirby's orchestra, and from the never audible but always active Duffy himself, write to CBS and tell us so. Your applause will help to make Duffy's Tavern a weekly broadcast feature.
Next week, Forecast will present a full-hour show from Hollywood, a large-scale musical variety program called Of Stars and States. The cast, headed by John Bowles, will include Virginia Vale, Nan Gray, Arthur Q. Bryan, and Governor Leo Daniel of Texas. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Steven Spielberg presents Gremlins. Billy Pelser has a nice home.
Billy, is that you?
Yeah, Mom, it's me.
A nice job. A nice girl.
If you're not doing anything this Thursday night, maybe you'd like to go out on a date with me?
I'd love to.
And loving parents who are about to give him...
You're gonna like this. No, don't shake it. We're gonna have to open it now. It won't wait till Christmas.
The most unusual gift he ever got.
What is it?
No. It's your new pet.
Come on, Barney, be a good dog. My dad gave it to me.
But there are a few things to keep in mind. If you expose it to the light, you may hurt it. If you get it wet, it will multiply.
All that from water? They got wet?
Yeah, plain water.
And most important, no matter how much they beg, never let them eat after midnight. Because when they do, they change. They become clever, mischievous.
What's going on here?
And dangerous.
Gremlins, huh?
Little monsters.
Right.
Hundreds of them.
Well, I don't know, maybe thousands.
They've been here too. Billy, what are these things? Where do they come from?
Look, I know it sounds crazy, I know. But in a few hours, you're gonna have a major disaster on your hands.
Gremlins, directed by Joe Dante. They'll be expecting you.
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Denis Day, coming up next.
Doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. For the Palmolive plan was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, regardless of age, type of skin, or previous beauty care, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Denis Day.
Worthwhile dwells in your eyes and the spell of your smile.
Denis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Denis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Denis Day. Here's Denis to sing the Academy Award winner, Zippity-Doo-Dah.
Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. My, oh my, what a wonderful the sunshine heading my way. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay, Mr. Bluebird on my shoulder. It's the truth, it's actual, everything is satisfaction. Zippity-doo-yay, wonderful feeling, wonderful day, oh, Mr. my shoulder. It's the truth, it's actual, everything is satisfaction. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay, wonderful feeling, wonderful day.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and
tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpaste prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, since Willoughby's store closed down a month ago, our young hero, Dennis Day, has held several other jobs, but his latest has lasted by far the longest. He started on it yesterday, and the boss told him he could come back today. Of course, the fact that he's his own boss may have had something to do with it. You see, yesterday he invested his entire savings in a used car and became Weaverville's only taxicab company. The cab is now parked at the curb of the Anderson house, and Dennis, glowing with pardonable pride, is showing it to his girlfriend, Mildred.
Oh, boy, isn't she a beauty, Mildred? Isn't she a dream?
Yes, it's very nice, Dennis.
And for only $150. Of course, she doesn't have all the gadgets on her the 48s have.
No, I suppose not. What kind of a car is it?
1923 Essex.
But isn't that a little old, Dennis?
All the cars the man had for $150 were a little old. I took this one because it runs on gasoline.
Oh, I see. Well, I guess the people here will be grateful to have any kind of a taxi cab in town.
Oh, you never saw such gratitude in your life, Mildred. I've had 4 customers so far, and every one of them, when they got to their destinations, they got down on their hands and knees and kissed the ground.
Dennis, are you sure this car's really in good condition?
Oh, just wait till you take a drive in her. Smooth as any car on the market today. Except she rattles a bit when she goes over some obstacle in the road, like the white line.
She rattles when she goes over a white line?
Well, I think I loosened her up a little yesterday when I drove over the top of that tree.
The top of a tree?
Yeah, when I drove out of the used car lot, this tree was lying right across the driveway.
My goodness, Dennis, didn't you see it?
It wasn't there till I started driving out.
Golly, I just hope you don't have a terrible accident someday, Dennis.
Yeah, I hope...
Oh, here come the folks. Morning, Mother, Daddy.
Hello.
Good morning, children.
Oh, good morning.
Mother, look, this is Dennis's new taxi cab, see?
So that's what it is. Well, you better keep your eye on it. Today's the day they collect cans and bottles.
Gee, I think this is a beautiful car. Don't you, Mr. Anderson?
Do I, Poopsie?
You certainly don't.
Well, you heard me, Dennis.
Yes, sir.
Come along, Herbert.
Coming, my passionata.
Gee, I don't understand your mother's attitude toward me at all, Mildred. Everybody else thinks I'm wonderful, and I know in my heart they're right.
Oh. Well, don't you worry. She'll change her tune when you start making good money with your taxi cab.
And I will, too. You'll see. I've got a whole campaign mapped out to get a big tip from every one of my fares.
Well, have you really?
Sure. First, I make him as comfortable in the cab as possible. I point out the broken spring in the seat and show him how to sit so the worst he can get is a flesh wound.
Oh, my goodness.
And then as soon as we get going, I give him the crusher, my sob story.
Your sob story?
Sure. I describe a horrible life to him, pour it on until the tears come into his eyes and he pities me from the bottom of his heart. And then if that doesn't break him down, I tell him the story of my life.
Well, I just hope you make a fortune and show my mother, that's all.
Yeah, knocking my car just because it isn't a new one.
Yeah.
I wish I'd have thought of that before. I'd have said to her, you ought to have more respect for age. What if people said mean things to you just because you had... Second thought, maybe it's just as well I didn't. Taxi? Taxi here, mister? Taxi?
At the station.
Oh, it's the only one in town, sir. Hop right in.
Oh, very well. I'm going to the Weaverville Hotel.
Okay. I guess I should have warned you about that, sir, when you slammed the door.
Well, fix it up and let's get going. I'm in a hurry.
Oh, yes, sir. I'll put it up front here with me. Okay, here we... Oh, you better sit a little further over toward the left-hand corner, sir.
The left-hand corner? Why?
Well, there's a loose spring in that seat, and all of a sudden... Boing! And you'll make the rest of the trip by air.
Good heavens.
Okay, here we go. There, comfortable back there? There's a blanket and a hot water bottle on the floor. Now carry a flask of brandy in case we run into a change in the weather.
How far is that hotel from here, anyhow?
Oh, about 6 blocks.
Well, pass back the brandy. I think I'm going to need it.
Here we go. I understand they licked that. Don't worry. I'll have her fixed in no time. Let's see now. What am I going to do? There. Well, there we are. Okay, we're off.
What was the trouble?
I don't know for sure, but every time she stalls, I just take out a part or two, and that seems to do the...
Great Scott.
Well, we'll be at the hotel within a few minutes. Gee, I guess you'll be the last fare I'll be able to accept today. I have to go over to the hospital this afternoon.
The hospital?
Yeah. To see my poor old mother. They've operated on her 11 times.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear it.
Yeah. We think there may be something wrong with her.
You think you've got trouble? My father was in a hospital for 8 years.
He was? Well, you don't know what else happened to us. My brother fell down a flight of stairs and broke both arms.
I lost both my brothers. The house burned down one night with them in it.
How about my sister's child? He has 2 heads.
My sister's child hasn't any. Slipped and fell one day on the trolley car track.
Well, there's my,
Yes?
This time you go first.
Never mind. Aren't we anywhere near that hotel yet?
Oh, just a block or so now, and then we'll be... Oh, my goodness. She never shook like this before.
No car ever shook like this before.
think we got a flat.
A flat tire?
No, the bottom of the car is flat against the road.
What?
But I'm sure I can fix it in a second.
Never mind. I'll walk the rest of the way.
Oh, but Mr.
I was a fool ever to get into this thing in the first place. Of all the stupid clumsy...
Hey, mister, wait! Hey, mister! Forgot his briefcase, too. Papers all over the place. I'd better see if I can't get... Hey, what's this one say? Deed to all land comprising Weaverville County assigned to Martin Joyce by the United States Land Office, April 5th, 1849. Holy smoke, have I got a new landlord? At the whole town? Oh, I better look into this. Gosh, Mr. Anderson, does it really mean that this man owns the whole town?
Well, I'd hesitate to say before we see a lawyer, Dennis, but this certainly looks like an official land grant from the United States government.
Yeah?
They did do things like this right after the Mexican War.
What Mexican War?
In 1848, don't you?
1826 was probably over by then.
Well, in any event, we've got to get busy right away. Now, the mayor must be warned immediately.
Yes, sir.
I'll dash over to the bank and make sure that this grant is legal. And meanwhile, you take your car and get down to the mayor's office. Now, drive as fast as you can. Remember, the whole town is at stake.
Oh, don't worry. I'll go even faster than that. I'll walk.
And now, before we go on with this story of a day in the life of Dennis Day, here's our young hero himself to sing Pianissimo.
A melody was played, pianissimo. A harmony was so very sweet. I can't remember the name of that song, but I do remember dancing in your arms. And then a voice came through, pianissimo, with lovely words that seemed to repeat. I love you, darling, but all I recall are the words you whisper dancing in my arms. Pianissimo means soft and low, and soft and low were your sighs. Darling, now I know that tender glow was love shining in your eyes. We stole away, pianissimo, and kissed goodnight while stars danced above. I can't remember the name of that song, but I do recall it helped us fall in love. It helped us fall in love.
Well, our young hero, Dennis Day, found an old government indicates all too clearly that the town of Weaverville belongs not to its citizens, but to the heirs of a man named Martin Joyce. While Mr. Anderson is elsewhere checking the legality of the deed, Dennis has rushed into the mayor's office to inform him of the dire news.
Mister, I gotta see the mayor right away. It's terribly important.
I'm sorry, young man, but the mayor's leaving on a business trip in exactly an hour, and he can't see anyone.
But I gotta see him, I tell you. The owner of Weaverville is gonna take it over.
The owner of Weaverville?
Sure. His family got the place after the Mexican War. I found out about it when I happened to look in the back of the taxi I was driving.
You were driving in this condition?
Mister, I'm not drunk.
I know. I was just being charitable.
Look, the owner of this town is taking the whole thing over under a grant to his family. Please, you gotta believe me. I've dashed all the way through town to warn everyone. Do you want my name?
I know it. It's Paul Revere, isn't it?
No, it's Dennis Day. And I tell you, there's a paper that says this man owns the whole town unless we do something.
Oh? Very well. Let's see this paper.
I left it at the Andersons.
I thought so.
There is one.
You haven't got it.
Don't you understand?
You haven't got it.
That. Oh.
Well?
I haven't got it.
I thought not. And therefore, I repeat what I said a moment ago. The mayor is seeing no one today.
But you gotta...
No one.
Pardon me. I'd like to see the mayor, please.
Oh, yes, of course. Go right in.
Thank you.
Gee, I could have sworn that was someone.
It was. That gentleman and... You see, the mayor gets $2 for performing marriages.
Oh?
Do you know Mayor Oldsberg?
Yes.
Then you know he'll see them. Never too busy for a marriage or a funeral, our mayor.
Gosh, you mean that... Oh, boy, excuse me. I just had a sudden thought.
I do hope he treats it well. Poor little head.
Mildred, where are you? She's out, Dennis. She went downtown with Herbert.
Oh, my gosh. Look, Mrs. Anderson, I've done lots of little things for you, haven't I? Remember the time you asked me to paint the roof and I did?
Yes. You fell off the ladder and almost broke your neck.
Well, I can't do it. But now there's a little favor you can do for me.
What?
Will you marry me?
Marry you?
Yeah, you see...
Dennis, are you aware that I have a husband? Which makes an already revolting idea absolutely vile.
I don't mean really getting married, Mrs. Anderson. Gee, I know marrying you sounds silly, like a scavenger hunt or something, but...
Dennis.
Oh, gosh, I'm saying it all wrong. But what I mean is, no one can get in to see the mayor unless they're getting married. So I thought we could go down there and pretend we were.
Well, it's about this deed to the town, isn't it? Herbert told me.
Yes, ma'am. We've got to save Weaverville, and I can't get past the mayor's secretary.
He won't see anyone unless they're getting married?
Well, I did hear of one other way, but I just don't feel up to it.
Well, beauty to save Weaverville. How about the blood test and everything?
Oh, they'll know at a glance that you have plenty. Come on, let's grab the deed and get right down there.
The deed? But Herbert's got it. He took it to the bank.
Oh, my gosh. The mayor won't believe us without it any more than his secretary did.
Well, Herbert should be back very soon.
But the mayor might leave town any minute. We'll have to leave a note telling Mr. Anderson to rush right down to the mayor's office with the deed. Meanwhile, you and I'll stall the mayor off and keep delaying the ceremony until Mr. Anderson arrives.
My goodness, do you think we can?
We'd better. If we don't, we're liable to get pronounced man and wife.
Good heavens. I think I'm going to be sick.
Oh, don't worry. It couldn't stand up in court. It isn't legal for a woman to be repoopsied. Now, remember, Mrs. Anderson, we got to put this over. Act kind of coy and fuss like a bride. Try to seem beaten and dejected like a bridegroom. Come on. Hello? We want to see the mayor and be married right away.
Very well. What? You again?
Yeah, this girl and I want to get married.
What girl? Oh, you mean this is the bride right here?
Yeah, there was nobody else home.
I don't understand that, and I congratulate myself for it. Are you quite sure you're serious about this marriage?
Oh, sure. I'll say we are. Aren't we, honey? We're madly in love with each other. We've been engaged for quite some time. And now we want to get married.
You know, I have a feeling you belong together. And now may I have your names, please?
Denis Day and Clara Anderson. I'm Denis Day.
I never would have guessed. Now then, your birthplace, please, Miss Anderson.
Chicago.
Your age?
39.
You too? What's the matter with Illinois? Don't they count the first 20 years?
Just put down 39 years.
Very well. Your age and birthplace, Mr. Day?
22 and a Chevrolet.
Chevrolet?
Yeah, Daddy picked a horrible time to run out of gas.
I see. And now one last question, which I simply dread asking. Has there ever been any insanity in either of your families?
No.
Thank you. There are times down here at the License Bureau when we just hold our breath. Now I'll tell the mayor you're here. Your Honor, there's a couple out here who want to get married.
Well, send them in and hurry. I haven't much time.
Go right in, folks. I'll follow and be the witness.
Dennis, what shall we do? There's still no sign of Herbert with that paper.
Well, just keep stalling. Anything we can think of. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Oh, well, good day, my friends. I'm in a bit of a hurry, but I guess you won't mind that, eh? Now, then, if you two will stand right here. Oh, that's fine. We'll begin the ceremony. Dear friends, we are gathered...
Oh, wait a minute. I just happened to think. I forgot the ring.
Oh, that's all right, my boy. I have a whole drawer full right here for just such cases.
Oi.
Here you are. Now then, dear friends...
Oh, wait. I can't get married yet. I have no bouquet. A bride has to have a bouquet.
Yeah, she certainly does, my dear. And here's a whole vase full of flowers. Just help yourself.
Oi.
Now then, dear friends...
Stop the ceremony.
Now what's wrong?
I don't feel I'm ready yet. Let's have a man-to-man talk.
Why, this is getting ridiculous. I told you I was in a hurry. Do you want to get married or don't you?
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, all right. Then repeat after me. I, Denis, take Clara.
I beg your pardon?
I said I, Denis, take Clara.
If you take her, what do I get?
I don't take her. You take her.
Okay, I'll take her.
Wait till I ask you.
And you're the one who's in such a hurry.
Please. Now, will you, Denis, have this woman?
He tells me I'm delaying things.
To be your lawfully wedded wife. To live together.
Some nerve.
In a state of wedded nerve. Oh! Will you, Denis, have this state to... will you state have this woman, Denis?
I'll tell you what. You stand here and I'll read it.
You do nothing of the kind. Oh, I've had enough of this. Now get out of here, the two of you.
But, Your Honor...
Get out! I'm not here to...
Good afternoon, everybody.
Gee, just like the United States Marines.
I'm glad I'm in time. Your Honor, I want you to look at this paper this young man found in his taxi.
I don't want to look at anything at this. Why, great Scott. Why, this is the Joyce deed. We've been looking high and low for this. Now we can send someone to Washington to get it set aside.
Gosh, you knew about it?
Why, of course we knew about it. My boy, you've saved this town. You're a hero. Why, how can we ever repay you?
Well, you might try money.
Try money? Oh, we'll do better than that. We'll send you to Washington to fight this thing. Would you like to go?
Oh, you bet. I've got a cousin up there in Seattle.
Oh. This is Washington, D.C.
Oh, that place.
Now listen. This has got to be kept very secret.
Uh-huh.
Joyce wants that paper back. And if he sees you getting on a train, he'll know... Wait a minute, I've got it.
Huh?
We'll send someone with you, and the two of you can pretend to be a honeymoon couple.
But gosh, who can we get?
Don't look at me. I've gone as far as I'm going.
We can't let anyone else in on the secret.
Well, how about Mildred? She knows already.
Absolutely not.
But gosh, there isn't anyone else who knows except...
Hello, honey bunch.
Hello, love bundle. Ladies and gentlemen, next week my entire cast and I will be broadcasting directly from Constitution Hall in Washington, D.C., where we've been asked to officially open the American Cancer Society's 1948 drive. I'll be back in just a minute to sing Schubert's Ave Maria, but first...
Grand news, wonderful news. Now Luster Cream Shampoo comes in tubes as well as jars. Yes, Luster Cream, the utterly new cream shampoo that gives you soft, glamorous dream girl hair. Try Luster Cream Shampoo. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, tubes or jars, whichever you prefer, 49 and 25 cents. But whether you prefer the tube or the jar, you will prefer Luster Cream Shampoo. Be a dream girl. A lovely Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. Hair that gleams and glistens from a Luster Cream shampoo. Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
As the Lenten season draws to a close, here's Denis with Charles Dant and the orchestra to sing Schubert's Ave Maria, sung as only Denis Day can sing it.
Ave Maria, gratia plena, Maria, gratia plena, gratia plena, Ave, Ave Dominus, Dominus tecum, benedicta fu in mulieribus, et benedictus fructus ventris tui,
Next week, tune into another Denis Day Show, broadcast from Constitution Hall in Washington, D.C., brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The judge has left town, Harvey's quit, and I'm having trouble getting deputies.
People gotta talk themselves into law and order before they do anything about it. Maybe because down deep they don't care. They just don't care.
I think you better go while there's still time. It's better for you, and it's better for us.
Amy.
I mean it. If you won't go with me now, I'll be on that train when it leaves here.
I've got to stay.
Why must you be so stupid, Will? Have you forgotten what he is? Have you forgotten what he's done to people? Have you forgotten that he's crazy? Don't you remember when he sat in that chair and said, "You'll never hang me, I'll come back. I'll kill you, Will Kane. I swear it, I'll kill you."
A terror-stricken town left him to face 4 killers, single-handed, at high noon. With every swing of the pendulum, with every second, a man's life ticked away. Never have so few moments held such excitement.
Miller!
What kind of woman are you? How can you leave him like this? Does the sound of the guns frighten you that much?
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
Johnson Wax program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coats present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. One simple sentence that's worth repeating over and over again. To take better care of your things, try waxing them. With replacements more and more difficult is just downright common sense. To make things last, keep them clean, protect them against wear. Dust and dirt, you know, wear things out more than anything else. That's why I say take better care of your things by waxing them. Give your floors, furniture, and woodwork a protective shield of genuine Johnson's Wax. Protect all wood, leather, and enamel surfaces with this same wax polish. Every application of Johnson's Wax gives not only protection, but brings out the natural beauty of the finish. Floors that are regularly waxed grow lovelier every year, and they never need expensive refinishing. There are 100 extra labor-saving uses in your home for genuine Johnson's Wax, which you can buy from your dealer in one of three forms: paste, liquid, or cream. Poker is pretty much of a man's game. Trying to get out of the house for an evening to play poker is also a man's game. And here, taking a hand in it, we find Fibber Magee of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
These doggone executive meetings. I don't know why they have to ring me in on all of them.
Well, why don't you just refuse to go, dearie?
Oh, I couldn't do that. I can't let them down. They're depending on me.
Oh.
Look, why don't you go to a movie or something? I don't know how late I'll be out. You know how these things are.
No, I don't think there's anything I want to see, Magee. What's at the Bijou?
A couple of guys I never heard of. Saw their names out in front of the theater today. I thought I knew everybody in vaudeville, too.
What are their names?
Matt Daly and Pop Trices.
Oh.
Why don't you go see him?
No, I don't believe I will, Magee, but I'll tell you what I will do.
Huh, what?
I'll come with you. You can go into your old meeting, and I'll sit outside in the lobby with a magazine and wait for you.
No, no, that won't do. This meeting might last till way after midnight. Matter of fact, I think it will.
What's the meeting about?
Oh, what's it about? Why, it's the war effort.
Oh.
We'll probably discuss stuff like labor problems. A lot of the members of the Elks are businessmen and factory owners, and they all want to see if they can get some good hands, to work. In the factories and stuff.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to lay his cards on the table. We're going to try and see that everybody gets a square deal.
Well, now, isn't that grand? I'm proud of you, dearie, for wanting to do your bit.
Oh, shucks. It's nothing that any red-blooded American boy wouldn't do. I hope we can do some good.
Well, I wouldn't gamble on it.
What you mean, gamble?
Well, I mean, these meetings are liable to be so much talk and so little action.
Oh, we'll get some action, all right. I'll lay a bet on that.
Good for you. I'll just stay home here.
Hey, maybe this is somebody that'll stay and spend the evening with you. Come in.
Hi, mister. Hi, Miss Magee.
Oh, hi, sis.
Hello, little girl.
I haven't got time to stand and talk to you now, sis. I got to go out to a meeting.
Oh, my daddy's going out, too. He says he's going to do some research.
Research?
Mm-hmm. He says he's finally going to find out if it's scientifically possible to fill an inside straight. What's an inside straight, mister?
Well, of course I...
Why, that's a poker hand, little girl. And if it'll save your father any trouble, you can tell him he can only fill one once in 13,789 draws.
Well,
I didn't know you knew so much about poker, Molly.
Why, I love to play poker, dearie. And I think it's pretty selfish of the men to want to play by themselves all the time.
Yes, I imagine.
My daddy says women clear up the game.
Oh.
Yeah. He says they always want to play fancy poker games like grocery store and baseball and duck on a rock.
Duck on a rock. That's a new one on me, sis. What kind of poker game is that?
Everything wild but the ace of spades.
For a kid your age, sis, you really get around.
Well, my daddy plays cards all the time, I bet you.
Oh.
He's always making excuses to get out of the house so he can play poker.
He does, huh? Imagine that.
You know, I think that's ridiculous. Now, if a man wants to go out once in a while to play cards with his men friends, why doesn't he just say so?
You mean that, Molly?
Why, of course I do. That doesn't apply to you, though, dearie, because you always lose your shirt.
Oh, I don't know.
My daddy does, too, I bet you. My mama says we're going to have the doors in our house made bigger on account of my daddy's always coming home in a barrel. Are you going to see my daddy tonight, mister?
Who, me? Why?
No. Mr. Magee is going to an executives meeting at the Elks Club, little girl.
Yes, I'm
yeah,
one of the...
Yeah, but my daddy said...
Never mind what your daddy said. I got too much to do to waste my time. Hey, where are you going, Molly?
Well, I've got a cake in the oven, Magee. Now, you leave whenever you like. I'll be all right, dearie.
Okay, I'll let you know before I go. Now, look here, sis. You better run along because I'm pretty busy. I got an important meeting tonight.
Okay, mister. But I thought my daddy said you were going to be one of the...
Please, sis. Never mind what your daddy says. I guess I know what I'm going to do tonight. Now, you run along. You talk too much.
Okay. But if you want to stop at our house on your way to the meeting and bring your stuff, my daddy will give you a lift, I bet you.
Give me a lift with what stuff?
I don't know, mister. Some dirty clothes, I guess.
Doggone it, why should I stop by your house with some old clothes?
Mister, all I know is what my daddy said.
What did he say?
He said he was looking forward to taking you to the cleaners. Go on.
Oh, for goodness sakes, Magee, stop fidgeting.
Well, gee whiz, doggone it. I hate to go out to a meeting and leave you here all alone. I feel like a deserter.
Well, don't be like that. Maybe your meeting will break up early.
I don't think so. We got a lot of important things to consider tonight. For instance, you know that cat that they keep around the Elks Club to catch mice?
Yes.
Well, she's been getting pretty thin lately. Ain't been fed properly.
Oh.
Yeah.
And it takes a big special meeting of grown men to sit around arguing about who's going to feed the kitty.
Yes, it does. See,
I'll get it. Hello? Oh, hello, Abigail, darling. Yes. No, he's going out to a committee meeting at the Elks Club tonight. No, I'm just going to stay home. What? Oh, yes. Yes, come on over and we'll talk. Yes, goodbye, Abigail.
What's that old bass fiddle unstrung about?
Well, she just wanted to know what I was doing this evening. She might come over a little later.
Oh, that's swell. You girls can have a fine old time chinning. If you're one chin and Uppy's three, you can have a four-way conversation.
For goodness sakes, will you stop fretting about what I'm doing, going to do this evening?
Well, I know, Molly, but I...
You got me all fussed here.
Yeah.
I've been by myself before.
Yeah, I know. But...
I won't play with matches. I won't put beans in my ears. I won't mark up the wallpaper. Now stop worrying.
Well, gee whiz, it's just that I feel kind of guilty running out on you like this.
Heavenly days, if you have to go to a meeting, you have to go, that's all. Besides, if I... Come in.
Hello there, kids. Hey, you know anything about weddings?
Well, we had one once, if that makes us experts, old-timer.
What was it you wanted to know, Mr. Old-timer?
Me and Bessie are stepping off one of these days, daughter, and we want to do it right. Who's supposed to pay for what?
Well, the groom buys the bride's bouquet and the presents for the best man and the ushers.
Ushers? What do you think we're getting married at a movie?
I see where this is going to be an informal wedding. And you're picking a bum time for it, too, old-timer.
What you mean, Johnny?
Who's going to spend 3 ration coupons just so they can throw rice at a couple of chumps? Who's tying any of their old shoes on the back of an automobile with no gasoline in it?
Don't let him discourage you, Mr. Oldtimer. You and Bessie go ahead and get married. Where's it going to be? At the bride's home?
That good etiquette?
Why, sure it is. On account of so often the groom is living at the YMCA.
Then you'll want about 4 ushers, 4 bridesmaids, 2 flower girls, a maid of honor, a best man, and a ring bearer.
Yeah, gonna be kind of hard to handle, daughter.
Why?
Bessie and her old man live in a trailer. Guess maybe we better just sneak out to a justice of peace someplace.
Oh, I wish we could be there as witnesses.
You gotta have witnesses?
Why, certainly. Why not?
Mm-hmm. What if you want to get out of it later? Won't witnesses be kind of embarrassing?
Now, don't talk like that. Aren't you and Bessie in love with each other?
Oh, daughter, every time I see Bessie, my heart goes bumpity, bumpity, bump. I get short of breath. My hands tremble. My mouth gets dry. Hey, is that love or am I smoking too much?
Well, they're both expensive habits. Hey, what does this Bessie look like, old-timer?
Have you got a snapshot of her we could see?
Sure have, kids. Got a Lulu right here. Bessie's sunbathing behind the trailer. Here, take a look.
Mm.
That's Bessie on the left. Trailer's on the right.
Say, this picture's so faint I can't make it out, Mr. Oldtimer.
Yeah, it ain't very good at that, daughter. Must have been overexposed when I developed it.
Oh, you do your own developing. Where's your dark room?
My what?
Your dark room. Don't you have a dark room to develop your pictures in?
No, too much trouble, daughter. I get the same effect by blindfolding myself. Well, much obliged, kids. I'll let you know when a happy day comes. Here comes the groom. Here comes the groom. Put him up, folks.
That old footer. Oh, my gosh, I almost forgot. Hey, Molly, where's the checkbook?
It's in my purse, dearie. What do you want the checkbook for?
Oh, well, something might come up at the meeting tonight where I might need a few bucks. You know, a donation to some charity or something. Besides, the stakes are usually pretty high.
Stakes? What stakes?
Oh, I mean, if the meeting lasts too long, sometimes we send out for hamburger steaks.
Oh.
And if we don't have enough chips, potato chips, well, gee whiz, I want to pay my share. All the other fellas...
Hello, folks.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. What can we do for you?
I just want to remind you, Fibber, about that poker...
Oh, yes, about that poker. yeah. Well, the blacksmith says he'll have it ready about the first of the week.
What?
Yeah. You see, Molly, the last time I was over at Wilcox's house, I tried to fix the fire in the fireplace and bent the poker all out of shape. Guess I don't know my own strength. Teach me a good lesson. Yes, sir, it sure will.
Say, what are you getting so red in the face about, Magee? What's a little poker between friends?
That's what I say. He'll pay for it, won't you, Fibber?
Well, I usually do. Why, certainly I'll pay for it.
Say, are you going to the executives' meeting at the Elks Club tonight, Mr. Wilcox?
What executive?
You know, Junior, the annual, the meeting that was scheduled for the big meeting.
Oh! No, I don't think I can attend a committee meeting tonight.
Oh.
I've got to meet an old auntie tonight.
Oh. Isn't that nice? Say, if you're coming near here, Mr. Wilcox, bring her in. I'll give you some coffee and cake. What's your auntie's name?
Philpott. She's one of the...
Doggone it, Junior. What are you standing around here for, gabbing about your relatives? Don't try to cover up with a lot of idle conversation.
Cover up what, McGee?
Well, gee whiz, we know what he's here for. Why don't you get at it? He ain't fooling anybody.
Okay, pal. You asked for it.
Let's have it.
Give your kitchen linoleum a new deal with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat next time you have a full house for a card party. Enjoy that royal flush of pride you'll get from a clean, sparkling kitchen floor. See how easily spots and footprints wipe right off a glow-coated linoleum. How much more sanitary your kitchen is with the floor surface wax-sealed against dust and dirt. If you spill something off a tray, it can't raise the deuce with your linoleum. Because Glow Coat is aces in protection. Get a container of Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat today. It's your dealer's choice. So long, folks. I'll see you.
McGee, you're shaking like a leaf. What's the matter?
Oh, I get so mad at that guy. Don't you know what he was trying to do? Trying to get my goat with all them card terms. Just because I bent his cheap old poker.
Oh, don't be so sensitive. You're as thin-skinned as a toy balloon. Now, you run along to your meeting. I've got some mending to do.
I wish you'd get somebody to come over and stay a while or go to a movie or something. Gee whiz,
McGee, don't be so silly. Why are you so anxious to have me do something tonight?
Well, it ain't fair for me to have all the... for me to go out and maybe stay so late and all. I just thought that maybe...
Heavenly days. Who on earth is that now?
Let me see. Uh-oh. It's that Spanish girl that moved in down the street. The one that her brother is a pilot from South America.
Oh, she's sweet. Yeah. Come in.
Ay, buenas tardes, mis queridos amigos. Do you memorize me?
Hi, sis. Sure, we memorize, or you bet we remember you.
Well, it's nice to see you again. How's your brother?
My brother? Oh, he's sitting down on top of the world, gracias. They have made him a captain now, and he is very proud to be so rank.
You mean proud of his rank, sis?
Oh, see. I still make one or two little mistakes with my English. But my honker says I am learning very fastly.
Your what?
My honker. I have a special honker for English.
Honker? Oh, you mean tutor, sis?
Oh. Tutor. He also toots my brother Carlos.
Now, look, dearie, I don't think we even know each other's names. I'm Mrs. McGee, and this is my husband, Mr. McGee.
Ay, tengo tantísimo gusto en conocerles a ustedes dos que son tan simpáticos. My name is Moreno, Rosita Moreno.
Oh, I'm glad to know you, sis. You married?
No, senor. Many times I have been proposed at, but never am I marrying somebody until I have my head over my heel in love. It is a serious thing for a girl to go from singlehood to marriedhood.
Yes, it certainly is, dearie. In marriage, it's a case of look before you leap and then walk around if you have time. But what was it we could do for you?
You mean, why are you visiting me in your house? Well, I am just murdering some time until Carlos is coming home. So I think I will butt myself in on those very nice people down the street. Oh, I hope you're not bothering me.
Sis, you drop in any time and practice your new English. I might pick up a little Spanish at the same time. I'm pretty good at languages. Overseas in the last war, I learned to parlez-vous French like a native.
Yeah, like a native Hawaiian. Hey, you must bring your brother over sometime, too, Miss Marino.
Oh, please call me Rosita. With friends, if it is foolish to stand on formaldehyde.
Formality, Rosita.
Oh, see, formality. Gracias.
Yeah, well, how do you say you're welcome in Spanish?
De nada.
De nada.
That's it.
See how quick I pick it up, Molly?
Oh, you're wonderful, McGee. You ought to be appointed our next ambassador to Peru, Indiana. Now, don't forget, Rosita, you and your brother come over any time.
Oh, muchas gracias, señora. I will tell Carlos, and he will be very delightful. To know I have been making good friends with close neighbors, he will kick himself out of it good.
He'll what?
Maybe I mean he will hand himself a good kick.
No, I don't think you mean that.
He will give himself a pat on the back with his foot.
No, that isn't exactly
Oh, I know. He will get out of it big with a kick.
Oh, do you mean he'll get a big kick out of it?
Oh, sí. Ay, pero qué tonta soy. Qué cabeza tengo. Bueno, ya me voy. Muchísimas gracias por todo y hasta mañana, amigos.
Come again?
Thank you. I will.
Murder, he says.
Boy and girl used to bill and coo back in 1892. Billing and cooing is corny today. Boy meets girl and right away he says murder, he says. When they meet, she says murder, she says. Beat your feet, they say murder. Is that the language of love? She says solid, she says, meaning his arm. Solid, he says, meaning her charm. Solid, they say, is that the language of love? He says, chick, chick, you torture me, zoot. Are we living? Shoot me the snoot for a kiss. She says, dig, dig, the jump the old picker is given. What kind of a ransom is this? Hep, hep. He says, murder. When he holds her tight, she says, murder. And he says, good night. Now, if they keep it up in that impossible tone, he'll bring on nobody's murder but their own. Long ago, the lovesick beau made his plea on bended knee. Nowadays, in other ways, the zoot suitor in love's pursuit. He says, Jackson, he says, shoot me the rights. Jackson, he says, make with the spice. Jackson, he says, now who the heck is Jackson? He says, hep, hep, with helium, babe, now we're cooking. And other things to wit. Quote, get in the groove, jump where you're looking, unquote. His uppers don't fit. He says, murder, not a date. Jackson, big in gate, solid man. I'd like to catch him alone. I'd make that murder he talks about exclusively his own.
I guess I better be leaving any minute now.
Fine, run along, dearie.
You sure you don't want to go to a movie or something?
McGee, for the 10,000th time, I tell you, I'll be perfectly happy. Now get along to your own committee meeting.
You won't worry if I'm kind of late.
No, but you've aged 10 years worrying about whether I'd worry or not. Get along with you.
Okay, but gee, I wish you'd get...
Oh, dear, now who? Come in.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hi, Wimp. Oh, Bruiser.
How are you, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, healing up nicely, thank you, Mr. Wimple. I just met a friend of Mr. McGee's, and I promised him I'd remind Mr. McGee of the date he had tonight.
Oh, yeah, sure. Date with the executive committee at the Elks. Sure. Well, thanks, Wimp. Much obliged. How's everything going with your physical culture work?
Just splendidly, Mr. McGee. See how I'm filling out?
Oh, that reminds me, dearie. Our laundry bag didn't come back this week. Where do you work out with your gymnastics, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, I fixed up a dandy little gym down in our coal bin, Mrs. McGee.
Makes it kind of tough when you fall off a trapeze or something, don't it, Wimp?
Oh, no, it's soft coal.
Oh.
That's nice, but that isn't a very healthy place to exercise.
I should say not, Wimp. You gotta have fresh air. Work out in your bedroom or someplace. Open the window and take great, big, deep breaths, like this.
No, I couldn't.
You couldn't take deep breaths?
I couldn't open the window. But I will very soon now. I'm getting stronger every day. Last week, I only weighed 78 pounds, and guess what I weigh now?
I could never guess.
77. I'm just burning off the fat. And see how much straighter I'm standing? Sweetie Face is teaching me to keep my shoulders back.
How's she teaching you?
Oh, she throws me down on my face, puts her knee in my back, and pulls up on my shoulders.
Heavenly days. Hey, you can get a busted clavicle that way, Wimp.
Oh, no. I always think before the bone actually breaks.
Doesn't your wife take it easy when you face?
Oh, yes, indeed. This morning when I came to, there she was, standing over me, wringing her hands.
Oh, and what did you say?
I couldn't say anything. She had my neck between them.
Goodness sakes, Mr. Wimple, I don't know how you stand it. Didn't you ever think of leaving?
Oh, yes, I had, Mrs. Magee. One summer I spent every afternoon sitting on a curbstone out in front, hoping some gypsies would steal me. They never did. Well, I've got to be going now.
Where to, Wimp?
I've got to meet Sweetie Face down at the feed store.
Oh, is she buying feed?
No, she's just getting weighed. Well, goodbye now.
Say, more people come in to remind you of that committee meeting, Magee. Must be very important.
Oh, it is, and I better be getting down there, too. I got a superstition about being there for the first hand.
First hand?
I want first-hand information about...
For goodness sakes, come in. Oh, hello, Abigail.
How do you do, Mr. Magee and Mr. Magee?
Hi, Effie, glad to see you. Wiggle out of the minx and fling the body on a stool. Slip your shoes off, too, if you like. Only 3 pair a year, you know. You're pretty heavy on them.
Thank you.
You girls will excuse me if I duck along, won't you? I got an important committee meeting at the Elks, Uppy.
Go right along, Miss Magee. I have managed to struggle through 23 hours and 55 minutes of the day without your magnetic personality. I think I shall survive the other 5 minutes.
Thank you. Hey, are you sure it's okay with you, Molly, if I don't get home very early? These meetings are after...
No. Now run along and don't come home till you get good and ready. I'll be perfectly all right.
Okay, well, so long, Uppy.
Good evening, Miss Magee.
And, I almost forgot. You didn't give me the checkbook, Molly.
I haven't time to look for it now, dearie.
Oh, well, okay. Well, so long, Molly. See you later.
Magee, you didn't kiss me goodbye.
Huh? Oh, goodbye. I'll see you later.
Well, come, my dear. We shall have to hurry. We're 10 minutes late now.
Where is the bingo game tonight, Abigail?
That's modest news. You'd better bring about $5. I lost $3.75 the last time.
Well, I've got the checkbook in my purse. Where's my hat? Oh, here it is. I'm ready, Abigail. I've been looking forward to this ever since you called me up.
But how about Mr. Magee? Will his committee meeting take long?
Committee meeting, my clavicle. He's headed for a poker game, Abigail. I've been trying to get him out of here for an hour. Come on, let's go.
I made an interesting discovery last week. I was talking with 2 ladies about their housekeeping. You know how easy it is for me to keep changing the subject until we finally get around to Johnson's wax or self-polishing glow coat. Well, it seems that both of these women had been using Johnson's glow coat on their linoleum floors for a long time and were enthusiastic about it. They knew it saved them hours of work, kept their floors beautiful, and protected them against wear. But they didn't realize that the regular use of glow coat actually makes linoleum wear 6 to 10 times longer. In fact, the primary reason for using glow coat or Johnson's paste or liquid wax is this protection it gives to floor surfaces. The beauty that goes with it is like a special dividend. And right now, when we need to make our things last, it's important to keep all linoleum protected regularly with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. The floor polish that shines as it dries without rubbing or buffing.
At the Elks, dearie.
Oh, very, very good. I hope you didn't have too dull an evening with Uppy yourself.
Well, to tell the truth, we went out to a bingo game.
Huh?
I lost $2.60.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
Well, to tell the truth, I was playing poker. I won $12.
Well, while we're telling the truth, I knew you were playing poker.
What? What was the idea of kidding me along?
Well, I knew you'd have more fun if you thought you were getting away with something. I wish I'd have gone with you.
Huh?
Abigail just sits there with no expression whatsoever.
Poker face?
I was tempted to once or twice.
Good night.
Good night, all.
The Characters of the old-timer and Wallace Wimple heard on this program were played by Bill Thompson. This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Vincent Price, and you're invited to my party in the house on Haunted Hill, where so far the ghosts have murdered only 7 people. So won't you come and make it 8? You'll see human heads without bodies. Mysterious pools of blood dripping from the ceiling. The walls move slowly in against you. Don't try to escape, you can't.
No.
Are you ready, dear?
Yes, damn you.
The ghosts are waiting, so won't you join me in the house on Haunted Hill? Hurry, or you'll be late for your own funeral.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
What he does, I don't know. Who he is, well, that slipped my mind, too. Anyway, here he is. Who's this in person?
Well, thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. A rather peculiar reception. Started around on an angle in back of Kenny and showed up in the front. Well, the acoustics are bent in here, apparently. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, Jimmy, before we start, what is the big idea?
Oh, is something wrong, sir?
Sir? Well, what sort of an introduction is that? Who he is, it slipped my mind. What he is, here he is. It's who's this in person. Well, you know who I am, don't you?
Oh, why, yes, well, you know who you are.
Well, sir, I know who I am,
Sure.
but you apparently don't. So what's wrong with you?
Well, I'll be all right in just a minute, Doctor. You know, this amnesia is killing me.
Doctor, amnesia, a fine thing, an announcer with amnesia.
Say, Mr. Allen.
Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jimmy.
Hello, son.
Huh? Son.
Say, what's the matter with Jimmy, Mr. Allen? His eyes are glassy looking.
Mr. Wallington has amnesia, Kenny.
You mean that stuff with citrate in it? Citrate of amnesia?
No, Kenny. This is, what he has is known to your druggist as alkyl sulfotylphate. Amnesia is loss of memory. Jimmy, apparently, is here and he doesn't remember a thing.
Well, we got to cure him, Mr. Allen. He owes me $8.
I'll try him again. Say, Jimmy.
I'll tell him when he comes in.
Oh, no, wait a minute. I mean you.
Oh, I'm Sergei.
Sergei? Yeah. He doesn't even know himself. Well, I'll see if he recognizes you, Kenny.
Never mind me. Ask him about the $8.
Now, one thing at a time. Say, Sergei.
Yes?
Do you know who this is, Sir Gold Boy, Kenny Baker?
Oh, yes. Kenny Baker, you're singing Sam, aren't you?
There goes my $8.
Now, look, Sergei, do you know what program you're on?
Well, this is the Coney Island Local, isn't it? Certainly. I'm changing it to DeKalb for Flatbush Avenue.
He thinks he's going someplace. This program isn't going anyplace, is it, Mr. Allen?
Not with an announcer who has amnesia, Kenny. Now, look, Sergei.
Yes, please?
Yes, please. Now he's talking like Denis Day.
Sergei, The thing, is the country ready for another Denis day, do you think? Sergei, you had better go and lie down, Serg, old boy.
Why?
Because in 10 minutes you've got to read a commercial. And if you can't remember to say Texaco, Sergei, next week, Sergei, your name will be Graham McNamee.
Texaco. Oh, yes, Texaco.
Yes.
I must remember that.
Yes.
Texaco.
Well, good. Jimmy's going to lie down, Kenny. Now, if his... Wait a minute. He can't overcome that old Ken Murray habit. Wait a minute. He just wanted to lie down to keep the joke company, I guess. A lot of times jokes get lonesome lying around alone. You know, those little jokes, the bon mots. Nothing is as lonesome as a little bon mot lying around. But if Jimmy's memory returns, he'll be okay.
If he wakes up a halfwit, I'll only get $4.
If your voice is changing, we want to... Now, and if his mind is a blank, he'll probably give you a check, Kenny. But taking our cue from a Wallington check, we bounce into the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents The World on Parade. New York City, New York. The Council of the Actors Equity Association authorizes opening of legitimate theaters for Sunday performances. Innovation startles the world of the theater in and about New York. Texaco News interviews little-known theatrical folk to get their reactions to Sunday shows. First, an impresario who has been producing plays for many years, Sebastian Gall. Now, Mr. Gall.
I've been on Broadway, man and boy, since 1890.
What became of the boy, Mr. Really? You've been...
Yes, sir. I remember Bite to the Sewing Machine Girl the night it opened.
Say, what happened with that show?
It's still running. Today they call it the Garment Center.
Oh, my God.
Yes, sir. I remember the New York Philharmonic when it was only one guy with a mandolin.
You don't say.
Yes, sir. I can remember the theater when it was nothing but a guy wearing Inverness down on 14th Street.
And you've been producing shows all of this time?
I've been producing shows since the first shoestring was invented.
Well, do you button shoes set you back a little in your career? Well, do you think, Mr. Gall, that Sunday shows will help the theater?
It don't make no difference either way. Either you're doing capacity or you're losing your shirt.
Ah, but if you're doing capacity and the theater opens Sunday night and it's packed...
You're still doing capacity. You ain't getting no place.
Well, yes, now, but if you're losing your shirt...
It still don't make no difference.
Well, I don't see...
Look, I'll explain it.
Oh.
I got a revival running now. It's Getting Gertie's Garter.
Yeah? That's...
Yeah. Only I'm calling it Getting Gertie's Foundation Garment.
Oh,
Yeah, it's more up to date.
You are doing capacity.
Capacity? I'm losing me shirt.
Well, now, take your case, for example. If you open Sunday night...
So what? Nobody will still come in. I'm still losing me shirt.
Well, then, in your opinion...
Sunday shows don't mean nothing.
Well, thank you very...
You're either doing capacity or you're losing your shirt.
Well, thank you...
If you're doing capacity, you got jumpy knives in the stomach.
Yes.
If you're losing your shirt, you got nothing in your stomach.
Well, after all...
Hey, jumpy knives in your stomach is better than nothing.
You should live just long enough to find out and no longer. A little-known singer who has his opinion on Sunday performances, Salvatore Linguini. Signor A. Linguini. Just a second, Signor.
What's the matter for you? You don't like the key?
Well, no, it isn't.
I can sing him in any key. Which key you like? E flat, maybe?
No, don't bother.
Grazie.
Gesundheit. Now, what about these Sunday shows?
I, Salvatore Linguini, am imported to sing for the opera.
Oh, for the season?
Shush. Monday night, I'm sing Boris Good Enough.
Well, that's good.
It's good enough for Boris, it's good enough for me. Tuesday, I'm singing a Faust. I'm singing like the devil.
Well, I'm sure you will.
Wednesday, I'm singing from a Figaro. Figaro.
Just a minute, Senor. I don't care a Figaro about your Figaro or the other nights in the week. What about Sunday night?
Sunday night, I'm no sing.
Well, if the theater's open, the opera will surely open.
Salvatore Linguini still no sing.
Why not?
International exchange.
What is par for those two words? What has international exchange got to do with your singing Sunday night?
When I'm signing a contract in the old country, I'm get 2,000 lira.
2,000 lira. That would be around $100 a week.
That's before international exchange.
And today?
I'm a sing all the week in the opera. I'm a catch 27 cents.
Ah, but that's net, you forgot to say. Your salary is 27 cents a week. Well, how do you live?
Sunday, I'm a seller of chestnuts on the street.
And that's why you won't sing Sunday night.
Sure, so how am I going to live? Sunday nights, I'm got to sell the chestnuts.
Yes, but if the opera issues an ultimatum...
Which do you think will win, the opera or the nuts?
None.
Nuts to you. I'm asking you a civil question.
The feeling is mutual, which used to be a burlesque circuit, and thank you, Mr. Salvatore, for Linguini. A prominent actress... We must get another author to write little lines to get the people away from the microphone after the big lines don't get anything. A prominent actress who is concerned about the theater Sunday opening and just drove up in a Fiat. We were all worried here. Miss Rachel Pronton. How do you feel about Sunday performances, Miss Pronton?
I have been in the theater 30 years and never worked a Sunday.
What company were you with?
Do you recall the 7 Sutherland sisters?
Yes.
I was the third sister from the end.
Which end?
It depended.
Oh, I see.
Oh, those happy days. I was the toast of New York.
Really?
Men begged to drink wine from my slippers.
Why?
I wore a 9.5 slipper. It held 2 jiggers more than Bernhardt's.
Lucky you.
Oh, those gay old days at the casino. Jay Gould and Diamond Jim snatching off my slippers, rushing off to Delmonico's to bib. I'd follow along later in my stocking feet.
Oh, happy time.
Oh, yes, roistering until the crack of dawn. Then home in a tally-ho, bouncing upstairs in my soggy pumps.
Oh, Tantivy aloft. Well, didn't the champagne in your slippers bother your feet?
At one time, my bunions were 90 proof.
Your chiropodist took the cure later, I imagine. Very interesting. But what about Sunday performances, Rachel?
Oh, I don't worry about them.
Why not?
Well, these days, if I open in a show on Monday night...
It closes the next day?
No, generally the same night.
Oh, I see. You are a victim of short runs.
Yes, darn these cheap stockings.
Yes? We were stuck for a line there. We didn't know how to get around. You can see right there it has nothing to do with Sunday night or running the stocking, but you're both on your last legs, madam, and thank you, Mr. Printer. A man about Broadway and sundry alleys who is up in arms about the Sunday proposition is Derwent Fonseca. You are for the Sunday performances, Derwent?
Not me. Just means another day of work for me.
Well, I know.
Means getting up,
naturally,
getting dressed, getting down at the theater, getting ready before the show, getting away when the show's over, getting back in that subway jam,
I know.
getting to bed late.
Well,
Slaving 6 days a week, brother. I'm entitled to Sunday off.
What show are you with?
I ain't with any show.
Well, I thought you were...
I ain't no actor.
Didn't you say you had to get down to the theater?
Yeah, I'm a picket.
Why are the New York theaters being opened on Sunday? Is it to aid the actors? Is it to benefit theatrical producers? No. The real reason the theaters are opening is to provide a haven for countless millions who find their homes unbearable and who flee wild-eyed into the streets every Sunday night when a certain verbal blight walks to his microphone and says,
"Hello again. This is..."
Thank you. It was very charitable of you to applaud, ladies and gentlemen. It was a weekie, but we did the best we can. And now, Kenny Baker has received a request, and the handwriting looks suspiciously like Kenny's. While we're checking with our graphologist, Kenny sings Blueberry Hill. Thank you. That was very good, Kenny. Blueberry Hill. Larry, what's that boy's name? Larry Elliott. Is that little fellow's name here? Larry?
Yes, sir.
Oh, there you are. I thought something was in my eye. It's your mustache there. Well, Larry, I wanted to tell you something here. I have a little tip for you. I hope you won't resent it.
Not at all.
I recently finished reading a book on advertising technique. And in there, I'm just giving you this free, gratis, and for nothing. In there, it says there are 7 cardinal rules that must be followed in all advertising.
7 rules? Well, what are they, Fred?
Well, they're rules that you are not using, Larry. Rule number 1, put a picture of a pretty girl in your ad.
And the other 6 rules?
Put in 6 more pretty girls. Now, you haven't been doing that, Larry, old chap.
Oh, but Fred, this isn't television. Oh, I can't put a picture into a commercial.
Well, you certainly can put across a mental picture. Now, look, suppose I'm an average listener sitting home, if home, listening to the radio. Mm-hmm. Now, try to give me a thought picture that will call attention to your ad.
All right, Fred. Now, think of a pretty girl.
All right. I'm thinking of one.
Now,
no, wait a minute. I didn't like the hat that dame had on. Wait a minute. I'll think up another one. It's no trouble with a mind like mine. Now I'm all set.
Uh-huh. What's the girl doing, Fred?
Let me look. Why, she's sitting in a roadster, and there's a handsome young fellow at the wheel. And yes, the girl is wearing a chrysanthemum. What does that mean, Larry?
Chrysanthemum?
Chrysanthemum.
Why, it's the day of the big game, Fred. And the young fellow is pointing his roadster on the bright autumn highway that leads to the stadium.
Well, say, he's trying to put his best foot forward, isn't he?
Yes, Fred, and my advice to him is this. Let your car put its best foot forward, too.
You ought to have this furniture moved back. People can't see Al bowing. Just his neck hangs down. It looks very bad. You ought to see him all. Move these out. If you want to take a bow, Al, move that stuff out. Can't place a good number, you get a bow. You don't have to be in there ducking your head like you're auditioning for an African Dodger. Well, Al Goodman and a few boys he has rented from Bora Minovich by the hour have just played I Know That You Know. And now, ladies and gentlemen... Oh, again. Come in.
Mr. Allen?
Yes?
Sign here.
Well, sign for what?
I got an eagle outside for you.
An eagle?
Yeah, his name is Mr. Ramshaw.
Well, I'm afraid you're a week early, son. We're interviewing the eagle next Wednesday.
You mean I should take the eagle away and bring him back next week?
If you will.
Shucks.
Are you disappointed?
Yeah, now I gotta wait 7 days to give you the bird. So long.
I ought to report that, Nipper. Some of those messenger boys are getting pretty particular. I got a singing telegram yesterday. The messenger boy asked me to put out my cigar before he sang. He said the smoke bothered his throat. Well, that's the old machine. Oh, hello, Portland.
Hello.
Say, what have you? Your relatives are always in on rainy nights, aren't they? Well, it's cheaper than buying umbrellas, I guess, for the family. Say, what have you got in those 3 bundles, Portland?
Turkeys.
You look definitely raffle happy. What are you doing with a trio of gobblers?
Well, there are only 3 more Thursdays in November.
So?
Well, nobody said when Thanksgiving is this year yet.
Oh, so you're going to eat turkey every Thursday from now on, huh?
Yes. Mama isn't taking any chances.
Well, that little routine there settles one thing definitely. That proves that the turkey came before the egg. I mean, now we Hey, tell me, what have you been doing? If it's not coming from the heart, please don't applaud. None of this gesture. But tell me, what have you been doing? What have you been doing all week?
Mama took me to the horse show Friday.
Did you have a good time there?
Yes, but we got scared. One horse kept following Mama around.
Really? Why?
I think he
recognized a relative in Mama's fur coat.
Well, what is your mother's fur coat? Unborn Shetland?
It's supposed to be Jumbo Chinchilla.
Oh, Jumbo Chinchilla. Oh, boy.
But some man said he remembered Mama's coat from Pimlico.
Probably from an old parley down there, I guess. But enough of this equine falderall. What about our guest?
Have you ever walked up Broadway at night and seen all those spectacular electric signs?
I know if T didn't agree with you, I'd have taken it out of at there and made it A for you. I put my T in the script. Coffee will keep you awake, but T, I mean... Well, all right. I have walked up Broadway at night and seen all those spectacular electric signs. Now,
well, the man who originated and built most of those signs.
Yes? Yeah? So what? Is he our guest tonight? I can't do both parts. I finally missed my own.
That's right. Mr. Allen?
Yeah, now some ad-libbing. Give it to us.
Meet Mr. Douglas Lee.
Well, you, Mr. Lee, are founder and president of Douglas Lee Incorporated, one of the largest and most successful sign companies in the country.
Well, if I say yes, won't it sound boastful, Mr. Allen?
Yes, it might, Mr. Lee. But you are the president of your company.
Well, yes.
And your company is one of the largest in the country?
Well, yes.
Now, you see, when you break it up, it loses that ego quality. That echo. I fixed that. Well, you seem rather young to be a tycoon, Mr. Lee. Is it just that you're mummified or well-preserved?
No, I'm only 30, Mr. Allen.
Only 30. Well, how long has your company been in business?
A little over 7 years.
And in that time, you have erected most of the best-known signs here on Broadway. Well, how did you happen to become a Mazda magnate, Mr. Lee?
Well, I used to work for a big sign firm here in New York, but I had some definite ideas of my own about outdoor advertising, and I finally left to form my own company.
Well, were your ideas revolutionary? I mean, as signs go?
I didn't think so, Mr. Allen. I felt that creating a sign was something like putting on a spectacle. I thought that a sign designer should approach his work as a showman.
In other words, a sign creator should be sort of a cross between Ziegfeld and Edison the man.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, of course, the theatrical producer does have one advantage, Mr. Lee. He can take his leading lady out after the show. Now, you can't very well walk into the Stork Club with a thermostat on your arm, can you? But since you have started as an electrical entrepreneur, what are some of the spectacular animated signs you've originated?
Well, our new Silex coffee maker sign has real steam rising from the cup.
Really?
And another has a clown tossing quartz. And I built a penguin that winked 100,000 times every day.
Well, it wouldn't do him any good unless another penguin just happened to be going by. But tell me, Mr. Lee, outside of advertising appeal, do your signs attempt any other functions?
Well, yes. Quite often they perform a public service.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, for example, I developed a Coca-Cola sign on Columbus Circle, and that one forecasts tomorrow's weather.
Yes?
I have other signs that tell the time, the temperature, and so on.
Well, I understand that the most entertaining innovation that sign lovers have noted on Broadway recently is the comedy cartoon technique that these new displays employ. Now, is this slapstick animation process your development?
Yes, it is. A model of it was brought over from Europe, and we developed and pioneered it in this country.
Well, the signs are similar to movie cartoons, just except that they're done in lights. Do you assemble them the same way?
In principle, yes, sir. See, first a scenario is worked out, then the drawings are made and photographed.
Yes?
And then the film's projected on a small screen made up of hundreds of photoelectric cells. Then the images are transmitted to the larger screen on the sign.
You want to read that over? No, that's right. You're right. I don't. So while I thought you said sign on the screen. Well, so while the large animated sign is functioning, Mr. Lee, an actual miniature movie is being run off backstage, or back sign, I guess you'd say.
That's right.
Well, you've never gotten your wires crossed and accidentally projected two pictures at the same time, have you?
No, it hasn't happened yet, Mr. Allen.
Well, imagine the consternation if the Lone Ranger rode out of that cup of coffee on one of those wriggly fish, yelling, "Hi-ho, Coca-Cola." Confidentially, what do you feel is your outstanding contribution to Broadway signdom, Mr. Lee?
Well, I would say it's the new display that I've just put up at Broadway and 46 for Wilson Whiskey.
Well, how large is that sign?
Well, it takes up 4,000 square feet. It also contains 10,000 light bulbs and over 1 million feet of wiring. It also has more, too. It has 20-foot fountains that circulate 1,500 gallons of water every minute.
Well, where do you get this water? Are you renting it from Billy Rose?
No, it's just water. It was freelancing before we took it over.
Just old water that was freelancing around. Well, I say, how long does your free show with this new electric extravaganza run?
7 minutes. We're showing 3 features. First is the Ducky Romance, then Happy Thanksgiving, and also a sports subject.
A triple feature. The sign doesn't throw dishes at the crowd when it's over, does it?
No, we're not overdoing it, Mr. Allen.
Well, it's certainly been nice of you to stop by tonight, Mr. Lee.
It's been a pleasure, Mr. Allen.
Hey, I just happened to think, Mr. Lee, since you are interested in electrodynamics, I suggest that you tune in on our guest next week, Mr. Ramshaw, the Eagle.
Why, Mr. Allen?
Well, you may light up the Great White Way, Mr. Lee, but if that eagle gets loose again next Wednesday, he'll electrify the entire country.
Good night, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, and good night, Mr. Douglas Lee. Ladies and gentlemen, from the current Broadway hit Louisiana Purchase, we borrow the Martins for their version of Huckleberry Duck. Every night about this time, I tune my radio in on a little station in the country that broadcasts weather reports. Monday night, I heard this.
Weather for tonight, cold to colder. Folks with water on the knee are advised to put in antifreeze.
On Tuesday night, I heard this report.
Weather for tonight, colder yet. Singers are warned against performing Swanee River. They'll be gargling icicles.
And tonight, I tuned in just before I left home, and I heard this.
The program originally scheduled for this time has been congealed.
So I turned the dial, and I heard this familiar voice saying...
You can take the weatherman's word for it. Much colder weather is on the way. Don't let an occasional mild day fool. This is Mr. and Mrs. Average Man's Round Table, where each week...
Jimmy, just a minute, Jimmy.
What's the matter, Fred?
There's nobody at the round table.
Well, there were 3 people sitting there just a minute ago.
They're not there now.
No, really?
Now, don't tell me those 3 draft numbers all came up at the same time.
Well, here we are, Mr. Allen.
You said it, Porty. Let's go.
What is this? Who is here and who is ready to go?
Kenny and I.
Now, don't tell me you've dismissed our roundtable guests again tonight.
That's
we
right.
sure did.
Well, haven't I got enough trouble with Benny? Do I have to...
Oh, boy, did you hear Jack last Sunday?
Oh, don't...
Oh, Mr. Benny was certainly hot.
Look, Benny hasn't been hot since the night he was trapped in the Chicago fire. And Mrs. O'Leary caught him that night coming out of her barn with 2 pails of hot milk. That guy is lower than a Yale score.
Is Jack going to premiere your new picture in Waukegan, Mr. Allen?
Benny has got nothing to do with where Love Thy Neighbor opens. It's between Paramount and me, Sub Rosa. I'm writing Mark Sandrich to have the picture positively open at Old Orchard Beach up in Maine.
But isn't Old Orchard closed up in the winter?
Yes. And there's still more life around Old Orchard closed up than there is in Waukegan wide open.
Well, Jack talked to all the Paramount heads last Sunday.
Yes, so what? He talked to Mary Martin all the time we were making the picture. That didn't do him any good either. Benny with his premiere. If he was a swallow, he'd want a premiere at Capistrano.
Does Mr. Benny really know Mr. Freeman, that man from the South?
He must. Jack stopped Mr. Freeman's car and spoke to him.
Now, look, Mr. Freeman is the head of Paramount. He's from the South, and he doesn't use an automobile. He drives around the Paramount lot in a buckboard, pulled by two extras made up as Mason and Dixon. Mr. Freeman calls the Paramount lot the plantation.
Do the actors pick cotton at Paramount when they're not working?
But no, Kenny. The producers pick the cotton. They pick it out of little bottles to get at the aspirin. But let's drop the whole thing. I give you my word. Love Thy Neighbor will open at Old Orchard Beach. That's that. Now, what about the question?
There isn't any.
That's why we sent the people home.
Well, I don't see what...
Well, this Friday night you're going to be on information, please.
Oh, see, that's right. I forgot all about it. A cuff job. It slipped my mind.
Well, we'll show them, eh, Mr. Allen?
We?
You bet. Kenny and I'll be in there helping. And you'll need plenty of helping.
You can't top that guy, WPA.
It's FPA, Kenny.
But they're pretty smart on information,
Oh,
please.
I don't...
Kenny and I want to help you out.
You bet. We're going down with the ship.
Where's the quiz book, Kenny?
Here it is. You take it, Mr. Allen.
Quiz book? What do I want this for? For
well,
what?
you can ask us some questions and get a little practice.
Oh, you want me to make like Fadiman?
Yes. You can ask us any question.
Now, are you sure that you two didn't look up the answers in the back of this book?
Why, that would be cheating.
Yes. Wasn't it?
Well, all right. A little workout, a little preview won't hurt me. Wait till I find the question here. I'll look this...
All right. Mr. Goodman, will you come over here now?
I'm ready, Porty.
What has our maestro, Mr. Goodman, got to do with this?
He's our musical expert.
And Al is better than Oscar Levant.
What has Levant got that I haven't got?
A smattering of ignorance?
With Levant, it's a book. With me, it's misfortune. And...
On that false note, we sit down for our little improvised information, please. Seated before me at the experts' table is Mr. Al Goodman, music critic of the Daily Racing Form. Portland, constant reader of the popular column, My Day. And Mr. Kenneth Baker, a contemporary of Denis Day. Are you ready, experts? Well, here's the first question. Oh, Kenny, is your hand up already?
Yes, I'm over anxious, I guess.
Well, Kenny, you're sure you didn't look at the answers in the back of this book?
Is that the first question?
No. The first question is, who fiddled while Rome burned? All right, Kenny.
A fur-bearing animal whose domicile is a dam, the building of which is facilitated by his flat tail.
That is elaborate, ill-timed, and incorrect. Portland?
I had the same answer as Kenny.
Something's wrong, Porty,
well,
because
Quiet, please. Mr. Goodman?
What was this question again?
Who fiddled while Rome burned?
What local did he belong to?
What difference does it make?
If it was Rome, New York, I know the delegate. I can fix it for him.
Oh, no. Forget the whole thing. That question's been used. I'll get a fresh question here. Here's one. Who appeared when Aladdin rubbed his lamp? All right, Kenny?
A fur-bearing animal whose domicile is a dam, the building of which is facilitated by his flat tail.
Kenny, you have got a one-track mind.
I'm on the same track.
Well, if we hear nothing, it'll be a collision. Quiet, please. We've got to get on here. Time is pressing. Mr. Goodman, who appeared when Aladdin rubbed his lamp?
If it wasn't a good humor, man, I'm asking you.
All right. Well, I tell him. All right, I'll tell him. When Aladdin rubbed his lamp, a genie appeared.
If she's got light brown hair, she's on the hit parade. Genie, light brown hair.
experts, please. Now, so far, there hasn't been enough light shed by these answers to give a midget a sunbath. Now, let's try something real simple. I will have the orchestra play the first few bars of a well-known song. Now, see if you can guess the name of it. Music, please. Think hard. All right, Kenny.
Can I have a little more of that?
Are you stuck or are you a music lover? A little more music, please. Well, Kenny, what's the name of it?
I don't know.
Portland?
I don't know.
All right. Tell us, Mr. Goodman.
I don't know.
You mean to stand there in that barely making it double-breasted suit and tell me that you don't know the name of that song?
Listen to him. 50 new songs come out every week, and he expects me to know every one of them.
You won't have any trouble after the first of the year.
I'm Deems the tailor, maybe.
Well, pardon me, Maestro, for fixing it up good. I'll get back to the book here. Now, here's a question on literature. Who said to be or not to be?
A fur-bearing animal.
No. That again.
Well, there must be some question that's an answer to.
It is possible, but it just so happens that it isn't this one. Now, who said to be or not to be?
Well, I didn't.
Portland?
I didn't.
Suddenly, everybody's looking at me. Why?
Say, take a look at yourself and make it unanimous. Here's a question in the book. Here's a question that's been circled in blue pencil. Something tells me that Kenny is going to be able to answer this one. Kenny.
I'm ready, Mr. Allen.
What, Kenny, is a beaver?
A beaver?
Yes.
You got me, brother.
Well, that's done it. They were here to finish the first show. Well, that's done it. Something tells me I better get a stand-in for information, please.
I'll go over for you, Mr. Allen.
Oh, no. Now, you go over to that microphone, Kenneth, and sing something appropriate.
How about Nobody Knows the Trouble I've Seen?
It fits what I've just gone through to a T. Four people just broke in the front door, thought this was Carnegie Hall, Kenny. It was very nice. And now we bring you a surprise guest, a gentleman who ranks himself as one of the country's foremost inventors. I mean, that little-known man, Mr. Diogenes Fuddle.
Thank you.
And just what is it you've invented again?
The Fuddle Gum Gun.
The Fuddle Gum Gun? Well, what is that?
Why, it's an invention that will revolutionize our national defense. It will positively...
Excuse me. If this gum gun is of military importance, this is no place to be blabbing it around, brother. Why don't you tell the Army about your cannon?
Well, I did. They said tell it to the Navy. So I told it to the Navy.
And they said?
Tell it to the Marines.
Oh.
It just seems like nobody wants to hear about the Fuddle Gum Gun.
Well, we do. We're a clearinghouse for riffraff. We're happy to... Now, tell me, just how does it work?
Well, it's very simple. Instead of shells, the gun shoots chewing gum into the headquarters of the enemy general.
Yeah?
The general sees chewing gum strewn around, picks up a stick, and puts it in his mouth. Presto, the war is over.
May I ask you why?
Because the gum isn't gum. It's rubber cement.
I don't get it.
The general's jaw is vulcanized. He can't give any more orders.
Say, you've got something there, Mr. Fuddle. And you can keep it there, too. Don't let my judgment sway you. Now, here's our authority on military affairs, Colonel Wallington. What would you call Mr. Fuddle's invention, Jimmy?
It's a dud. Oh, Colonel Wallington, please. Well, dud's the word. Down on the Army proving ground, when a shell leaves the mouth of a cannon, hits the target, but fails to go off, it's a dud. There are duds in gasolines, too. Sluggish, slow-action elements that fail to vaporize in the carburetor. The result?
Workshop players. Tonight they present a Hillbilly Court episode entitled Mountain Justice, or the judge knew his gavel was broken, but he didn't give a rap.
Judge Allen.
Hi, Rube. Order in the court. First case.
First case on the docket, Rubes of Bullfrog Manor versus Titus Strang.
And the charge is?
Murder, Judge.
Order in the court. Titus Strang to the bar.
I'm guilty, but willing to be acquitted, Judge.
Mighty big of you. Charge here says you murdered one Rembrandt Butts, a vagabond artist.
I shot him, Judge. He was sparking my intended Googie Jenkins.
Who's Googie Jenkins?
Googie's the prettiest bit of man bait in Bullfrog Manor, Judge.
Yeah.
Butts was sparking Googie behind my back. I'd shoot him again.
Well, don't be necessary. Guilty or not guilty, Titus?
I'm guilty, but aching to be heard, Judge.
Court will appoint a time, Titus.
I want to be heard.
Creep down. First witness, Abner Tuttle.
Present, Judge.
Occupation?
Head Boniface at the Happy Holler Hacienda.
Happy Holler Hacienda?
It's a combination boarding house, trailer camp, harness shop, zither school, and barbecue.
Barbecue alicotti, is it?
Yes, sir. We keep her blazing day and night, Judge.
Yeah.
Guests can eat anything that backs into the fire.
You knew the deceased Rembrandt Butts, did you, Abner?
Yeah. Rembrandt checked in at the Happy Holler Hacienda Labor Day, Judge.
What time, Ab?
Well, sir, it was about 10 o'clock. I was running a ferret over the lobby, stalking the field mouse. A Stanley steamer pulled up outside.
Yeah.
I put the ferret back in the cigar case and took the goldenrod I was pressing out of the register, put my shoes on, and got behind the desk ready for business.
What happened?
Well, this Rembrandt Butts feller comes in. He was wearing a burlap beret, flowing corduroy tie, seersucker mandarin mesh jacket, herringbone slacks, and green patent leather sandals.
Friend of Orson Welles, was he?
No. Said he was an artist.
Billboard Barn or Liverpool?
He was a tattoo artist, Judge.
Oh, one of them skin mural fellas, eh?
He didn't have no money. Said if I'd put him up for a month, he'd tattoo Whistler's mother on my chest.
Well, it's fair enough.
Yes, that's what I thought. Said for 2 months he'd engrave the Lincoln Highway down my spine with detours.
Deal was consummated, was it?
Yep. I arranged for my tattoo sitting the next day.
Well, how about the murder, Abner?
Well, sir, Googie Jenkins is hostess at the Happy Holler Hacienda.
Yeah.
Rembrandt took one look at Googie. She fell like a hawk full of hen meat.
What about Titus, her sweetie?
Oh, Googie didn't have no time for Titus. Titus had come around bowing, snapping his bubble gum.
Yeah.
Googie was playing Dave.
Yeah.
Titus had been the crab in front of her.
Yeah.
Googie had turned the other way.
Titus is getting the grand finale, how to do in climax, eh?
Yep.
Yeah.
Titus was loco foco, Judge. Yesterday it come to a head. I was in the kitchen gutting a flounder for chowder. I heard the shot.
Yeah.
I run out. Rembrandt slumped over the wheel of his Stanley steamer. Googie's is screaming. Titus is standing there, his shotgun still smoking.
That's all you know, Ab?
Rembrandt's gone. I'm left holding Whistler's mother half tattooed.
Something left undone?
The chair. Whistler's mother's just squatting on my chest, Judge. Nothing to sit on.
Well, stand down, Abner.
Should have seen it was all
I
over
know.
there.
Something might grow on there for her to set on later life. Next witness, Googie Jenkins.
The light has gone out of my life, Judge.
You was in love with the defunct Googie?
The first time Rembrandt looked at me, Judge, I was a goner.
Put the old Cupid hex on you, did he?
He was dripping glamour, Judge.
Yeah.
His eyes looked like 2 grapes in a saucer of skimmed milk.
Yeah.
When Rembrandt smiled with all them gold teeth, his mouth looked like a brass sunset.
Yeah.
Sitting across from me at dinner, Rembrandt had opened his mess jacket so's I could see his tattoo in.
What was on his chest? Statue of Liberty as usual?
No, 'twas Napoleon, Judge.
Napoleon?
I'd be toying with a fritter, and Rembrandt would take a deep breath, and Napoleon's hand would slip out of his coat and wave to me.
Sounds kind of risky.
Rembrandt was a gentleman, Judge.
Well, how do you know?
Well, after meals, when other folks would use toothpicks right out, Rembrandt would slip down under the table and service his teeth out of sight.
Well, that's etiquette, Googie. You two was keeping company, was you?
Rembrandt took me walking every night, Judge. The moon had come out. He'd put his tattooed arm round me.
Kiss you, did he?
That's for me to know and for you to find out, Judge.
Well, that's telling me, I reckon. What did Titus do when he heard about your new beau, Googie?
Titus went plumb loco, Judge. He locked me in my room.
Did he?
Said if Rembrandt made love to me again, he'd kill him.
And he did, and I did. Quiet, order in the court. Quiet, you hush up, Titus. You seen the killing, did you, Googie?
Rembrandt died in my arms, Judge. I opened his mess jacket. It was terrible.
The wounds, you mean?
That bullet not only killed Rembrandt, Judge, it sank 2 battleships he had tattooed on his stomach.
Now stand down, Googie.
The light has gone out of my life, Judge.
You might strike another match, Googie. You're only 71. Stand down. Titus Strang.
That tattooing tomcat made love to Googie behind my back, Judge.
Quiet, Titus.
I'm only human, Judge.
Just barely, I'd say. According to evidence, you locked Googie in her room.
That I did. I swore if that epidermis etcher made love to Googie again, I'd kill him.
But if you locked her up, how could he make love?
I'm coming to that, Judge. See, I knowed if Rembrandt had enough money, he'd get out of town.
You offered to expedite, did you?
Hey, Judge, I give him a job.
Tattooing?
Yeah. I commissioned that skin-sticking Michelangelo to tattoo a picture of Googie onto my back from memory.
Yeah.
For 2 weeks, I'm setting every day. He's sticking me from nape to nowhere with his inking dirk.
Hurt, Henny?
I was sleeping onto my stomach every night, Judge. My back felt like a porcupine rumble was going on him on the shirt.
Yeah.
Well, see, yesterday he finished. Rembrandt says Googie looks so natural he's fallen in love with my back.
You pay him the money, did
Yeah. I can't wait to show Googie my pelt pastel. I run up to her room, tear off my shirt, turn around and yell, "Surprise!"
And what she say?
Googie says it's wonderful. And with that, she rushes out of the room and I hear the outside door slam.
Yeah.
I looked out of the window. Googie's climbing into that Stanley steamer with Rembrandt butts.
Yeah.
I turned to go, Judge. I saw my back in the mirror. That's when I got my gun.
Your back was the last straw, hey?
That low-living, hide-hacking Humpty Dumpty hadn't tattooed Googie's picture onto me at all, Judge.
What then?
I'll show you. Wait till I pull up my shirt. There.
Well, Dog Frog McGraw. It's writing.
Yes, read it, Judge.
Roses is red, so is the heather. Shake off this punk, we'll elope together. Signed, Rembrandt.
You see, Judge? He made love to Googie behind my back.
You're a walking Billy Doo, Titus.
That's why I shot him,
Your
Judge.
defense is his proposal got under your skin. Court rules it's justifiable homicide. Titus, case dismissed. And now, our thought for today from Larry Elliott.
Shortly after the last World War, a famous military expert remarked, the Allies floated to victory on a sea of oil. At about that time, a group of men founded an organization whose aims were to cooperate with our government in matters of national interest, to protect our country's oil reserves, and to preserve the spirit in which the oil industry had served America and her allies. That organization was called the American Petroleum Institute. This week, the Institute is holding its 21st annual meeting at Chicago. And once again, America finds the oil industry ready and willing to serve her. At this meeting, plans are being made to help the Council of National Defense. Institute members are studying how they may best supply the normal demands of our civilian population and at the same time meet the emergency requirements of national defense for fighting-grade aviation gasoline, fuels and lubricating oils for our fleets in the air and on the sea, our armies and industries ashore. And so, tonight we salute the American Petroleum Institute and the industry it represents. Every American can be proud that the oil industry, while meeting peacetime demands, is fully prepared to help America build a strong national defense.
Thank
KNX Los Angeles, the
I'm going to repay you for betraying me. I'm going to give that brain of yours a new home in the skull of the Frankenstein monster.
The jugular vein is severed.
not cut, but torn apart as though by powerful teeth.
A werewolf. Last night I killed a man,
You didn't know what you were doing.
but I did. I wanted to kill.
I think they're after Dracula.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
That's funny, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, what is, Chester?
Look up the street there.
What?
Coming out of the Long Branch.
Yeah, come on.
I don't understand it. I didn't hear no gunshots.
Well, that man they're carrying got hurt somehow, Chester. If he'd only passed out drinking, they'd probably left him under the bar and stood on him to improve their reach.
Oh, I've seen that happen, Mr. Dillon. I've really seen it.
Now, look, there's Doc with him.
Well, he's got better ears than I have if he heard any gunfire.
Now, there are other ways of killing men, Chester.
Oh, yes, sir, that's true, Mr. Dillon. I saw a man killed with a bullwhip once. Oh, that was
You
bad.
men carry him up to my office.
Okay.
The door's open. I'll be along as soon as I talk to the marshal.
Okay, take him
Matt, you'd better get into the Long Branch or there's going to be more of this.
What happened, Doc?
That's Bill Zant they're carrying.
I don't know him.
Well, neither do I. But that's what they said it is.
Well, it doesn't matter. What happened to it?
But he's been cut bad with a bowie knife.
Who did it?
That big drunk buffalo man, Noli Meeker.
Noli Meeker, huh? Is he still in the Long Branch?
Yes, he is, Matt. And you watch out for him. He's in a mighty dangerous mood.
Did you see it?
Well, I saw part of it. I was in there having a beer when it happened. Zant had a knife, too, but Noli Meeker knocked it out of his hand.
Oh, then Noli did this in self-defense.
No, he didn't. Everybody says Noli started it. Well, I've got to go and take care of Zant before he dies. Now, you watch out for Noli, Matt. Nobody can get anywhere near him.
Come on, Chester.
I saw Noli Meeker drunk once, Mr. Dillon. He sure does get mean.
Mean enough to start killing people?
Yes, sir. But when he's sober, he always seems plenty calm. I just don't know what happens to him.
Now, that's what happens to other people I don't like. Being drunk's no excuse for murder.
No, sir, it sure ain't.
See what he's doing now. Here he is. Yeah, sure, here he is now.
Oh, look at him. He's got the whole bar to himself, Mr. Dillon, and that bloody knife in his hand. How you going to take him?
You stay here. Evening, Noli.
Get away from me, Marshal.
Why don't you drop the knife, Noli? You're in enough trouble now.
I killed Zant, didn't I? I'll kill you next.
Zant isn't dead yet, Nolly. Then I'm going to have to keep you in jail till we find out if he's going to live.
I ain't going to jail. Not if I have to cut me a path all the way out of Dodge.
If Zant dies, you murdered him. You're not leaving Dodge. Now, you can't be so drunk you don't understand that.
Come on, Marshal, let's fight.
With my 6-gun against your bowie knife, you wouldn't have a chance, Nolly. Now, why don't you calm down before you get hurt?
You go get yourself a knife.
No, I'm not going to go get myself a knife.
Okay, we'll fight this way.
Forget about fighting, Nolly.
I can cut good with this knife, Marshal. I can throw it, too.
Stop it, Nolly.
Didn't know that, did you? What?
Hell, you don't throw too good when you're drunk.
Nolly?
This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
This is it. L&M filters. Perfect gift for Christmas, too. Light and mild. L&M filters. Holiday carton just for you. Holiday carton just for you. Holiday carton just for you.
This Christmas, why not give the very best to all the filter tip smokers on your list? This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste. L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's miracle tip. King size or regular, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. It's got everything.
Feel pretty good today, do you, Nolly?
Leave me alone, huh? I got a head like I've been sleeping under a buffalo.
Yeah. Well, you don't deserve it, but I brought you some coffee. I put it right there.
I'd do better on a pint of Triple X.
You sure learn hard, Nolly.
Go away. Go away. Let me sleep, Chester.
Last time I scalded my thumb bringing in coffee. In great.
Well, how's our prisoner this morning, Chester?
Well, I don't think it's the liquor so much as the way you hit him, Mr. Dillon.
Well, he had it coming.
He sure did. That knife couldn't have missed you more than an inch. I still don't know why you didn't shoot him.
Well, how would it look for me to shoot somebody that didn't have a gun? Besides, I don't think Nolly really knew what he was doing.
Well, I ain't sure he knows yet.
Good morning, Mac. Chester.
Oh, Doc.
How's Zant coming along, Doc?
Well, that's what I came to tell you, Matt. Zant's going to live.
Huh?
He's going to be awful thin for a while, but he'll live.
Bring Nolly in here, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir.
Nothing vital was cut, Matt, but the man bled so much. It took me over an hour to get it stopped. And for a while there, I thought he'd surely die. You know, it's too bad there isn't some way to get blood back into a man when he loses that much.
Well, I don't know how you could do that, Doc.
Oh, if I could. I'd save twice as many lives as I do. Well, I'm going to go to bed, Matt. It's been a long night.
Thanks for coming down, Doc.
That's all right.
Quit complaining about sleep, Nolly. You just escaped years and years of it, whole centuries.
I'll take that on any time, Chester. What'd you want, Marshal?
You sober enough now to tell me why you took your knife to Zant last night, Nolly?
Personal matter?
Well, maybe you better tell me whether it's personal or not. I'm not going to turn you loose to go stab him again.
Turn me loose?
You didn't kill Zant. He's going to live. Now, what were you fighting about?
A woman?
Is that all?
You got something against women, Marshal?
That's not what I meant. I've known you for a long time, Nolan. You never seemed like the kind of a man who'd try to kill somebody over a woman.
When I'm drunk, I get mean, Marshal. I'll fight over anything.
Even a woman, huh?
Now you're fogging me up again, Marshal.
Okay. Where did you know Zant?
We've both been working for Ezra Marcy.
Collecting buffalo bones?
We gather 'em up off the prairie and bring 'em back to Dodge and sell 'em to Marcy, and he ships 'em back east on the railroad.
It's beyond me how they can make fertilizer in China and stuff out of them little buffalo bones.
Nolly, you and Zant work together, is that it?
No. I got my own wagon. He's got his. But I still don't like him.
You going to leave him alone?
Marshal, I wouldn't hurt nobody less than I was crazy drunk.
You tried to kill me, too. Do you know that?
I did? Oh, Marshal, I don't believe that.
You threw your bowie knife at me. And you're lucky I didn't shoot you.
I shouldn't have done that.
Well, you start drinking again, and I'll throw you in jail as soon as I see you. All right, you can go now, Nolly. But you came awful close to hanging. You just remember that.
Well, my pa always said I'd hang. I won't cause no more trouble, Marshal. So long. So long, Chester.
Goodbye, Nolly. Mr. Dillon, you believe that about them fighting over a woman?
Oh, there might be more to it than that, Chester.
Why don't you ask Zan about it?
Well, if Nolly's lying, Zant will lie, too. But whatever they were fighting about, I doubt that it's over. He hurt Zant too bad for that.
Morning, Matt.
Well, hello, Kitty.
You waiting for the stage to come in?
No, I just got tired sitting in my office.
That's a funny thing about your job.
No?
You're either doing nothing, sitting in your office, or standing around the plaza like some bum. Or you're the most violent man in Kansas.
Well, it's a good thing I don't get paid for the job, isn't it?
You'd starve.
Oh, hello, Marshal.
Hello, John.
But still, nobody could ever pay me enough to go against Nolly Meeker and his knife the way you did a couple of weeks ago.
Well, I could have shot him, Kitty.
No, you couldn't. Not you. It's just what'll get you hurt someday, Matt. Or worse.
Look, Kitty, I'll die when my time comes, just like everybody else.
Matt, I'll feel better when I get some breakfast.
Oh, haven't you eaten yet?
I don't get up as early as some people.
I'll go with you, Kitty. I could
Good.
use a cup of coffee myself.
Oh, wait. Here comes Ezra Marcy. Looks
Huh?
like he wants you.
Morning, Miss Kitty. Marshal.
Oh, Marcy.
Marcy.
I got a job for you, Marshal.
Oh?
I wish I'd never made a deal with them men. Neither one of them.
Oh, you mean Zant and Nolly Meeker?
Them. They've been complaining and fighting more than they've been gathering buffalo bones for me.
Oh, why don't you deal with somebody else?
Most men would rather hunt for hides than bones, Marshal. It pays better. I buy both, so it don't matter to me, but even so, Zant ain't been much use since Nolly cut him up. Now he ain't no use at all.
Why not?
Nolly's got a shack down past the Opera House at the edge of town, Marshal. Let's go ask him. He got drunk again last night.
I thought you were talking about Zant.
It's about Zant I want to talk to Nolly.
Oh, why do you need me?
Nolly killed him, Marshal.
What?
Zant was due in with a wagon load of bones this morning, and he was late. So I rode up the river to look for him. And I found him, sitting on his wagon with a hole through him like a Sharp's 50 would make.
You think Nolly did it?
Well, Nolly tried to kill him before, didn't he? And he come in with a load of bones yesterday, and I paid him off, and he went and got drunk. Of course Nolly killed him.
Does Nolly have a Sharps 50?
He used to be a hide hunter until he got tired of it. And it was a Sharps that killed Zant. Anybody can tell that.
Yeah, I guess they could.
That Nolly Meeker's a murderer, Marshal. You go arrest him.
Did you leave Zant at the river, Marcy?
I ain't gonna bury him.
Come along and show me where he is.
All right, I'll send somebody out to bury him, but let's go find Nolly. I don't want no murderer to get away.
I'll talk to Nolly later.
No, we'll get him first.
We're going to the river, Marcy. Now. I went by the office and picked up Chester, and he and I followed Marcy up the river. Zant had stopped in a little cottonwood grove, apparently to water his oxen, a couple of miles above Dodge. And we found him there, slumped over the seat of his big Studebaker wagon, shot in the back. The wagon, piled high with sun-bleached buffalo bones, was headed toward the river. But the oxen had stopped when Zant was hit and were standing patiently, waiting for their next command. We laid Zant's body onto the sand, and then I had Chester lead the oxen down to the water. A few minutes later, he was back.
You gonna bury Zant out here, Mr. Dillon?
Well, it's as good a place as any.
While we're fooling around here, Nolly's probably on the run.
I'll find him, Marcy. But I don't know how I'm going to prove he did it.
Well, you got all the proof you need.
What if he's got a good alibi? What if he can prove he was someplace else when this happened?
Marshal, now I ain't gonna miss Zant. But I ain't gonna watch a murderer go free, neither.
I'm kind of against murder myself.
Well, you're awful slow showing it. Wasting time coming out here and now all this talk about proof and such. I'm telling you, Marshal, if you don't see Nolly Meeker hung for this, I will.
Lynch talks something I won't stand for, Marcy. Now, don't make it around me and don't start making it around Dodge.
You're threatening me, Marshal.
I don't threaten people. I warn them. Now, you know me. You know what I mean. We'll go find Nolly and see what he has to say. Chester.
Yes, sir?
We'll send somebody out for the wagon and those oxen. They can stand here a while longer. They've had their water.
Well, you know, that's the funny thing, Mr. Dillon. Them oxen didn't drink no water.
They didn't?
No, sir. And they hadn't been to the river, neither. There wasn't no tracks between where they was standing and the river.
Then why was Zant heading them toward the river?
I don't know. But you'd think Zant would have known if they wasn't thirsty.
Of course he would.
Well, I guess it don't matter much, Mr. Dillon.
I'm not so sure, Chester. I'm not sure at all. But let's go find Nolly.
Filter tip smokers, this is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. Yes, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor.
The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
L&M stands out for effective filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
L&M stands out for highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. L&M's got everything. King size or regular. It's America's best filter tip cigarette. Yes, L&M stands out from all the rest.
This is it, Marshal, right here. I just hope Nolly ain't awake and watching us out of one of them cracks.
You can ride back if you like, Marcy.
No, I want to be here when you talk to him.
Okay. I want to talk to you, Nolly.
What's Marcy here for? You're still drunk, ain't you?
No, I ain't drunk. I done slept it off.
Were you drunk last night, Nolly?
I didn't cause no trouble last night.
Were you drunk?
Of course I was.
I didn't see you in any of the saloons.
Well, I was out here, sitting on the ground. I was sitting right there against the wall, me and a friend of mine downed a jug of corn whiskey. Took us most all night. What did you want to know for?
You had a friend with you?
He was here till about an hour or two ago.
Who was it?
Well, you don't know him. He's an old Indian, a Cheyenne.
Where is he now?
He's on his way home.
Where?
Absaroka Mountains.
Absaroka Mountains in Wyoming?
Well, that's what you're doing here. Looking for him 'cause he run off the reservation down south. Well, you won't find him, Marshal. That old Cheyenne's traveling alone, and he lives like a wolf. You'll never find him.
No, I don't expect we could.
Well, there goes his alibi.
Alibi? What are you talking about?
About Zant's murder.
Zant's murder?
You'll hang for it now.
Wait a
Nolly.
minute, Marcy. Zant was shot in the back with a Sharps 50 this morning, Nolly. A couple of miles up the river.
Marshal, you're thinking I did it?
Well, you tried to do it once before.
I didn't kill him, Marshal. If I was to kill a man, I wouldn't do it that way. I ain't no coward.
Arrest him, Marshal. He can do his talking in jail.
I didn't do it, I tell you. You know I ain't that kind of a man. I ain't a good man, but I ain't like that.
Okay, Nolly. I believe you. I couldn't prove it anyway.
Now, look here.
Shut up,
Marshal,
Marcy.
What you...
And you remember what I told you. I don't want to hear any talk out of you. Come on, Chester. There's something I want to do in town.
What are you after down here to the depot, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I want to talk to Sam Vestal, Chester. Just hope he's in.
Hello, Marshal. Chester. Come on in.
All right, Sam.
Fine, Chester. What can I do for you, Marshal?
Sam is agent for the Santa Fe Railroad. I figured that you might know something about Ezra Marcy's bone shipments out of here.
Well, what is it you want to know, Marshal?
Well, I want to know if there's been any trouble about him.
There sure has. But how'd you know? Marcy told me not to say anything about it.
Tell me about the trouble, Sam.
Well, the buyers back east have been calling Marcy a crook. But I know he ain't, Marshal. I weigh them loads myself, and I'll personally guarantee they ain't short on weight when they leave here.
But they are short when they arrive back there, huh?
Some of them are.
Uh-huh. Zant's?
How'd you know that?
I guessed it.
Well, you're right. I checked on it for Marcy, and it's the loads Bill Zant brings in that come up short back east.
Marcy pays Zant by the load, doesn't he?
Sure, but it made Marcy terrible mad being called a crook like that when he ain't one. If you ask me, maybe it's them fellas back east. They're the crooks. All Marcy wants is to be paid for the weight of the bones he ships out of here. They come up short back there. Ain't his fault.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks, Sam. I'll go talk to Marcy about it. I think maybe I can straighten this whole business out now.
is coming, Mr. Dillon. I found him in the Texas Trail. You know what he was doing?
What, Chester?
Stirring up a bunch of men in there about how they got to go get Nolly Meeker. He was telling them you ain't going to do nothing about it.
I'm going to do something about it.
Here he comes.
It's no use, Marshal. You can't stop me now. I already got 10 men in there on my side.
Well, that's 11-1 against Nolly, isn't it? We shouldn't have much trouble taking him. Except for one thing.
You ain't gonna stop us.
I'm stopping you right now.
All I gotta do is yell. And they'll be out here, Marshal.
Marcy, I had a talk with Sam Vestal down at the depot.
What?
The bones Zant's been hauling in. They've been losing weight on their way back east.
All right. So I told you. That's my trouble, Marshal. I'll handle it.
You've already handled it.
What are you talking about?
You're scared to death, aren't you?
I don't know what you're saying.
Those oxen weren't thirsty at the river. Zant wasn't headed for water because of them. It was to soak those sun-dried buffalo bones. You figured it out, too, didn't you? Waterlogged, they weigh in heavy here, but by the time they're weighed again back east, they're dried out.
Zant was a crook.
Yeah, sure he was. But you shouldn't have murdered him, Marcy.
Me? Murder him?
I'm arresting you for it.
Oh, no. No, you ain't.
I'm going to take your gun, Marcy.
No.
Yeah. He shouldn't have tried that, Mr. Dillon. He's about the poorest gunfighter I ever saw.
Yeah, he was slow, Chester. But he'd have killed me if I'd let him.
Why'd you try it? I don't know how you could have proved he murdered Zant anyway.
I couldn't. But Marcy was feeling so guilty and so scared he didn't stop to think. If he had, he might have bluffed the whole thing out and gone free. No, it was his own guilt that did him in, Chester.
And now our star, William Conrad.
When you're choosing Christmas gifts for filter tip smokers, you can figure a carton of L&M's will please them most of all. Filter tip smokers know that L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. And L&M's come in just about the handsomest Christmas carton you ever laid eyes on. Give king size or regular L&M's, and you're giving America's best filter cigarette.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Herb Ellis, and Frank Cady. Marley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tuberculosis can attack at any age, and it can invade any home, rich or poor. But Christmas seals fight tuberculosis. Help protect you, your family, and all of us from our country's #1 infectious killer. This year, use Christmas seals on your cards and packages. Why not go home for the holidays with Perry Como? That's the title of Perry's new RCA hit record, and he'll sing it for you next week when Chesterfield brings you all the top tunes on radio. Perry invites you to be his guest every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and reminds you to get a carton of Chesterfield for the weekend. Remember, listen again next week for another story of the Western frontier when Marshal Matt Dillon Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's drama. It's Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
TriStar Pictures announces the collaboration of three extraordinary talents. Jim Henson, creator of The Muppets and Dark Crystal.
Where you go with a head like that?
George Lucas, creator of the Star Wars saga. And one of the most innovative forces in modern entertainment, David Bowie. Together, they will take you into a dazzling world of fantasy and adventure.
There's nothing to be afraid of.
A world where anything seems possible, and nothing is what it seems.
Everything I've done for you. I move the stars for no one. Run so long, run so far.
The world of Labyrinth.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with San Francisco. Ladies and gentlemen, there are all sorts of quiz programs on the air nowadays, so tonight I'm going to hold one. Are you ready? Okay. There is one word in the English language which stands for the following: amazingly quick and easy to prepare, delightfully inexpensive, lovely to look at with 6 glowing colors, filled with delicious extra-rich fruit flavor, swell eating. Now, what's the one little word that means all of those things? Yes, sir, you've guessed it, Jell-O, America's favorite gelatin dessert. Easy to make, why all you do is add hot water and chill until firm. Economical. One package costs only a few cents and serves the average family generously. Beautiful, for those 6 gay colors are as cheerful as spring sunshine. And the best tasting dessert you can serve to your family. For Jell-O brings you wonderful extra-rich fruit flavor that's as delicious as the real ripe fruit itself. So look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. That was San Francisco, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, last Sunday night we brought you a man who thought he was going to win the Motion Picture Academy Award this year, and he didn't. I was robbed. So tonight we bring you the same man who thinks he's going to win it next year, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, the optimist, talking. And, Don, weren't you surprised when you picked up the papers Friday morning and found out I wasn't on that list of winners?
Well, frankly, Jack, I wasn't.
Oh, well, I was just checking. Phil, weren't you surprised that I wasn't on that list?
Yes and no.
What do you mean, yes or no?
Yes, we have no bananas, and no, I wasn't surprised.
I ought to have my head examined. I've been doing comedy for 15 years, and I fall for a yes and no. Anyway, you fellas can believe it or not, but I wasn't a bit envious about Spencer Tracy winning the award last Thursday. In fact, when they handed Tracy that gold statue, I was positively thrilled. Wasn't I, Mary?
Yes, sir. Jack sat right down and cheered.
Sat down. What was he standing up for?
The darn fool thought they were going to give it to him.
Yeah, gosh, I was so embarrassed.
But, Jack, what in the world made you think you were in line for the award anyway?
Well, Don, I had every reason to suspect it. Because all through the dinner, people kept looking at me and whispering and then looking at me again. In fact, I was the center of attraction.
Well, no wonder your toupee was favoring one ear.
Now, Mary, I was not wearing a toupee.
You weren't?
No, it just so happened that before the banquet, I had my hair cut by a barber with one short leg. So don't make up lies.
Well, let me tell you something, Jack. You should be tickled to death that you didn't win the Academy Award.
Oh, I should?
Yes, your head's big enough now.
Oh, so besides all my other faults, I've got a big head, too. Well, just to show you how wrong you are, Mr. Harris, I only wear a 6 7/8 hat. Don't I, Mary?
Yeah, way up on top.
Well, let's not dwell on that subject any longer. The Academy Award is over, and to tell you the truth, I was only kidding. I never expected to win it anyway.
Not much. That's all you were thinking of.
Who, me?
Yes, when the fellow next to you passed you the salt, you said, I accept this on behalf of Paramount.
All right, you little snoop. Now, let's forget it. Say, Don, we've got quite a long play to do tonight. Is everybody here?
I think so.
Oh, by the way, where's Kenny?
I'll go out and look for him.
Wait a minute, I'll go along with you.
Why, Kenny, I didn't see you. Why didn't you join the conversation?
Oh, I don't know, Jack. I just felt kind of blue about you not winning the Academy Award last Thursday.
Oh, don't let it bother you, Kenny. It's not that serious. I didn't win it this year, so what?
So hurry up, you're not a kid anymore.
Now, just don't worry about it. As a matter of fact, I've got the whole thing figured out. The reason I didn't get the award is because I don't make enough pictures.
You make enough for me.
Is that so? Well, it might interest you to know that I'm dickering with Paramount to play the lead in Cecil B. DeMille's Union Pacific.
Well, stop dickering. They previewed it last night.
Well, it was some railroad story anyway. Now, look, fellas, we've got more important things to take care of tonight. And now that we're all here, I guess we can get started. So tonight, ladies and gentlemen, as I announced last week, the Benny Bargain Basement Players will present their version of Darrell F. Zanuck's 20th Century Fox production. That screen classic, that gripping melodrama, that sensational hunk of film, Jesse James. I said Jesse James. You're a little late there, buddy.
Sorry, I was in another world.
Well, stay in this one, please. Now, in this epic, I will play the part of Jesse, that fearless, daring, courageous desperado, as portrayed on the screen by Tyrone Power. And, Phil, you're going to play the part of Barshee, the villain.
Why can't I be the hero? I'm prettier than you are.
No, Phil, it's already decided.
Gee, I got wavy hair and pearly teeth and the biggest brown eyes.
Quiet, this isn't a beauty contest, Miss Encino. Now, I'm going to be Jesse James, and Mary, you're going to be my sweetheart, Zerelda.
Your sweetheart?
Yes, we fall in love, get married, live together 20 years, and then I get shot.
Why does she wait so long?
Oh, go press your hair. She doesn't shoot me, Phil. I'm shot by a dirty, low-down traitor. A man that hates me.
I bet he sells toothpaste on Wednesday night.
I know who you're referring to, Kenny, and I don't want that man's name mentioned on this program. It takes all the class out of it. Now, let's see.
Who are you talking about, Jack?
I'm referring to an ex-juggler who talks through his nose, wraps his wallet in barbed wire, and is as yellow as those corny shoes he wears. That's the gentleman I'm discussing. Incidentally, Don, did you ever notice that pained expression on his face?
Yes, Jack. He always seems to be in agony. Why is that?
Well, he's worn those same shoes since he was 12 years old, and in the meantime, his feet have grown. Now, getting back to our play...
The same shoes, eh? I don't see how I can stand it.
Well, every 2 or 3 years, he has the buttons moved over. Now, getting back to our
But,
play.
Jack, when Alan takes off his shoes at night, how does he get them back on in the morning?
Who said he takes them off? His toes haven't wiggled since the Chicago fire. Now, getting back to our play, Mary, You're My Sweetheart, Phil's the villain.
Say, Jack, am I going to be in it?
Yes, Kenny, you're going to be the president of the St. Louis Midland Railroad, and you're a shrewd, intelligent executive.
Fine casting.
Well, that's your part, Kenny, and you're going to build a railroad all the way from St. Louis to California.
He couldn't build one around a Christmas tree.
Quiet. And, Don, you have a very important part in this play, too.
Really?
Yes. You're going to be a crowd of people that I hold up on the train. You've got to be a Scotchman, a Southerner, an Irishman, a Greek, and a Swede. Do you think you can do it?
Oh, sure. I'm quite versatile.
Okay, let's hear you try it. Now, remember, Don, a Scotchman, a Southerner, an Irishman, a Greek, and a Swede. Now, go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, as long as it's a brow-bricked, moonlit nick-to-nick, why don't you all go down to your little old neighborhood grocery store and say, sure and begorra, it's a package of Jell-O I'm a-wantin'.
Very good.
Push 'em off 6 flavors, strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime, by yumpin' Yemeni.
Say, that was all right, Don. Yes, sir.
You like it very much?
All right, Don, don't overdo it. Now, let's see. Oh, yes, my mother, Mrs. James, will be played by, where is that lady I hired for the part?
Here I am, Mr. Benny.
Now, Mrs. Felton, do you think you can handle the part of my mother?
I think so. I have 3 lovely Airedales.
Oh.
You'll do.
Yes. Well, I think we're all set now, so our play folks will go on immediately after Kenny's song. Take it, Kenny.
Hey, Buck, ain't I going to be in this?
Oh, yes, Andy, of course. I forgot all about you.
I was sleeping over in the corner.
Well, I'm glad you woke up. You're going to play my brother, one of the James boys.
Okay, Buck.
Well, what are you laughing at?
I was just thinking of you at the Academy banquet last Thursday night.
Well, what about it?
I thought I'd die when you stuck your tongue out at Spencer Tracy.
I didn't stick my tongue out at Tracy. My doctor was sitting across the room, and he wanted to know how I was feeling.
Buck, you're a liar, but I love you.
Andy, go over in the corner and get dressed for our play. Sing, Kenny. Mary, put on your hoop skirt and sunbonnet, will you?
This night was made for dreaming. This night was fashioned for you. This night my arms enfold you. My eyes have told you that I adore you. With music, my heart will always hear something for sweet remembrance. This night will be my souvenir. There may be nights again as fair as this that I'll remember when I fondly reminisce. Though there be other nights in years to be, this is the only night, the night of nights for me. Have told you that I adore you. My heart will always hear something for sweet remembrance. This night will be my
That was This Night Will Be My Souvenir, sung by Kenny Baker. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the main event of the evening, our dramatic highlight, Jesse.
How was my song, Jack?
Very good, Kenny. James. The year is 1867 in the thriving little town of I'm From, Missouri. There is much excitement as the St. Louis Midland Railroad has invaded this peaceful hamlet, determined to buy for a song the property of the simple, hardy pioneers. As the scene opens, we take you to the farm of Mrs. James, located on the outskirts of I'm From. There, we find her two sons, Jesse and Juicy, at work in the barn. Juicy is gathering the eggs, while Jesse is milking the cow. Curtain music. Boom, 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 bee. Boom, boom, boom. Steady, Lulu. That's it. Steady now. Don't kick the pail. 1, 2. Atta girl. Nice going. Well, I guess that's about all. Oh, sorry, old girl. Well, 3 quarts. That's darn good, Lulu. Tonight I'll take you down to the Gem Theater to see Ferdinand the Bull. Woo! Control yourself, Lulu. Now it's your turn, Petunia.
Oh, Jesse?
Yes, Juicy.
How much milk did you get?
I got 3 quarts from Lulu, 2 from Cleopatra, and Petunia's gauge says full. How are you making out with the eggs?
Fine, Jesse. I got 14 and a half.
You got half an egg?
Yep, I'm afraid Geraldine ain't trying.
Darn it, I told her 1,000 times to concentrate. Watch your tail, Petunia. I'm slap happy now. Be careful.
Hello, Zerelda.
Hiya, Juicy. Juicy, Jesse?
Here I am, gal, behind the cow.
Oh, hello, Jesse. Say, when did you grow the mustache?
Mustache nothing. Petunia, pull in your tail. Say, you're looking mighty sweet, Zerelda, but your bustle's kind of flat, ain't it?
Yeah, darn that billy goat of yours.
Oh, he's just being playful. He wasn't mad at you.
He is now. I braided his horns.
Well, it serves him right. Here's a stool, Zerelda. It's kind of hard, but sit down.
No, thanks. My feet don't hurt.
Well, you know best.
Hey, Jesse, you ought to do something about that darn goat. He's getting too familiar.
He is, eh?
Yep, I bent over to tie my shoelace yesterday, and the next thing I knew, I was trucking.
Kind of straightened you out, eh?
Say, Jesse, I came down here to tell you that those railroad men are up at the house talking to your ma again.
They are, eh? Well, they're a wasting time. We ain't going to sell our farm. Not for any 7 cents an acre.
How much would that amount to?
Well, 35 acres at 7 cents. Let's see, 7 times 5 is, 7 times 5, that's, how much is that, Juicy?
Don't ask me. You went nearer to school than I did.
Zerelda, how much is 35 acres at 7 cents an acre?
Well, let's see, 7 times 5.
I tried that. That ain't no good. I'd like to find out, though.
Why don't you count it up on your fingers?
Shucks, I only got 10, and I know it's more than that. Well, anyway, their offer ain't enough. I'm going up the house right now and throw them off our land. Come on, Zerelda.
Better be careful, Jesse. They mean business, and they're armed to the teeth.
Well, I'm armed, too.
How you fix for teeth?
I eat corn on the cob, if that means anything. Come on, gal, let's go.
Will you need me, Jesse?
No, Juicy. I can handle those varmints myself. Let's go, Zerelda. I'll take care of them highbinders, or my name ain't Jesse James.
Now listen, Mrs. James, I'm tired of all this hemming and hawing. I'm going to give you just 1 minute to sign this paper.
Yeah, 1 minute.
Now, hold on, gentlemen.
Hold on, nothing. We're aiming to run a railroad through this land, and there's nothing going to stop us.
Yeah, nothing.
But, gentlemen, this little farm is all we have.
Makes no difference. The railroad's going through.
Yeah, through. Boy, I'm all in.
Now, here's the paper, Mrs. James. Sign right here.
Very well, gentlemen. I suppose I must.
Hold on there, Ma. Drop that quill. Now, listen here, Bossy. I told you yesterday to stay off of this land.
Well, supposing I don't.
If you don't, I'll take this 6-shooter of mine, and when I get through, your nose will look like a flute. So get going.
I ain't a-leaving here till we get the deed to your land.
A deed? What's that?
Hey, Barshy, who's that little squirt with you?
Take it easy. That's Mr. McCoy, president of the St. Louis Midland Railroad.
President of the railroad, eh?
That's me. Toot, toot.
Why, you little runt.
Lay off of him, James.
Listen, Barshy, I had enough of you. You're nothing but a crook and a skunk.
Yeah, skunk.
Say, who are you with, anyway?
I don't know, but my heart belongs to Daddy.
Fine president. Now get out of here, Barshy, before I lose my temper, which is easily misplaced.
Be careful, son. Be careful.
Stay out of this, Ma.
Oh, Jesse, you and I are going to get married in 2 weeks, so please don't fight with him.
I must, gal. You don't want to marry a weak, spineless coward, do you?
That's right. Let's call the whole thing off.
But Zerelda!
Come on, quit your stalling. Are you going to sign this paper or not?
No, I'm not. Reach for your shooting irons, Barshy.
Who, me?
Yes, you.
Not me.
Come on, Barshy. I'll give you one more chance. Are you getting out of here or not?
I'm not a budgeon. What are you going to do about it?
Listen to what I'm going to do. Take that.
Oh, yeah? Take that.
All right, now you take that.
Gee, you guys sure can take it.
Well, Barshy, have you had enough? You keep out of this, Ma. Well, how about it, Barshy? Are you willing to call it quits?
Yeah, I'll call it quits. But you ain't heard the last of me, Jesse James. We're going to build a railroad through this farm, and we're starting tomorrow.
A pretty speech, Mr. Barshy. But it ain't going to happen here.
You'll find out. Goodbye.
So long. Lift me up, Ma. I'm full of lead.
End of Act 1. Act 2 will follow immediately after a short rendition by Professor Harris and his Silver Cornet Band. Play, Barshy.
That was a medley of popular selections played by Professor Harris and his band. And now for the second act of our play, Jesse James. Take it, Mr. Wilson.
2 years later, the James family has stubbornly refused to give up their land, and we find that the railroad company has built its tracks not only on the farm, but right through the middle of the James house. So let us tune in on this happy little group.
Oh, Jesse! Juicy!
Yes, Ma?
Breakfast is ready.
I'm a-comin'.
Me too. What are we having, Ma?
Orange juice, ham and eggs, wheat cakes, apple pie, and cinders.
Cinders, we've been getting a lot of them ever since those darn trains have been running through the house.
Last night when I was sound asleep, a cattle train came through and woke me up.
Woke you up?
Yeah, I was wearing a wool nightgown and the sheep all yelled, "Hiya, Mom!"
Well, don't complain. On Mother's Day, they may throw candy at you. Doggone that railroad. I was eating a piece of toast the other morning, and the conductor reached out and punched me and it. It sure is a nuisance.
Now sit down, boys, and eat your breakfast.
Just a minute more. I'm going in the bathroom and wash my hands.
All right, son. Be careful crossing the track.
Ah, well, doggone, I was marooned in there 3 hours yesterday on account of a slow freight. Be right back, Ma. Hey, Ma, is the back door open?
Yes.
Well, open the front one quick. Here comes the 715. There's Sam, the engineer. Hiya, Sam. Hiya, Jesse. Say, that train was really flying this morning.
Yeah, it must have been doing at least 60 through the living room.
Yes, sirree.
Now sit down and eat, boys, before your breakfast gets cold. Here's your orange juice, Jesse.
I don't want any more. Give 'em a juice to Juicy. I'm going to dig into these ham and eggs. Boy, this sure looks good.
Jesse, how long are you going to keep on being so stubborn? Why don't we move to another farm where it's peaceful and quiet?
Listen, Ma, what's the use of moping? These railroads won't last. It's just a fad. That's all.
That's what they said about underwear, and now everybody's wearing it.
All but me. I'm a holdout. Say, Ma, these wheat cakes are sure humdingers. How do you make them?
I take 2 hums and 3 dingers and stir 'em up.
Well, they're mighty good.
You just wait till tonight, son. I got a treat in store for you. We're going to have some Jell-O.
Jell-O? What's that?
Well, it's a newfangled dessert.
Something new, eh?
Yes, and I think you'll be crazy about it.
No kidding.
It's economical, easy to make, and comes in 6 delicious flavors.
Well.
Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
No kidding.
But you gotta insist on the genuine Jell-O and look for the big red letters on the box.
Well, I'm sure looking forward to it.
Say, Jesse, look who's coming down the track.
Oh, yes. Hello, Zerelda.
Hiya, boys. Hello, Mrs. James.
Hello, Zerelda. Sit down on that switch and have some breakfast.
Oh, no, the last time I sat down there, it threw me.
Well, Zerelda, it's been 2 years now that you promised to marry me, and we still ain't hitched.
Jesse James, I told you 1,000 times I ain't going to marry you till you move out of this house. I can't stand all these trains going through.
Why not, gal?
Well, ain't no privacy. Them traveling salesmen keep winking back at me.
Well, I can't help it, Zerelda. I love you, but my mind's made up, and I ain't a-moving.
All right, then, Jesse, you win. I'll marry you.
Now you're talking, Zerelda, and we'll be very happy here. Zerelda, get off the track. Here comes the 810 right on schedule. Good heavens, what's that?
Another train, and it's coming the other way.
Oh, my goodness, there's only one track. There'll be a wreck.
Yeah, here they come.
Duck, Jesse!
Jump, Juicy. Look out, Moore. Look out, Zerelda. Here it comes. Darn it, my wheat cakes are ruined. Are you all right, Moore?
Yeah, I'm all right, son. Where's Juicy and Zerelda?
Here I am up on top of the caboose.
This is me with a red lantern beanie.
Well, this is the last straw. Come on, everybody. We're a-moving.
This will be continued next Sunday night. What's the next step in the career of Jesse James? Will he become an outlaw? Will he marry Zerelda? Will they have any children?
Tune in next Sunday night and find out. Play, Phil.
You know, I think that a plain meal really demands an extra delicious dessert, and a fancy meal deserves one. Well, here's the perfect dessert for either one. It's the new Jell-O butterscotch pudding, and really it is the most tempting treat you've tried in many a long day. Remember when you were a youngster and used to beg for butterscotch candy? Well, Jell-O butterscotch pudding has the same old-fashioned goodness, the same true butterscotch flavor that's rich and mellow. And it has a smooth, lovely color like golden taffy that makes your mouth just water to look at it. Your family will love it, and they'll love Jell-O vanilla pudding, too, creamy and delicate. And Jell-O chocolate pudding, rich and smooth and real chocolatey. All three new Jell-O puddings are made with fine, wholesome ingredients. And all three are quick and easy to prepare, for there's only a few minutes cooking required. You'll find the simple directions on every package, and it's a handy idea to buy 3 packages at a time. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O butterscotch, vanilla, and chocolate pudding, the real homemade kind.
This is the last number of the 22nd program in the new Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time when we will continue with the adventures of Jesse James. Well, Mary, I got to run along now. Carmichael, my polar bear, has a bad cold.
He has?
Yes, he's acting so ornery, I think I'll give him a hot lemonade.
You better give it to him through a long straw.
That's an idea. Good night, folks.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jell-O program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
I deem him one of the greatest beings alive in our time. We shall never see his like again. His name will live in history. It will live in the annals of war. It will live in the legends of Arabia.
Who is he?
Tavas!
What is your name?
My name is for my friends. None of my friends is a murderer. Come on, man!
For over a quarter of a century, controversy has raged around the name of T.E. Lawrence. No man of our time has drawn upon himself so much praise and so much criticism. Lawrence of Arabia, the man torn between two civilizations. Lawrence of Arabia, filmed against a canvas of awesome magnificence.
Lieutenant Lawrence, sir, is not your military advisor.
But I would like to hear his opinion.
Damn it, Lawrence, who do you take your orders from?
From Lord Faisal, in Faisal's tent.
Hailing the birth of a new star, Peter O'Toole as Lawrence of Arabia. What was he really like, this controversial figure who became a legend in his own lifetime?
He was the most extraordinary man I ever knew.
He was a very great man.
He was a poet, a scholar, and a mighty warrior. He was also the most shameless exhibitionist since Barnum and Bailey.
What, in your opinion, do these people hope to gain from this war?
They hope to gain their freedom. There's one born every minute. They're going to get it, Mr. Bentley. I'm going to give it to them.
Lawrence and Arabia. Together, they made history. Now, a gathering of international stars unfolds the story. Alec Guinness as Prince Faisal.
The English have a great hunger for desolate places. I fear they hunger for Arabia.
Anthony Quinn as Auda Abu Tahi.
I carry 23 great wounds, all got in battle. 75 men have I killed with my own hands in battle. I scatter, I burn my enemies' tents. I take away their flocks and herds. The Turks pay me a golden treasure, yet I am poor. Because I am a river to my people.
Jack Hawkins as General Allenby.
I believe your name will be a household word when you would have to go to the War Museum to find who Allenby was. You're the most extraordinary man I ever met. Leave me alone. Huh? Leave me alone.
Jose Ferrer as the Turkish Bey.
Your skin is very fair.
Also starring Anthony Quayle, Claude Rains, Arthur Kennedy, with Omar Sharif as Ali, and Peter O'Toole as Lawrence.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Draws a biting winter gale, lashing the rocky coast of Maine, whipping the dull green sea into a white frenzy of foam. Somewhere in this mad mountainous world, a sailing vessel rolls and pitches, her decks awash beneath the heavy seas. In a last desperate plea for mercy, she lifts her spars to the black sky. But mercy is denied. With a groan and a shudder, the gallant craft slips downward to her grave.
Shipwreck! Shipwreck! The Hudson Cape ship has gone down with all hands!
Mr. Whistle, Captain January wants you. He found a small boat in the sea just off Great Rock. He dragged it up on the beach.
You mean the boat from the Huntress?
Yes, sir. And there was someone in it.
Where is he now, at Great Rock?
Yes, sir. I'll take it.
Captain January!
Over here! Take care over them rocks, sir!
For heaven's sake, you wanted me.
I did, sir. But it's too late. She's gone.
Who?
A passenger off the Huntress. Been adrift half the day in an open boat. Come over this way, sir. There she is. May heaven rest her soul. Died saving the little one she did in her arms around her. Keeping the warmth of life in her.
The little one?
Look here, sir. Under the tarpaulin. Warm and snug.
Why, it's a child.
A baby, sir. Smiling like a little angel. That's the way she was when I took her from her mother's arms.
Captain, we'll have to bring this child up to the village at once.
Please, sir. If it's all the same to you, I'll just bring her along to my place.
Your place? I hardly think a lighthouse is the proper place for a child, Captain.
Why not, sir? I'm cozy up there, and you see... Well, sir, it's like she was delivered into my hands. Like the Lord might have asked me to take care of her for a while. To sort of watch over her until he'd made his plans for her.
You're a good man, Captain. All right. Take her along to the lighthouse. If anyone inquires after her in the village, I'll let you know.
Thank you, sir. Up you go, child.
Wait. Did you find anything that might give us a clue as to who this child is?
No, sir. Only this locket. It was held tight in the woman's hand. And that reminds me, she'll have to have a name, won't she? What kind of a name is there for a baby girl washed up on a stormy beach? With the weather clearing as she comes to shore, and the evening star peeping out from behind the clouds. Aye, that's it. Star. That's your name, child. We'll call you Star.
You hear that? It's 6:30.
What'll you have for breakfast?
What'll I have for breakfast? 6:30, almost lunchtime.
And you can stop pretending you're angry. I don't believe it. Sit down, Cap. Coffee coming up.
Say, ain't you forgetting something?
I don't think so. Oh, it's my birthday. Where's my present?
Ha! No breakfast yet, and she wants her present. How do you know you got a present?
You always give me a present.
I give you a spank for every year, too. When'll you have that?
Not now, Cap. After breakfast. I feel tougher after breakfast. It's been a long time, hasn't it, Cap?
A long time?
I mean, since you and me shipped together.
9 years today, Star. That's why you're having your birthday.
But I must be more than 9 years old.
Maybe 11 or so. I don't know exactly.
Cap, what did I look like when you fished me out of the water?
I had to wring you out and hang you up to dry.
Tell me all about the storm again?
No. You've heard about that storm every birthday.
But it gets to be a bigger storm every time you tell it. How many miles did you swim towing the lifeboat with me in your teeth?
I had the tow rope in my teeth, not you.
Last time you told me it was me.
Well, you're a year older now. Star, do you ever get lonely here?
Lonely?
It ain't much of a life for a lass living in a lighthouse. I was thinking maybe this ain't the right kind of a life for a youngster. Maybe you ought to go away somewhere. Would you like to, Star?
No, I wouldn't. But if you say that just once more, I will go away. And I won't come back either. Oh, Cap, you're always talking about my going away. Don't you know by now that I'm never going to leave here?
I just like to make sure once in a while that I'm doing right. That you really want to stay, that's all.
Oh, I do. I do. And that's the end of it. Understand?
All right, honey, that's the end of it. Here now. I'll let you have your birthday present.
Oh, Cap, what is it?
There. You like it?
Why, it's a locket. Oh, it's beautiful. Where'd you get it, Cap?
It was in your poor mother's hand the night I found you. There's a picture inside. Here, I'll open it for you.
I can do it. Cap, is that my mother?
I reckon it is, lass. Your mother and you. It must have been taken soon after you were born.
She was very beautiful, wasn't she?
Aye, and you're a lot like her. I've saved it all these years till I thought you were big enough to know what it was and to take care of it.
I will, Cap. I'm going to keep this forever and ever. Thanks, Cap.
Are you finished with the milking yet?
In a minute, Cap. Hurry up, Imogene. Cap's waiting.
If you hurry, I'll let you go into the village.
The village?
There's a few things we need from the store. Would you like to go?
Sure I would. Right there, Cap. Imogene, will you please cooperate a little? I gotta go into the village.
Morning, Star.
Morning, Captain Jerks.
Hello there, Star.
Captain Nasro.
Happy birthday.
Thanks. Say, are you coming over to the lighthouse tonight, Captain Nasro?
Well, I don't know. Janet ain't invited me yet.
Well, I'm inviting you right now. You come on over. Cap and I are having a surprise party all by ourselves.
All right. But you better warn him I'm coming.
Don't worry. I'll tell him to behave. See you tonight, Captain.
I'll be there.
Morning, Mr. Carp.
Morning, Star. What can I do for you?
We need another case of brass polish. Better send it over right away. And don't forget what we get off for being government.
Be there tomorrow, Star.
Tomorrow? We need it today.
Well, I'll try, but there's a lot of summer folks up here already keeping me hopping. I'll do the best I can.
All right. Thanks. So long, Mr. Carp.
So long.
Oh, Mr. Carp.
Yes, Miss Morgan?
Who was that little girl?
Star? Why, she's Captain January's girl. He's the lighthouse keeper.
I see. I wonder why I haven't seen her in school.
Well, I guess the teacher who was here before wasn't very strict about things like that.
Yes, I know. That's why she isn't here now. I think I'll go and have a talk with that child.
She tried to make me go right along to school, and I said I wouldn't. Oh, I was very polite, Cap. Honest. But I said I had to go home.
Good for you. Now go on. What happened then?
Well, one thing led to another, and the next thing I know, she had me by the ear, dragging me along the street.
She did, eh? Well, what did you do?
Well, one thing led to another thing, and the next thing you know, why, she sat down.
On the chair?
No, on the street.
She tripped, eh? What'd she say then?
Well, I didn't wait to hear. I just ran.
Good idea.
She can't do anything mean to us, can she?
Of course not. Remember, I work for the government. I am the government here.
Yes, but I think she's government, too.
Well, don't worry. This is your birthday.
All right, Cap.
Who's there?
Open up and find out.
Oh, it's Captain Nazaro.
Nazaro.
Come in, Captain.
Evening.
Blind my eyes. Can't I even give a birthday party around here without you barging in?
Hike down, you cattywampus. I didn't come to see you. Here, honey. Here's your present.
Oh, thank you.
Ain't much, honey.
I bet it ain't.
Oh, look, it's a doll.
A doll. Well, a doll.
Well, what of it?
Oh, it's beautiful, Captain Nazaro. Thank you very much. Cap, you're going to invite Captain Nazaro to stay to the party, aren't you?
Well, I wasn't counting on it, but since he's here, sit down, Nazaro.
Good. I'll fix a place for him.
Whether you was counting on it or not, I'm here. It's time I was doing a little inspecting around this here lighthouse.
They must have been daft in Washington appointing you an inspector. Or you don't know the difference between a telescope and a tar barrel.
The way you handle them, I guess there ain't any. Look at that brass work. It's dirty.
It is not. The brass was clean until you rubbed your dirty gloves on it.
Why, you fog-bound old derelict? If you wasn't my host, I'd fire you right now.
Yeah, and if you wasn't, I guess I'd quit.
Come and get it, sailors. You know, it's nice to see you two getting on for a change. Here, Captain Nazaro. You sit right there.
Thank you, Star.
And you here, Cap.
What's that thing there?
It's a cake, Captain Nazaro. Isn't it nice?
Right pretty.
Cap made it all himself.
Oh, he did. Then I guess I'll just eat the candles.
Now listen here, you no-good
Cap, stop it. Now you sit right down and behave yourself. Come in. The door's open.
Good evening.
Oh, my goodness. Cap, it's stormy weather. The school teacher.
Which one of you is Captain January, please?
I'm Captain January.
I'm Mrs. Morgan, the new teacher here.
So, sit down, Ma'am.
Thank you. Captain January, why isn't this child in school?
Well, I was aiming to send her next year.
What you are aiming to do is of no importance. We have a compulsory education law in this state, so this child is old enough.
How does she know how old I am? We don't even know ourselves.
Don't be impudent.
But I didn't mean to be impudent.
Captain January, this child is being brought up entirely without control. She's rude, disrespectful. She's being raised like an ignorant little heathen.
Now, hold on.
What's more, you might remember that this child is adopted, and it is well within the power of the school authorities to have her taken from you and sent to an institution if you fail to raise her properly.
Taken from me? Why?
Just a minute. Mrs. Morgan, you're talking through your crow's nest. Why, she reads writing and writes down reading better than any 11-year-old on this coast.
What do you mean better than any 11-year-old? There ain't a 13 or 14-year-old here from here to Newfoundland that knows as much as Star.
Oh, nor any 15-year-old either.
Why, I've been learning her from the best two books there is, the Bible and Bodish.
And just what is Bodish, please?
American Practical Navigation by Nathaniel Bodish.
Navigation. Fine reading for a girl of her age.
Any objection to the Bible?
Let me tell you, Captain.
And let me tell you, ma'am, there ain't better reading in the world than the Bible and the Bodish. They both learn you to steer a straight course.
I didn't come here to discuss reading matter. Please have her in schoolhouse for an examination next Tuesday. The school board will determine whether or not she's been neglected. And since you seem to think she has the intelligence of a child of 13, we'll call her 13 and give her the test for that age.
Wait. Maybe I'm only 10 or so.
Well, I'll stand on 13.
Very well. Tuesday morning, please. Good night.
Cap, what was she talking about? An institution.
No, don't worry your head about that. Nazara.
Yeah?
I'd like to speak to you for a minute.
But, Cap, the party.
It's something about the light, Star. We'll be right down. Come on up to the light, Nazara.
Well, you certainly are a lumberjanery. What was the idea of insisting that Star was as smart as a girl of 13?
Well, she is, ain't she?
Sure, but why make it tough for yourself?
I reckon I did put my foot in it.
I'm afraid you did. After all, Star doesn't even belong to you, you know. You never even adopted her. When you fished her out of the water, you should have turned her over to the authorities. Or tried to find out if she'd had any folks anywhere.
I did try.
Yes, you did.
Well, I tried for a while. I couldn't keep trying forever. Anyway, she has no folks. They're all dead.
How do you know?
Well, they never come for her. No one's ever asked for her.
And you're just hoping they never will.
She's mine. And nobody's going to ever take her from me.
Baby lobsters, 15 cents.
Hello.
Lobsters, fresh lobsters, baby lobsters.
You live in this place.
Lobsters, 15 cents. I come from New York. Tourist. Lobsters! Baby lobsters! Do these things bite? Certainly they bite. I don't believe it. Look, Sonny, go away, please. I want to see if they bite. Well, if you have to, you have to. Go ahead. See? They bite. Lobsters! Fresh lobsters! How about a nice lobster, lady? 15 cents.
No, thank you.
Best you ever tasted. Just take one home and try it. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, but I'm living at the hotel. You see, I'm a tourist, too.
Oh, I didn't mean that. He was just getting fresh.
I know. I was standing over there watching you. I wonder if you'd tell me where you got that locket you're wearing.
That? Oh, Cap gave me that.
Cap?
Yes, he's my father. Captain January.
Your father. I see.
Laura, where have you been?
Oh, come here, Bruce. Have you some change? I want to buy some lobsters.
Lobsters? What for?
It's all right, lady. I don't want you to buy them if you can't use them.
Oh, real little native, aren't you?
No, sir. I wasn't born here, if that's what you mean.
You weren't? Oh, where were you born?
I don't know. That sounds sort of funny, doesn't it?
But you said your father...
Cap? Oh, well, he's not really my father. I just call him that. You see, he found me and... Well, what are you looking at me that way for?
Go on, dear. What were you saying?
I wasn't saying anything. I gotta go home now. I'm late. Excuse me.
Wait, your lobsters.
They'll be all right. Bye.
Bruce.
Laura, what is it? You look as if... Laura, are you ill?
Bruce, listen to me. That child. I must know who she is. Find out for me. I must know her name.
A few days have passed, and Tuesday has rolled round. Fateful Tuesday, when Star is to appear before the school board for her examination. She's told Captain January nothing of her meeting with the lady on the mainland, so the captain's only worry is how to help Star pass. Alone in the lighthouse, he studies a book of grammar, but his brow is furrowed with deep lines as he struggles with the conjugation of the verb to be.
I was, you were, he was, we were, you were, they was, were. That can't be right. Something's all mixed up here. Oh, why didn't I go to school instead of running away to sea?
Morning, Cap.
Oh, hello.
What are you doing, Cap?
Oh, nothing.
I thought you were going to help me with my examination.
No, I am. Let's see.
How about starting off with a little grammar?
Grammar? Oh, grammar? Oh. No. They won't ask you anything about grammar. We'll begin with arithmetic. Recite the multiplication by 5 table.
Cap, that's kid stuff.
You've
got to make it tougher than that.
All right. We'll do the 7 table. Go ahead.
Cap, that's for babies. 8 years old, Cap.
8 years old? 8 years old and they know the multiplication by 7 table?
Sure they do.
Never heard of it until I was 23. Well, all right. We'll skip the arithmetic. Now, let's get on to geography.
Oh, geography. I like that.
Now, here we go. Now, if you were sailing from Boston Harbor to China, to what point of the compass would you turn her nose on the second day out?
Cap, I don't think that's the way they ask them.
No, why not?
Well, Captain Nazaro said...
Nazaro, always Nazaro.
Did I hear my name mentioned?
Hello, Captain. Sit down.
What do you want?
Nothing with you, you desiccated old crawfish. But I thought I'd come and help Star get ready for the examination. You being so illiterate.
Me illiterate? I can spell you down, write you down, read you down, and figure you down. And I can do it with my hands tied behind my back.
No, you couldn't. You need your fingers to count on.
Is that so? I'll bet you can't count over 10 without taking your shoes off.
Look, fellers, I don't like to interfere with your fun, but fighting isn't going to help me pass this test.
She's right. But this might help.
What is it?
Well, you see, Star, I figured it might help things along if we knew the questions they was going to ask. Now, this here is the examination paper. I borrowed it from the schoolroom.
Captain Nazaro, that's cheating.
It is?
Of course it is, isn't it, Cap?
Well, yes, it's a very delicate point. We'll talk about it later on. Let's see that paper, Nazaro.
Yeah.
Now, Star, the first question. Here. If a field is 87 and a half rods long and 43 and a quarter rods wide, what is the length of the diagonal drawn from the northeast corner to the southwest corner? Prove it.
Well, what's the answer?
What's the answer, Nazareth?
Well, how much is a rod? How many fathoms?
Would it do you any good to know?
No.
Well, then keep quiet. Prove that heat expands.
Wait a minute. What's that?
That's the second question.
But we didn't get the answer to the first one.
Well, we're skipping the first one. Prove that heat expands.
Prove that heat expands. What does it mean?
Why, it means prove that heat makes things bigger.
Well, let's see. Sure it does. Look, it's hot in the summertime, isn't it? Well, the days are longer in summer than they are in winter. Well,
that's it.
Sounds logical to me.
100%.
Say, this isn't so tough. What's number 3?
Write down from memory the quality of mercy speech from the Merchant of Venice.
The quality of mercy is not strained.
Is that all?
I think it goes on from there.
Maybe, but my memory doesn't.
This is a put-up job. That old hatchet-face of a school teacher's trying to frame us.
Hey, let me see that paper.
There's no child of 13 could answer this stuff. I can't answer it myself.
Wait. I think I've made a mistake.
What?
This is a high school examination.
High school? So you can't even steal proper.
I didn't know. I picked it up in the schoolroom. It said examination. How was I to know there's different tests for different ages?
That's right. How was you to know? You never passed a 13-year-old test, did you?
I could have passed one.
Maybe when you was full grown.
Look, fellas, we're not getting any place. I gotta leave for school soon.
Oh, say, I was thinking, with me telling that Morgan woman that I was teaching Star from the Bible, that's pretty apt to be some questions about the Bible.
Well, there ain't many children as up in the book as she is.
I know, but Star, what are the 4 Gospels?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Fine. Now, remember that story I read to you last week about the prodigal son?
Uh-huh. And the father said, bring out the fatted calf and kill it, and let us eat and be merry.
Correct. But everybody wasn't merry, Star. There was a brother there and neighbors. Now, who was sorry the prodigal son came back?
The fatted calf.
Star!
Ladies and gentlemen of the school board, I think you know why we are here today. This child, Star January, I believe they call her, is to take the 13-year-old test. Sit over there, please.
Thank you.
We also have another student here, a little gentleman from New York. Gerald is going to summer school this year. Sit down, Gerald, dear.
Oh, all right.
Judge Hardrow.
Yes?
Judge, I've invited you here for a very special reason. I don't believe this little girl is being brought up properly. But I let you judge that for yourself. You'll know what to do, I'm sure.
I think so. Begin the examination, Mrs. Morgan.
Now, children, first we'll have an oral test. On the blackboard, you will notice a drawing of 8 fishing schooners.
Excuse me, but they aren't schooners, Mrs. Morgan. They're ketches.
What's that?
You said schooners, but they're really ketches.
I don't believe that makes any difference.
Oh, but it does. You see, a schooner carries its mainmast amidships, and a ketch is more like a yawl. You see...
That will be enough, please.
Yes, ma'am.
On the board, we have 8 ketches. If 4 could carry a load of 100 tons of fish, and 4 could carry twice as much, how many tons could they all carry half-filled? Well, Star?
Well, in the first place, I don't believe you could get 100 tons of fish on a ketch.
That's not the question.
But the boat would sink. They couldn't carry anything.
Be quiet.
Yes, ma'am.
Gerald, do you know the answer?
Half-filled, the 8 boats could carry 600 tons of fish.
Not on top of the water.
No muttering, please. Thank you, Gerald. Now, Star, will you please define a relative pronoun?
What, ma'am?
A relative pronoun. Surely you know that.
No, ma'am.
A relative pronoun is a pronoun that connects 2 clauses and has its antecedents in the other clause.
Very good, Gerald.
Wow.
And now we'll have a test of words and power of description. Gerald, will you please tell us in your own words the story of one of William Shakespeare's plays?
Well, once there was a man named, Romeo. And there was a girl, Juliet,
Go on, dear.
Well, her family was called,
The Capulets.
The Capulets.
And his family were named, Montague.
Star, will you please stop annoying Gerald?
I'm not annoying him. I just want to help him.
Do you? And just what do you know of the story of Romeo and Juliet?
Oh, we got it over at the lighthouse. I read it twice.
And you understood it, of course.
Oh, sure. You see, these Capulets and these Montagues, they hated each other like poison.
Never mind.
So Romeo and Juliet, they couldn't meet. So they met in the garden, sort of on the fly.
I beg your pardon?
The balcony, you know. Well, they couldn't get married on account of the old folks were on speaking terms. So this Juliet, she takes a drug and knocks herself cold.
Please.
So what happens? So they stick her in a box and ship her off to a vault. It's as cold as a herring in there. And Romeo thinks she's a gunner. Just then a fellow named Paris walks in, and they get into a scrap.
Just a moment.
What a battle. Romeo stabs Paris. Paris stabs Romeo.
Will you please?
Romeo stabs Paris. It's a fight to the finish, and the next thing you know, Paris is on the floor, stabbed through the skittles.
What was that?
The skittles. So then Romeo...
Stop it at once.
But that's not the end yet. Then Romeo...
Be quiet. Now, Judge Hardrow, you see what I mean.
I see.
You see the kind of bringing up she's had? What are we going to do with her?
Put her in the 8th grade. She's wonderful.
8th grade, he says. Put her in the 8th grade. Here, Nazareth, have some more cider.
Thank you.
Pretty good for a fellow that never had much book learning.
What's book learning got to do with cider?
I ain't talking about cider. I'm talking about educating Star so good that she jumps right into the 8th grade.
You educating her? Why, you couldn't get into the 3rd grade yourself. It was the things I learned that put her through.
Why, you... Who is it?
It's Winthrop, Captain. The minister.
Oh, come in, sir. Come in.
Morning, Captain.
Morning, sir. Come in and sit down.
Thank you. Morning, Nazro.
Morning, Mr. Winthrop.
What brings you all the way out here, Mr. Winthrop? If it's Star you came to see, she's in school. 8th grade.
I came to see you, January. In a way, I'm glad that Star isn't here.
Huh?
It's about her that I came to speak to you.
Well, what is it? Is it bad news?
Bad news and good. It depends on the way you look at it.
Go on.
Captain, a lady came to my house yesterday. A lady and a gentleman. Their name is Easton. They're visitors here.
Well?
They asked me a lot about Star, about where she came from and how long ago. I told them about the night you found her on the beach.
You told them?
We talked for a long time, Captain. And I told them I would bring them out here tonight. You see, they want to take Star. They want to bring her to Boston to give her a home there.
Why? Why?
Because from what they told me, I have no doubt that Star is Mrs. Easton's niece.
And all we heard was that my sister had been lost in a shipwreck. When we came back to America, we tried to learn more about it, but they told us that everyone had been lost. Then we came up here. When I saw the child, I almost knew then. She looked so much like my sister. And then the locket. I know she's my niece, Captain January. She's my sister's child.
And what if she is?
Captain.
What if she is, I say? What have you done for her? Did you take her out of the sea, raging like the devil's let loose, and death itself howling for the child? Did you take her from her mother's arms and swear to the Lord as helped in saving her, to do as should be done by her? Have you prayed and worked and sweated for her, and lived in fear someday she'd be taken from you? Have you?
Captain January.
I ask your pardon, ma'am.
Please believe me. I know what this means to you. And if it weren't for the child's own good, I wouldn't ask you to let me take her.
We can give her everything she wants, Captain. A home, schooling, and more important, I think we can make her happy.
For the child's own good. There's a thought, isn't it? There's something to hold on to. You say you can prove that she's your niece.
We have the passenger list from the Huntress. The mother and child were both registered.
And then there's the locket. There was a picture in it. My sister and her baby, taken when she was a year old. My sister was wearing a white dress, smiling and looking down at the child. Is that picture still there?
Yes, it's there.
I don't think there's any question that Mrs. Easton is Star's aunt, Captain.
No, there's no question.
Then Then you'll let us take her.
The Lord giveth, the Lord taketh away. It's his will, then. But I'll ask you to do it easy, for it'll be sudden-like for the girl. And she ain't used to being took sudden, my ways being slow.
We'll be very careful, Captain.
Cap, where are you? Cap,
Come in, Star, come in. This is Mrs. Easton, and this is Mr. Easton.
Hello, Star.
Hello.
You remember me, don't you?
Sure. I met you on the docks one day. You were going to buy some lobsters from me.
That's right.
Well, I guess you folks want to talk. I'll go on upstairs.
Oh, please don't go. You see, we want to talk to you.
What about?
Star, do you remember my asking about that locket you were wearing? May I see it now?
I haven't got it.
Where is it, Star?
I haven't got it.
I see.
Star, you keep the locket in the box over there, don't you? I think you'd better get it for us, Star.
Why does she want it? Why does she look at me like that?
Because this lady is your aunt, Star.
My aunt?
Your own kin, darling.
I haven't any kin. You know that. I haven't anybody except you. Tell her to go away. I don't want anybody looking at me the way she does. I don't belong to her. I belong to you.
Easy, darling. Helm steady now.
Star, your aunt wants to take you to live with her. Through the providence of God, she's been led here to you. And she feels it's her duty to claim you in the name of your parents.
I won't go with her. I've lived here ever since I can remember. She's got no right to make me leave. I won't go, do you hear? I won't go. Cap, why don't you say something? Don't you hear? They're trying to take me away.
They were right to you, child.
A right to me? Is that all you have to say? Do you want me to go? Are you tired of me?
Well, honey, I'm an old man now, a very old man, and an old man likes quiet, you see, and, well, I'd be quieter myself, and so maybe it's all for the best.
You're lying to me. You never said anything like that to me before. You used to ask me all the time if I was lonesome here. All you thought about was me. And I'd tell you I'd never go away from you. And then you'd be happy. And now...
And now I tell you that I'm needing rest and quiet as suiting to an old man. I've kept you here for 9 whole years, and what thanks do I get? What thanks for all the years of work I put in to bring you up decent, hanging on me and hanging on me. And if you want me to say it right out, then I will. I want you to go off with those folks and let me alone. Let me alone.
That's the way you feel about me?
I do.
All right, then. I'll go. I'll go and I'll never come back. Never.
Oh, may God forgive me for the things I said to the child. May God forgive me.
I know he didn't mean it, Lord. He was only making believe. So please let me stay here, Lord. Let me stay with Cap. They can't take me away if he won't let him. And hiding that locket wasn't really dishonest, was it? And if it was, please forgive me. Because if they had that locket, then they'd know I belong to him. And I don't. I belong here. I belong to Cap. Please, Lord. Please let me stay. Please. Please.
Dawn of the next day. On the rocky beach near the lighthouse, Captain January stands looking out at the angry sea. All night long, he's walked the path between the rocks and the lighthouse gate. His hair is rumpled by the wind, his eyes bright and feverish. From the road comes Captain Nasro to stand quietly beside him.
It's fixing up to storm.
Aye.
Last been dropping all night. They blowing a gale by evening.
Evening. They'll be coming for her then. They'll be coming for Star to take her away.
January, I've been thinking things over. I was wondering if it'll be mighty lonesome here for you for a while. Now, why don't you come into the village and live with me?
Live with you?
It ain't much of a place, but it's comfortable, and the food's good.
And who'd be taking care of the light?
The light will take care of itself. You see, they're going to install automatic equipment.
What's that?
Look here. This telegram come last night. I'll let you read it yourself.
On the 30th this month, automatic equipment will be installed in lighthouses 8, 9, and 10. Inform all keepers their services will be no longer required.
I'm sorry, Captain. Of course, there'll be a pension for you.
A pension? Now, there's a fine life for an active man like myself. Living on a pension.
Easy, Captain. Easy.
Sitting in a soft chair, waiting for a check each month. Nothing to do but wait and think.
Easy, man. Easy now. Why? You're sick, January. You'd better come inside and lay down.
I'm not sick.
You're feverish, man. Come along.
No! I can look out for myself.
All right. I'll be in the village if you need me.
Cap, I've been waiting all day for you to come back. What's the matter, Cap? Aren't you going to speak to me?
There's nothing left to say.
I only want to hear one thing. You weren't telling the truth last night, were you? You really don't want me to go, do you? Please, Cap, tell me.
I'm trying to do what's best.
I know you didn't mean it. You couldn't. I don't believe you any more than you'd believe me if I said I wanted to go.
It's not a question of wanting.
Why isn't it? They can't take me if I won't go. The locket's the only thing that proves anything. And they can't find it. No one will ever find it.
There's more than the locket, Star. There's you. And the way you came here, and he... I can't explain it to you. I can't think somehow. It's all dark and misty.
You mean I gotta go with him? Is that what you mean, Cap?
Yes, Star.
But not because you want me to go. You don't, do you?
Want you to go. Would I want the sun never to rise again? Would I?
Oh, Cap. Cap.
There now. It's a fine life you'll have, darling. And I'll be coming to see you as often as they'll let me. Oftener, maybe. They're good people.
Cap, what if they hadn't come up here? We'd go on living just the same, wouldn't we? You wouldn't be talking of a fine life then. We'd be happy just like before, wouldn't we?
Yeah, but they did come.
Then, Cap, why don't we run away?
What's that you're saying?
You were always talking about going somewhere else. Why don't we, Cap? Just you and me. We could take the sailboat. Now, before they come. We could be off down the coast where no one would know us.
Star, don't be saying such things. I can't think. I can't. I tell you, I can't think.
Put the food in the boat. We could sail for days and days.
Oh, they'd find us. They'd bring us back.
No, they wouldn't. Please, Cap. We'll be too late if we don't hurry. I'll get the boat ready now. We'll be gone before dark.
It's the wrong thing, Star. It's wrong.
It isn't wrong. And we're going. Do you hear, Cap? We're going. Is everything aboard, Cap?
All set. Get in the boat.
Wait. I forgot about Imogene. I'll turn her loose and be right back.
Hurry, Star.
Henry! What are you doing down here?
Out of my way. I'm busy.
You're going to take this boat out in a sea like this?
I can handle any boat in any kind of sea.
Where are you going?
I'm taking Star away down the coast.
Don't be a fool. You can't do that, man. You're sick.
Sick, am I?
You're raging with the fever right now, or you'd never be thinking of such a thing.
Get out of my way, I tell you.
I won't. You're not leaving with that child if I have to knock you down and sit on you. Now get off this boat. Get off!
You know, Nazareth, you and me have had a lot of fights. But I always thought that down deep you were my friend.
I am your friend.
My friend! You'd let them come here and take Star from me, and you call yourself my friend.
January, it's for the best. January, come up to the lighthouse.
Let me go! Let me go, or I'll brain you!
Are you crazy, man? Stop it!
Let him go.
Stop it!
What are you doing to him? Let him alone.
Star, you're not leaving here tonight.
We are. We're running away.
And no one's going to stop us. You or anybody.
Star, he's not himself. Can't you see it? The man's raving mad. He's a sick man, Star.
Sick?
Would he be taking a boat out tonight if he knew what he was doing?
Let me go! Any boat! In any sea! We're ready, Star! We're ready! We're...
What's the matter? Cap!
Star! Go get the doctor. Quick!
Is that all you can tell us, Doctor?
That's all, Mrs. Easton. He may pull through, and then again, well, he's a very sick man.
What about the little girl? I mean, her staying here. We don't want to take her away if it will have bad effects.
It can't have. He's barely conscious now, and it might be just as well if she weren't here. I've already told her that she's to go with you.
You'll keep us informed, won't you, Doctor?
Of course.
Shall we go, Laura? Where is Star?
I've allowed her to see him for a moment. She'll be right down.
Goodbye, Kip. I wouldn't be leaving now. Only the doctor says I ought to. But when you wake up, I'm going to try to be back. And don't forget, you're going to come and see me whenever they'll let you, and maybe oftener. And when you're not there, I'm going to be thinking of you, Cap. I'm going to be thinking of you all the time.
Star, dear.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Star, I've been looking all over for you. Uncle Bruce will be back from New York soon. He'll want to see you.
Yes, ma'am.
Star, what's the matter?
Nothing.
Aren't you happy here, Star?
You've been wonderful to me, Aunt Laura. I've never had such beautiful clothes and things.
But that's not enough, is it?
Oh, I don't mean it like that. I've had everything here. You and Uncle Bruce, why, you've been wonderful. You even took this beach house on account of me, thinking it might make me feel better. And, well, it does, too, only...
Star, dear, you don't have to explain it to me. I know how you feel.
Have you heard anything from Cap lately?
Well, just that he's a lot better. You've been writing to him every day, haven't you?
Yes. He'd answer, too, but, well, you know Cap. He isn't so strong on spelling. Aunt Laura, now that he's feeling better, do you suppose we could go and see him sometime?
Well, we'll have to wait and see if...
Laura!
Oh, there's Uncle Bruce. Come on, darling. He has a surprise for you.
Hello, Laura.
Well, Star.
Hello, Uncle Bruce.
Did you bring it, Bruce?
I certainly did. Yes, Star. Look out the window, down by the dock.
Why, it's a boat.
Like it?
Oh, it's beautiful. It's almost a yacht, isn't it?
Pretty nearly. Come on down and take a look at it.
Did you sail that from New York, Uncle Bruce?
All the way. Started last night.
It's awful big, isn't it?
Don't argue with me, you old rattlebrain. I've sailed something in every sea that was ever charted.
Why, it's Cap! Cap! Cap!
Stop, me darling.
Oh, Cap, I thought you'd forgotten.
Forgotten you? Would I forget the North from the South, would I?
How did you get here? What are you doing?
I'm captain of this craft. That's what I'm doing.
And I'm the first mate.
Captain Nasro.
He's the second mate.
I said first mate.
Second.
First.
Second.
First.
Second.
Oh, gee. But it's wonderful to see you fellas on good terms again.
Happy New Year, boys. Say, there's a lonesome touring car down the street. I was wondering if you happen to know anything about it.
I got a good cafe business. I don't know nothing about automobiles, what's been stolen.
Well, you might if some of the bright young men around here had anything to do with it, wouldn't you?
She's through. She's out of the way. That's what she is.
You're lying. You wouldn't dare.
I wouldn't, would I? I'll show you.
Rico, listen. I ain't gonna spill anything if that's what you're scared of. You think I want my neck stretched?
Well, you know too much. I ain't gonna take any chances. You're hanging around with me, see?
No, I'm not.
All right. You go back to that dame, and it's suicide. Suicide for both of you.
You believe me, Olga?
I want to believe you. What's that? What you got there, Joe?
Wait, Olga.
Joe!
There he is, the dirty yellow double-crosser.
Smoke many campfire of Indian village. It harvest time now. Soon braves thank Great Spirit for plenty good harvest.
That's right, Chief Rain in the face.
Yeah, just so long as it isn't mud in the face, Henry.
Why, look at the beautiful color in those leaves. Seems a shame to have to burn them or bury them.
Yes, but it's a natural process of nature to return them to the elements from which they came. But as you say, the colors are
Hey,
beautiful.
look out!
Huh?
The
Hey, what's
child's
matter?
going in the street!
I'll get him!
Hey, look out for the car, Bill! Oh, Bill!
What's going on back here? Somebody get hurt?
Get back here! Get back and give us room!
I wasn't going fast, Ranger. Honest, I wasn't. All of a sudden, I saw the child, and then the ranger darted out in front of me and threw the child out of the way. I tried to stop, but there wasn't time enough.
You're right, Henry. You saw the whole thing. It's not your fault. You're not under arrest. But you have to come along to the sheriff's office and make report.
Sure. I'll gladly do anything I can to help. This is terrible. You don't know how terrible it is to hit someone with your car. It made me sick inside. Sick all over.
Take it easy, boys! Lift him gently onto the stretcher. Don't worry, Stumpy. We'll take good care of Bill. See you at the hospital. Okay, Sonny!
Now, you take it easy. I know this is bad happening, but it's no good if you have nervous breakdown. I have doctor give you a shot.
I'll be all right after a while. I just hope your ranger friend's gonna be all right. I hope I wasn't going fast enough to kill him.
I don't think you were, mister. Your car had almost stopped when you ran into him. But let's get to a hospital. Whee! Look at the goose egg he's got on his head.
It looked more like ostrich egg.
You said it, Grey Wolf. Bill, you ought to see the front end of that car where your head hit it. What a mess.
All right, you guys. I know I'm hard-headed, but not rock-headed.
Okay, you win. The doc says you're all right. You can come home with us.
Oh, good. Let's get out of here before they change their mind.
What matter, Bill? Nurse not pretty?
Yeah?
I'll give you a pretty nurse right in the head. He wants to give you a rise on your head so he can have company. How's the child, Grey Wolf?
Oh, he's safe. Only a few scratches when you throw him on lawn. But he's fine.
How about the driver of the car?
Well, he's waiting downstairs, young feller. He's all shook up, and we better get down there and tell him you're all right.
Yeah, do that by all means. Wasn't his fault. I'll be down as soon as I check out at the desk. I'll get the door, Mom.
Hello, Mr. Jefferson. My name's Gil Major. I'd like to talk to you for a few minutes, if I may.
Certainly, Mr. Major. Come on in, please.
Oh, thank you.
Have a seat.
Thank you.
Oh, what's on your mind?
Mr. Jefferson,
I like Bill better.
Okay. Bill, you had a pretty close shave with death yesterday, and, well, I'd like to talk to you about life insurance.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
I don't want to seem cruel, but I feel it's a service to folks to follow up on this sort of thing. Because a person who's had a close shave thinks more about insurance now than when they get over their scare.
Yes, that's true.
You know, and I know, that insurance coverage bought many years ago isn't adequate to take care of beneficiaries today and during this high cost of living. Those who are the bread earners in the family should increase their earnings. So if and when something happens, those who are left behind will have enough money to live on and maintain the standard of living they enjoyed while the income provider was around.
Mm-hmm.
Also, life insurance provides an investment for the insured so that he can have money for the retiring years of his life. He can also have his premiums earn interest each year during the prime years. The most important fact is that we all need to examine our insurance coverage to make sure that it'll provide good protection for those who are left behind in case anything happens.
Yes, I think you're right. In fact, I have 2 insurance programs going, one with a company in the East and the other with the Eternal Life Insurance Company.
The Eternal Life Insurance Company?
Mm-hmm. A policy taken out with this company provides protection to the insured after death, guarantees eternal life, and the premiums were paid in full 2,000 years ago, and the beneficiary is the insured.
I never heard of such coverage as that. It's impossible.
Well, on the contrary, Gil, it's very real and practical. Everyone should have this insurance. The insurance you sell covers until death and then pays off. The insurance I'm talking about covers after death and pays off for eternity.
Utterly fantastic.
You won't find the Eternal Life Insurance Company listed in your blue book, Gil.
I won't?
No. But it's listed in this book.
Oh, what book is that?
The Bible.
Oh, the Bible.
I have the proper life insurance that you sell, but let me sell you some of this insurance, which you don't have, and I do.
Not right now, Bill. I've got an appointment. In fact, I'm already late for it. I'll see you again about life insurance.
Well, that's too bad, Gil. You really need this coverage.
Yeah, well, perhaps some other time. I really must be going. Good day.
Well, good day. Oh, Gil?
Yes?
Think about these points seriously, will you? Protection for you after death, guarantee of eternal life, the premium's been paid in full, you are your own beneficiary.
You ought to sell insurance, Bill. You really can make it stick. I'm awfully sorry to hear of your husband's death, Mrs. Connors.
We would have been married 30 years next month, Mr. Major. I'm going to miss him terribly.
Yes, that's a long time to become attached to a person. He left you well provided for. Incidentally, there's some forms you'll have to sign as beneficiary of your husband's life insurance policy.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Sign here, please. Mm-hmm. Well, that's fine. Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Connors. You'll receive the checks in the mail within a few days.
You're very kind. I guess I will need money after all. I'm glad Thomas had those policies. He never earned a large salary, but we had a comfortable life together.
I'm sure you did. Well, I must be going.
Well, thank you again.
You're quite welcome.
Mr. Major.
Yes, ma'am?
Life insurance is really a wonderful thing, and it's needed so badly. Well, after these things happen, the beneficiary needs it so, that is to settle things. Well, I wonder, why is it that some people refuse to buy it?
I wish I knew the answer to that, Mrs. Connors. It's sad when the beneficiary is left, nearly destitute. Everyone needs life insurance. Well, good night.
Gil, you need eternal life insurance. This insurance covers after death and pays off for eternity.
Katie, will you bring me the prospect file?
Yeah, Gil, right away.
Hello, Gil. How's business?
Oh, not bad, Pete. Not bad at all. How's it with you?
Likewise. Say, I've got a puzzler for you. Ever heard of this company?
Here's the prospect file, Gil.
Oh, thanks. Put it right there.
I ran across this company while revising an insurance program for a client. Boy, he's an old-timer. This company's got a policy with must be, too.
Mm-hmm. Now, let me look in my blue book of defunct companies. I've never heard of this one, and it's not listed in my book of companies that failed.
You won't find the Eternal Life Insurance Company listed in your book, Gil. It's in this book, the Bible.
Gil, snap out of it, man.
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry, Pete.
That's all right. Man, you look like you were a million miles away.
I guess I was.
Anything wrong?
No, not a thing. Everything's all right. Sorry, Pete. Well, I don't know how you can find out about that old company. Why don't you ask Snyder? He's had experience in that part of the country.
That's a good idea. Thanks. Whoever thought I'd run across a company not listed in the blue book?
Katie.
Yeah, Gil.
I see here that Mr. Dupre hasn't paid his hospitalization premium yet.
Yeah, he hasn't. I've sent him several late notices, but he keeps ignoring them. His policy will lapse soon.
Mm-hmm. I'd better call him on the phone.
His number's right there, on top of the file.
Thanks.
Hello?
Mr. Dupre?
Yes?
This is Gil Major, your insurance broker.
Huh. I've been a bad boy, haven't I?
I'll say you have, sir. You might need that policy, and it's not worth the paper it's printed on if we don't get the premium payment, you know.
I know. I'm the world's worst put it off until tomorrow type of character. I'll send you a check right away.
Can I depend on that, or should I come out and get it?
Well, listen here now. What kind of talk is this?
Oh, Mr. Dupre, I'm only thinking of you. That's my job, you know. I understand you're a busy man, and you have a lot of important things on your mind, but, well...
All right, Gil. You win. I promise to send you a check now as soon as I hang up the phone.
That's fine. Thank you, sir. Goodbye.
I wish people wouldn't be so careless about their premium payments. It's dangerous practice. Their policy might lapse.
Right. A lapse policy is no policy.
The premium was paid in full 2,000 years ago. Eternal life insurance can never lapse for lack of premium payment.
You want to see me, Chief?
Yes, Gil. How'd you make out with Bill Jefferson?
I didn't. He listened to me, and then he told me he'd already revised his insurance program.
And you let it go at that?
Yes, I did.
What kind of a salesman are you? You know better than that. You're slipping, Gil. If you can sell Bill Jefferson, you've got a foot in the door to contact every ranger under his command.
Yes, I know.
I know something, too.
What's that?
You'd better not muff this next thing, or the fur is going to fly, and it'll be the fur off your hide.
Yes, sir.
Now, you contact Bill Jefferson again. And this time you sell him, understand?
But what if he's got enough life insurance? Some men do, you know.
What's getting into you? You're the top salesman in the district. Are you afraid of Bill?
No, I don't think so.
Well, what are you waiting for? Get going.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Bill.
Were you coming to see me at the office?
Well, no, I was just passing by on my way to see a prospect.
Oh, it's too bad. I'd like to talk to you some more about life insurance.
Oh, fine. I've got time if you have. I can delay my appointment.
Good. I have time right now.
Wait a minute. What kind of life insurance are we going to talk about? Yours or mine?
Well, that all depends on who's the better salesman.
Oh, no, you don't. I don't want anything to do with religion. Eternal life insurance, as you call it.
The insurance I sell is the most important kind there is. Have you got a policy that can match it?
Of course not. I don't want anything to do with your kind of religion. Whoever heard of paying for eternal life with blood?
The blood of Jesus is the only way you can be cleansed from sin, Gil. And we're all sinners. God's word tells us that.
I'm not a sinner by any means. What do you mean? Do you think you're God? I wouldn't sell you insurance if you begged me to on your hands and knees.
Well, how'd you make out with Bill Jefferson yesterday, Gil?
I didn't.
What?
He's an unreasonable man, Chief. He's trying to sell me religion.
Well, what's wrong with that? Bill's one of the most reasonable men I know. Religion never hurt anybody, you know.
Go over there and talk to him and let him try to sell you eternal life insurance, as he calls it.
Eternal life insurance? Say, that's not bad. Not bad at all. I wonder where he got that.
He says something about the Bible.
Yes, of course. Bill's a fine Christian gentleman. You'd naturally get it from the Bible.
You, still want me to sell him?
Do I still want you to sell him? Of course I want you to sell him.
But
no buts about it. You get over there and sell him. If you can't sell him, at least get his permission to talk to his men, understand?
Well, this is a free country. I can talk to his men any time I want to.
Not when they're on duty, you don't. Off duty, yes. But they'll be mighty hard to catch up with then. Religion never hurt anybody, Gil. Maybe you need eternal life insurance, as Bill calls it.
Gil, you need eternal life insurance. It covers after death and pays off for eternity.
Gil.
Huh. Oh, yes.
Honestly, I'm beginning to think you need a vacation. Maybe a permanent one. You're acting very strange lately.
If you hadn't forced me on the Bill, I wouldn't be acting this way.
Listen, Gil. Bill is one of the finest men I know. Yeah, he's got religion, as you call it, but he makes it work. And there isn't a soul for 100 miles around here who doesn't respect that man. And the hundreds of people he's helped have a deep affection for him. I know what's wrong with you. You're under conviction, as Bill calls it.
Yeah? Well, I don't care what you call it. I'm not going back there to try to sell him insurance or his men. How do you like that?
I don't. And see how you like this. If you don't knuckle down and overcome the sales barrier and personal problem between you and Bill, you're fired. Understand? F-I-R-E-D, fired.
Maybe you won't have to fire me because I might just quit. Q-U-I-T, quit. Now, Bill, don't you say a word until I'm through with what I've got to say.
All right, Gil.
You've almost cost me my job with this religious nonsense of yours. And now you've got to give me permission to talk to your men about life insurance.
Mm-hmm.
There won't be any high-pressure stuff. I just want the privilege to talk to them on a factual basis, plus some good salesmanship.
Well, you're welcome to talk to my men, Gil.
But, well, you mean you're not going to try to stop me because I won't buy this religious stuff you're going to try to pour down my throat?
Well, of course not. That wouldn't be a Christian attitude on my part. This is a free country. You go right ahead and talk with the men. I'm sure that you'll find that some of them need insurance.
Thank you very much. You surprise me.
How's that?
Well, I've always thought that religious people were narrow-minded.
Gil, you can catch more bees with sugar than you can with salt.
Yeah, I guess you can. Well, I'd better get to work. Thanks again.
You're quite welcome.
Bill, how come you haven't tried to sell me eternal life insurance?
I have. All the time you've been here.
Oh.
Hello.
Guess what?
You tell me.
I've gotten Bill's permission to see his man.
Man, boy, Gil. Now you're back in the groove.
You know, I didn't have a bit of trouble with Bill. I just told him what I wanted, and he said, go right ahead. Fact is, he encouraged me. You know, he's a pretty nice guy. He didn't even try to sell me eternal life insurance.
That's what you think. Bill's a pretty shrewd salesman.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Oh, there's 3 words I just can't get out of my mind.
Eternal life insurance?
Yeah, but the mood will be made of green cheese before I go for religion. Well, I'd better get to work.
Okay, Gil. Give it all you've got. You've got a good chance to get the bonus this year, and it isn't peanuts. Goodbye.
So long, Chief.
Eternal life insurance. Eternal life insurance. Eternal life insurance.
I'm glad you called, Gil. I've been thinking about increasing my life insurance because I plan to get married within the next year. I guess everyone can use more insurance.
Gil, you need eternal life insurance. I'm too old now, Sonny, to take out more insurance. The premium would be too high. Besides, I don't have anyone to name as beneficiary. You are the beneficiary when you accept an eternal life insurance policy, Gil.
I like more insurance, Gil. You tell me kind of plan you have in mind. I want guaranteed income for those I leave behind.
You would have a guarantee of eternal life.
Well, thanks anyhow, Gil, but I don't need life insurance.
Gil, you need eternal life insurance. Eternal. Eternal. Eternal.
Jefferson, I don't know what you're doing to me, but it won't work. It won't work, do you understand? Everywhere I go, I keep hearing your words in my mind, but I won't give in. I just won't. Even if I have to quit the insurance business and go far away. You can't sell me religion, do you hear?
Yes, Gil, I hear you. I'm not deaf. Now, what's troubling you?
You and your crazy eternal life insurance idea. I just can't get away from it.
I see. Gil, will you listen to what I have to say? It may help you.
I suppose. Go ahead.
Please sit down.
Thanks.
Gil, I've been praying for you.
For me? Why?
Let me answer your question by explaining the gospel of the Lord Jesus Christ. God has always longed for a way to bring man back to himself after he'd sinned. For from the days of Adam, men have been his enemies, have strayed away from him. God's great plan was to send his own Son to reconcile us, and to do so by living a perfect life, and offering himself as a substitute to bear the punishment for our sins. Therefore, Jesus died on the cross and shed his blood to pay once and for all for the sins of all men. His sacrifice was final and conclusive. Gil, your problem is that the Holy Spirit is dealing with you since the first time I spoke to you about your soul. You're trying to fight the Lord. And I can tell you right now, you won't win. If you don't ask Christ to come into your life, you'll be miserable until you do. Can't you see that the Lord's plan of salvation is the only way to eternal life? He that believeth on the Son hath everlasting life. He that believeth not the Son shall not see life, but the wrath of God abideth on him. For the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. Those are the words from our Lord, Gil. You can't buy eternal life. It's a gift if you will accept Jesus as your Savior by faith. What do you say?
Gil, the boss wants to see you.
Thanks, Katie. What's up, Chief?
Gil, do you realize that you're top man on the totem pole for the bonus? And there are only a few days left to make the bonus requirements.
Yes, sir, I realize that.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
Nothing. I'm not interested.
Gil, you're insane. I'm going to call a doctor. You're in bad shape. You mean to sit there and tell me you're going to let $2,000 slip right through your fingers without even trying?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is it this time?
It's still the same old story.
Bill Jefferson.
Yeah. Who else?
You mean God. Listen, Gil. I'm not a religious man, but I know one thing.
What's that?
If God's talking to you, you'd better do something about it. And I know Bill has told you the same thing in finer detail because he's the man who knows. And that fellow walks with God.
I won't do it. I tell you, I won't do it.
Gil, let me give you some sound advice. You go over your production record since you've been fighting God and take a look at the facts. You've slipped badly, and you're going to keep on slipping. I want to see you do something about it. Gil.
Yes, sir.
I always consider you a top salesman. How wrong I've been. You don't even know a good thing when you see it.
You can't buy eternal life, Gil. It's a gift if you'll accept Jesus as your Savior by faith. Eternal life insurance. Eternal.
There's the policy mark that will put me in the bonus money. What do you think of that?
Oh, I think it's great. I'm glad to see you're back at your usual self. You must have decided to take Bill's advice and become a Christian.
I did not. I've shaken it off. Apparently God's through talking to me, if that's what it was. Now, Bill Jefferson's lost his hold on me. But that guy's sure a terrific salesman. Eternal life insurance.
But God hasn't given up. The Holy Spirit hasn't given up, Gil Major. I haven't given up praying for you, Gil. I believe that someday you'll meet the Lord face to face. But don't delay. No man can hide from God, for God is eternal. Eternal. Eternal.
We need is fireworks.
I've just got to keep on working, see?
Sorry, sister. I was sent down here to clean house.
When desperation leads to inspiration.
There's enough circulation in that man to start a shortage in the ink market.
In what man?
John Doe.
What John Doe?
John Doe, the one I made up.
And unemployment meets with opportunity.
Are you suggesting we go out and hire someone to say he's going to commit suicide on Christmas Eve? Is that it?
Well, you're catching on.
Trying to improve the world by jumping off buildings. You couldn't improve the world if the buildings jumped on you.
A little white lie can make all the difference.
Get him a suite at the Imperial and hire some bodyguards.
You suppose you could write a radio speech that would put that fellow over?
Free people can beat the world at anything, from war to tiddlywinks, if we all pull in the same direction.
But when the lie becomes reality...
You're a wonderful man. With your ability to influence people, it might grow into a glorious movement.
And the deceivers become believers...
What the American people need is an iron hand.
Right. Hey, if you or anybody else thinks he's going to use the John Doe clubs for his own rotten purpose, he's going to have to do it over my dead body.
Only the truth can set them free.
I accuse this man of being a faker.
Please let me go. They're crucifying him. I can help it.
You killed the John Doe movement, all right. You're going to see it born all over again.
Gary Cooper and Barbara Stanwyck in the Frank Capra classic, Meet John Doe.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Swan's a soap that's pure and gentle. Come on, swing to Swan.
Swan, the new white floating soap, presents the Burns and Allen Show with Paul Whiteman. Our singer, Jimmy Cash, your old friend Bill Goodwin, the six hits and a miss, and the stars of our show, George Burns and Gracie Allen. now to the Burns house where we find George and Gracie.
Well, Gracie, isn't it nice to be back home again?
Oh, yes. Everybody's been so sweet to us. Wasn't that a wonderful homecoming party our neighbors gave us last night?
Say, that was quite a party.
Yes, I love those games we played. Wasn't it a ride when they blindfolded me and I tried to pin the tail on the donkey?
Yes, a panic.
Oh, that reminds me, dear. Would you like another cushion under you?
No, thanks. I heal pretty fast.
And wasn't it fun when we took turns acting out famous events of history? They never did guess ours.
No, they didn't did that, did
It was easy, too. The purchase of Manhattan Island from the Indians. I just stood there and you gave me $24.
That's right.
I can't understand why everybody thought it was Moses getting water out of a rock.
Well, neither can I.
Are you sure you don't want another cushion, dear?
No, what for?
Well, you're sitting there tilted.
I always sit that way.
I would have enjoyed the party last night a lot more if you hadn't been so mean to me, though.
I was mean to you?
Well,
When?
remember when they wanted me to make a little speech because I was the guest of honor?
Yeah.
And I asked you to hold my plate of chicken salad and my cup of coffee?
Well, I held them, didn't I?
Well, yeah, but when I finished my speech, you were the only one who didn't applaud.
Gee, I'm a dog.
Oh, you never treated me that way before we were married. You used to be the sweetest, the most thoughtful man in the world. Every 10 minutes you told me how beautiful I was.
Oh, don't I still do that?
No. And you don't realize that a woman loves to be told she's beautiful. Even women who aren't beautiful love to be told they are. Although there, of course, I'm only guessing.
From now on, I'll tell you you're beautiful.
Well, I should hope so. My goodness, it isn't as if I were asking you to lie to me.
Of course not.
Oh, now, you were cute when you courted me, though. You were so charming and so handsome. Of course, that was a long time ago.
Naturally, yes.
George,
Yes?
you remember our first date?
Uh-huh.
I was so excited. I was hoping you'd bring me flowers because Mama had such a lovely remembrance of her first date with Papa. He brought her flowers and she saved every one. She pressed them between the pages of a book.
She did, huh?
Uh-huh. You brought me chocolates, remember?
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to see them today. I wish I could get that book open.
Gee, that box of chocolates certainly brings back memories. We just started keeping company then.
Mm-hmm.
I was in vaudeville playing Altoona.
Yes.
Right after the show, I'd rush back to New York to keep a date with you. I'd tell you all the jokes in the show, and you'd laugh and laugh.
Yeah. You said I was a lot different from the people in Altoona.
Well, I didn't bring them any chocolates.
Oh.
Yes. Hey, every time I came to see you, that tall fellow would always be sitting there. What was his name?
Oh, that was Joe Spencer, your rival.
Yeah, Joe Spencer. What a rival. Flappy ears, big buck teeth, and no chin.
Yeah. For the longest time, I didn't know which one of you to marry.
It's a nice TL for me.
Remember how shy and backward Joe was? He was so bashful.
Mm-hmm.
He's married now and got 6 children.
Yeah, bashful, yeah.
Oh, were you crazy about me in those days? Remember every time we went to a restaurant, you'd take your spoon and write, roses are red, violets are blue, Gracie Allen, I love you, and the mashed potatoes.
Well, you got bigger helpings in those days.
Ah, gee, we had so much fun when you used to take me out on dates. But now how do you treat me? Just like I was married to you.
But we are married. A preacher conducted a legal ceremony and pronounced us man and wife.
Well, he certainly killed a beautiful friendship.
Yeah, we were buddies.
Wouldn't it be wonderful if
Playmates.
Yes.
We were, yes.
Wouldn't it be wonderful if all...
You are my very dear friend.
Yes. Look, wouldn't it be wonderful if all married couples could recapture the thrill of their courtship?
Well, it certainly would.
Well, we can.
How?
Ask me for a date.
Gracie, that's silly.
Oh, please, George. After all, when you asked me to do something nice for you once I married you, didn't I?
Gracie, married people don't ask for dates.
Well, you're very mean, George.
Look,
I just asked you for a simple little thing.
Well,
not like I'm asking for a mink coat, George,
okay.
or something like that.
Okay, I'll ask you for a date.
Oh, all right. But you, just like you used to, huh?
Okay. Honey, what are you doing tonight?
I'm busy.
You're busy?
Sure. I'm popular.
Well, I'm glad. Then you're going out with somebody else.
No,
and let's
George, you
forget
didn't
it.
do it right now. You have to go out and come in like you were coming from Altoona, like you used to, full of jokes and everything.
Look, Gracie, I'm a grown-up.
Oh, now, George Burns, please.
All right, I'll do it. At least that Joe Spencer with the buck teeth won't be sitting here.
Oh, still jealous, huh? Well, anyway, dear, count to 50 before you come in. I want to print a little bit.
All right. I wonder if other husbands have to go through things like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
Hello, George.
11. Hello, Bill. 12, 13, 14, 15.
You going out?
No, I'm coming back. 16, 17, 18, 19 from Altoona. 20, 21.
George, have you gone crazy?
No, 22, 23. You see, I'm not married to Gracie. I'm her boyfriend. 24, 25,
Oh, well, that
26,
clears it up completely.
27, 28. I thought you'd catch on. Go right in. 29, 30.
George.
What?
That's to you, 31, 32.
Wise guy. 33, 34, 35, 36. Oh, well, 49, 50. Let her sue me.
Why, look who's here, George Burns.
Well, here I am. Back from Altoona, full of jokes and full of pep.
Oh, come on in. And just look who's sitting on the sofa.
I know, it's Bill Goodman.
No, it's Joe Spencer.
Oh, no.
Say, what's going on? Gracie told me I'm supposed to be Joe Spencer, but who's he?
Well, Joe Spencer and I used to be rivals for Gracie's hand. I guess you know who lost.
Yeah, Gracie.
Very comical. He screamed that
Good,
fella
well,
there.
come on, George. Ask me for a date.
Oh, all right. How about a date, baby?
Well, Joe was here first, weren't you, Joe? Well, weren't you, Joe?
Oh, yeah, that's me, the rival. Gracie, don't go out with that broken-down comedian.
Broken-down comedian? Why, I killed him in Altoona. They held me over for a second day. Gracie, go out with me and we'll have a million laughs. Get this one. Do you know how to make a Venetian blind?
Yeah, stick your finger in his eye.
Oh, he's so
Gracie, go out with me and I'll come over every night and help you wash the dishes. And with Swan, the new white floating soap that's a regular suds and whiz. The soap that suds faster than other floating soaps, even in hard water.
Gracie, go out with me and you'll have a laugh a minute. Get this one. Do you know what fellow in the army wears the biggest hat?
The fellow with the biggest head.
Yeah.
Gracie, go out with me and I'll show you how Swan helps you with every soap and water job in your house. And you'll find that Swan will help keep your hands beautiful, too, because it's as mild as the finest Castile soap, pure as an angel.
Look, Gracie, I know a million gags. Get this for a buff. Did you hear the one about the absent-minded professor who got into his car,
stepped on his wife, and kissed the starter goodbye?
He's a screaming Altoona.
Gracie, listen, go out with me and I'll show you how Swan breaks in two, so you can use half in the kitchen for your dishes and housework, and the other half in the bathroom for your tub or shower. What do you say, Gracie? It is a date?
Look, Gracie, I'm not going to keep this up all night. You're going out with me, or aren't you?
Oh, well, it's hard to decide. Let me see. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I think I'll go out with Mo.
Mo? Well, that's enough for Joe. Think I better blow.
Oh, don't forget to shut the door.
Joe!
Oh, go. Gracie, what was that Mo?
Oh, nothing. I just made that up to get rid of Joe.
Oh, I see.
Well, anyway, George, now you and I can go out together.
Yeah, that'll be swell.
Oh, George, this is going to be so much fun. It'll be just like it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
We'll go to a movie.
Yes.
And then we'll go to a restaurant.
Uh-huh.
And then go dancing.
Yeah, just like it used to be.
And then... Oh, I almost forgot. Here's the money.
Oh, just like it used to
Here's
be.
the money. Yeah.
This is Paul Whiteman. The boys and I have cooked up what we consider a rather tasty arrangement of Serenade in Blue. And it features the fine singing of Jimmy Cash. Jimmy, it's kind of up to you.
When I hear that serenade in blue, I'm somewhere in another world alone with you, sharing all the joys we used to know many moons ago. Once again your face comes back to me, just like the theme of some forgotten melody in the album of my memory, Serenade in Blue. It seems like only yesterday, a small cafe, a crowded floor, and as we dance the night away, I hear you say forevermore, And then the song became a sigh, forevermore became goodbye, but you remained in my heart. Oh, tell me, darling, is there still a spark, or only lonely ashes of the flame we knew? Should I go on whistling in the dark?
This is going to be so wonderful. We're actually going to have a date, and we won't let on we're married at all. Huh?
All right. We won't tell anybody we're married.
No.
Now go upstairs and get dressed.
Oh, I feel so young. I feel just like I'm 17.
Gracie, you look like you're 17. And I feel like I'm 19. How do I look?
Well, I'm going up to get dressed.
All right. So I look like I'm 20.
Anyone doesn't notice put my heart in beside them. The one I love. Well, if it isn't Herman, my darling little ducky. Oh, darling. Now, don't bother Mama, Herman. She has to powder her nose. Would you like to have Mama put some powder on your nose? Oh, you love it. Hold still. Hold still now. That's a good ducky. Well, most of it stayed on. Now settle down and go to sleep, darling. Mama's going out on a date tonight. What's a date? Well, that's what people go out on when they're courting. It's lots of fun. Well, of course ducks can have dates. Some night you'll have a date with a pretty little girl duck, and you'll sit on her front porch for hours and hours. And then you'll reach over and hold her wing. And she'll put her head on your shoulder and snuggle up real close, and you'll kiss her. And then you'll tell her good night and go home. You'll say good night and go home. Oh, honestly, Herman, there are times when I worry about you.
Gracie, aren't you ready yet?
Coming, dear. Good night, Herman. Well, how do I look?
Swell. But the seam in your stocking is crooked.
George, you mustn't look at my ankles. We're not married, you know.
All right, we're not married. Let's go. Well, where do you want to go?
Oh, well, now that's your problem. Mother always told me that when I had a date with a man, I should let him make all the decisions.
I see.
And she told me that I should do the same thing when I had a date with you.
Well, fine. All right, let's go bowling.
We'll go to a movie.
The man makes all the decisions.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, you, Gracie.
Oh, it's Mrs. Fowler. Hello, Francis.
Oh, darling, I have the most amazing thing to tell you about Clara Bagley you ever heard in your life. You'll die. You'll absolutely perish.
Really? You know George, don't you, Francis?
Oh, yes, I met your husband. Well, now, you know, I'm the last one in the world to talk about anybody, Gracie.
Well, George isn't my husband. We're not married, you know.
But Clara Bagley's brother-in-law was in town last week, and without a doubt, You're not married.
Now, wait a minute, Mrs. Fowley. You see, you don't understand.
Well, I think I'm beginning to.
Oh, well, you see, we're waiting for George to become of age.
Well, for heaven's sake, what age are you waiting for him to become?
You see, we're only pretending.
Pretending? All these years?
Well, we're in no hurry. You know what I always say, rush in without fear and fools will tread on you, Angel.
Yeah, that's what she always says. Look, Mrs. Fowler, this was all Gracie's idea.
That's right. Blame the woman, you cad. Well, goodbye.
Cad? Now you've done it. Now that whole club of yours, they'll be going around and saying we're not married.
I never believe anything they say anyway.
Well, okay, come on, let's go to the movies.
All right, dear.
Well, what do you want to do? Want to take a bus or want to walk?
Oh, well, I'm your date judge. That's your problem. Oh, taxi!
Taxi. What an idea this
Cab,
was.
lady?
Oh, yes. The Paramount Theater, please. Get in there.
All the silly things.
Well, we're off. Isn't it thrilling, George?
Yes.
Well, George,
Yes?
don't sit so far away. Come on, let's cuddle.
Gracie, let's not be silly.
Oh, darling, you don't think young couples drive in taxis just to go places, do you?
No, I suppose not.
Well, you can hold my hand if you like.
Gee, thanks, kid.
Oh, don't squeeze it too hard. Remember, I hardly know you.
All right, here's your handbag.
Oh, I didn't want you to do that. George, would you like to kiss me?
Oh, now, Gracie, please, this is...
Oh, I think if you wanted to, I'd let you.
Look, Gracie, this is...
Hey, Mac, you know something?
What, driver?
I've been in this racket 17 years, and this is the first time I ever seen a man put up the battle.
You mind your own business or just keep driving. Darn the silly idea, anyway.
George, I think it's wonderful. I feel so unmarried.
Now, believe me, you acted, too.
Oh, stop the car! Stop the car!
Stop the car? What's the matter? What happened?
Well, look at that beautiful dress in Magnan's window. Georgie.
Oh, no, I can't buy it for you. You're only my date, and we're not married, you know.
Georgie.
What?
How about a 10-minute furlough?
Oh, no.
With 6 hits and a miss, we've made an arrangement of one of the most charming of the currently popular tunes. Be careful, it's my heart.
and Gracie, still reliving their courtship days, have left the movie theater and are strolling toward an ice cream parlor, just as they did on their first date together.
George, when we go in, will you order the same thing tonight you ordered for us on our first date?
No.
Oh, my, what a thrill I got when you said to the man, 1 vanilla soda with 2 straws, please.
Oh, I couldn't order a thing like that now, Gracie. It would embarrass me to death.
Well, you've got to. Everything must be exactly the same.
Oh, but Gracie, I'm a...
please, George.
Well, all right, come on.
Hello, folks. Sit right down here.
Thanks.
A very funny thing. 2 of those silly high school kids were just sitting there. What do you think they ordered? 1 soda with 2 straws. Did you ever hear of anything sillier? Oh, the whole time they were in here, I was trying to guess whether it was love or the 15 cents. Well, what would you folks like?
Who? Us?
Sure.
Well, tell him what we like, George.
Yeah, what do you want?
Bring us a vanilla soda and 2 straws.
Well, anyhow, with you, Bud, I don't have to do any guessing.
Oh, just get the soda, Bud. Never mind the conversation.
Okay, that was vanilla, wasn't it?
Yeah, vanilla.
Oh, you know, we serve a scoop of ice cream in our sodas.
So what?
So would you like 2 spoons, or will you wrestle her for that?
Why, for 2 cents, I'd jump over that counter and set
now,
give you...
George, remember, this is our first date. This is a wonderful idea of mine, isn't it?
Sensational.
No, honest, sweetheart, I wouldn't tell you that if I didn't mean it.
Oh, Mr. Goodwin. Well, George, look who just came in.
Oh, hello, George. Hello, Gracie.
Hello.
Hello, come on, sit down with us, Bill.
Hey, Bud, are these people friends of yours?
Well, what if they are?
Just a minute, I'll get you 2 more straws.
Oh, go.
George, Gracie, I want you to meet my fiancée. What'd you say your name was, dear?
Nancy Byers. Fiancé? Why, Joe Spencer, I'm ashamed of you.
Joe Spencer? Oh, you must be mistaken.
Oh, no, I'm not. I know him. I know his wife, and I know his 6 children.
His wife and his 6 children.
Well, now, wait a minute, honey. I can explain.
Never mind explaining. Joe Spencer, Why, this wolf here told me he was Bill Goodwin from the Swan Show.
Well, but I am, honey, honest. Look, Swan is the new white floating soap that's a baby gentle whiz for suds. See?
Oh, everybody knows that.
Well, now, wait, honey. I can tell you something about Swan that everybody doesn't know. Do you know that the Swan people will send you a swell encyclopedia, complete in 1 volume for only 25 cents in a Swan wrapper?
They will?
Yes. And not only that, this encyclopedia has exactly 832 pages, plus 8 pages of maps in color. And do they know that Swan's encyclopedia covers 15,000 subjects? Why, that's more than 1 million words on everything from A to Z, including art, science, history, and geography. Would I know that if I weren't Bill Goodwin?
Oh, I know that, and I'm not Bill Goodwin.
Oh, yeah? But do you know that this encyclopedia contains a special March of Events section? A complete discussion of world events right up to September of this year.
Hey, Bud, how can you get this book?
Well, just send your 25 cents in a Swan wrapper to Swan, Box 25, Racine, Wisconsin.
Can anybody get one?
Sure. Anybody who sends a quarter in a Swan wrapper to Swan, Box 25, Racine, Wisconsin.
Can your wife and 6 children get one?
Oh, sure they can. All they have to do... My wife? Now, wait a minute. Look, Nancy, let's leave it to George Burns. He'll tell you I'm Bill Goodwin.
Well, I'd rather not get mixed up in this, Joe. You see, I
Joe!
Don't you ever speak to me again.
Oh, now look what you've done.
Oh, so what, Bill? There are plenty of girls.
Not like Nancy, George. She's different. She's the only girl I've met who isn't a riveter.
Nancy! That'll be 15 cents for the soda, Bud.
How much?
15 cents for the soda.
Well, there you are.
15 cents out of 15 cents.
Come on, Gracie, let's get out of here. Where would you like to go?
Well, that's your problem, dear. You work it out any way you like as long as we go for a walk in the park.
Walk in the park? The park is a mile long.
But it's so romantic.
It's after 11.
But there's a full moon.
I'm too tired.
Look, Daddy, you mind the fountain, I'll take
Oh,
it.
shut up. Gracie, we've been walking through this park for hours.
Here come a boy and girl with their arm around each other. Isn't that sweet?
Emily, the time has come when I must speak. I know I'm not worthy of you, Emily. Oh, I know I'm less than the dirt beneath your feet, but I can no longer remain silent. Tell me, Emily. I must know. Will you marry me? Will you, Emily? Will you, Emily?
Oh, wasn't that a beautiful proposal, George? You know, it reminds me of the way you proposed to me.
Did I say it like that?
Well, certainly. Oh, you changed one or two words, but it was the same beautiful thought.
Really?
Uh-huh. You took one of my little hands in yours, and you looked in my eyes, and you said, Gracie, we've been in vaudeville now for 2 years, and it's costing me plenty for separate hotel rooms. Let's get married.
Yeah, I was irresistible in those days. Let's sit down on this park bench. My feet are killing me.
All right. George, you know what?
What?
You haven't kissed me all evening.
Well,
you know, it was on a park bench just like this that you first kissed me.
Was it?
Don't you remember how it happened?
Well, not exactly.
Well, I'll show you. You had your arm around me. Well, go ahead. Put it around.
Okay.
And then you asked me for a kiss, and I said no. And then you stole the kiss anyway. Oh, go ahead. Steal one. And then...
Oh! Why, you almost broke my jaw.
Oh, remember now?
Oh, yeah, it all comes back to me. Come on, let's go home. I've had enough of this. Gee, I'm tired.
Well, home at last.
Uh-huh.
It's been a most enjoyable evening, Mr. Burns. Or may I call you George?
Call me George, call me Sam, call me anything. Let's go in the house. I'm tired.
Well, good night.
Good night.
Oh, no, you can't come in. It's after 12.
But, Gracie, I live here.
Are you forgetting, dear? This is just a date.
Well, where am I going to sleep?
You made the date, George. That's your problem. Good night.
Well, I just hope, folks, that you won't forget to send for your encyclopedia. On the level, it's the biggest quarter's worth I ever saw. And say, if your children have school homework to do, they'll find this encyclopedia a real help. So why not send for one tonight? Just send your quarter and Swan wrapper to Swan, Box 25, Racine, Wisconsin. That's Swan, Box 25, Racine, Wisconsin. Do it tonight, huh? Remember, Swan now brings you two of radio's top shows, George Burns and Gracie Allen every Tuesday night, and Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou every Friday night on another network. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night.
Clang went the trolley, ding, ding, ding went the bell. Zing, zing, zing went my heartstrings. From the moment I saw him, I
fell. Meet Me in St. Louis is the tender, romantic story of the most popular young beauty of the early 1900s, of her crush on the boy next door. Of her lovable, yet at times humorous family.
If you like me like I like you, and we like both the same, I like to say this very day, I'd like to change your name. We will dance for hoochie
biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure Alias Sandra Day. The Green Hornet strikes again. Attention all women. You can help to ease the pain of a wounded fighter. Help bring him back to health. And here's how. If you're untrained, take a home nursing or nurse's course. This can help release a trained nurse for Army duty. Or if you're a senior cadet nurse, serve your final 6 months in an Army hospital. If you're a registered nurse, join the Army Nurse Corps. Or if you know a registered nurse, advise her to join. Army hospitals in the United States are receiving wounded men from all fighting fronts, and their needs must come before civilian needs. For information and application blank, communicate with your local Red Cross chapter or wire collect government rate to the Surgeon General, U.S. Army, Washington, D.C. And now, the Green Hornet. It was dusk as a heavy-set man alighted from a cab and started across the walk toward a small apartment house in a deserted part of the city. As the speeding sedan approached and swerved toward the curb, the man turned with a startled exclamation.
Hey, what in the world? Oh!
Later that evening, Britt Reed, young playboy and publisher of the Daily Sentinel, stood in the city room talking to Gunnigan, the city editor, and to Ed Lowry, one of his reporters.
That's the second gangster killing within a week, Gunnigan, and no trace of the killers.
Yeah, I know, but headquarters sure are riled about the editorials we've been putting out, Chief. And the one in the last edition ain't going to make them feel any better.
It isn't that the Sentinel's belittling the police in any way, Gunnigan. We're running a newspaper, and it's our right and privilege to ask for more action in running down the killers.
Sure, they're used to getting jumped on by the press, and it puts them on their toes. They know they'll get praised if and when they catch the killers.
Well, I guess you're right at that, Lowry.
As we know, the guy who was shot down today was an ex-convict, Magee.
Yes, and we also know that he'd been a cellmate to Jaden, who was killed a few days ago. They both did time together.
Oh, it looks like some kind of a racketeer war or something.
Well, whatever it is, it has to be stopped. And the Sentinel will keep behind the matter until it is stopped once and for all.
The following morning, Britt Reed looked up from the letters before him as his secretary, Lenore Case, entered his office.
What is it, Miss Case?
Well, Mr. Reed, there's a smartly dressed woman here to see you. Miss Day. Miss Sandra Day.
Miss Sandra Day? I don't know anyone by that name.
She said you didn't know her, but she also said it was very important, so I took the liberty...
Well, you might as well show her in, Miss Case.
Yes, sir. I'll send her right in. Mr. Reed will see you, Miss Day. Go right in. Thank you very much.
You're Miss Sandra Day?
Yes, that's right. I know you're Mr. Reed.
Yes. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Now, just what can I do for you, Miss Day?
Well, I came to you because I thought perhaps you could help me. I'm terribly afraid.
Afraid? Of what?
Mr. Reed, as you know, a man was killed yesterday, shot down in the street.
Yes. What connection does that have with you?
Not any direct connection, but no doubt you also know the police found a printed note, sort of a blackmail note on the victim.
Yes. Yes, I do happen to know such a note was found.
Well, before I go any further, I must ask you to keep this confidential, Mr. Reed.
If what you have to say is any connection with the case, why don't you go to the police?
Because, well, it's sort of a delicate matter, and I hope that you could help me.
If I can, I will. Now, if you care to tell me what it is
I, too, have received a blackmail note. A printed note signed Mr. X, just as that man's note was signed.
I see. Go on, Miss Day.
I'll show you the note. Here it is. Please read it.
Several interesting letters written by you to a certain man in this city are in my possession. If shown to the right party, it would cause you a lot of trouble. $5,000, 8 o'clock tonight at the Golden Shoe nightclub will get them back. Come alone and wait. Mr. X. I still think you should go to the police with this.
No. Oh, no, they'd want to see those letters. It might break up a home if they were made known. I meant no harm when I wrote them, but I just must have them back.
I still can't figure out why you came to me.
You're a newspaper man. Your newspaper is fighting racketeers such as Mr. X. I thought, well, that you could go out to the club and be there at 8 o'clock. You could watch from another table. Then after I made the contact and got back the letters, you could call the police and put them on the trail of those contacting me.
Well, I could send one of our reporters
You'd
out
have to tell him what it was all about. Please remember, this is confidential. I thought if you could go yourself, you're known to go to nightclubs often, Mr. Reed, and, well, no one would suspect you were watching.
All right, I'll go. But of course you'll have no objections if I take someone with me, as long as I don't mention the reason for going.
That will be all right. You don't know how grateful I am to you for your help.
I might add, Miss Day, I think it's very foolish for you to pay blackmail, no matter what the reason.
But if it results in the capture of the killers, why, surely it's worth taking the chance.
Well, maybe so. Anyway, I'll be there watching at 8 o'clock, Miss Day. You can depend on that.
As Miss Day left his office, Griff Reed stared after her. A strange expression came into his eyes for the moment. Then, turning back to his desk, he lifted the phone and dialed. As he dialed, the calm, carefree attitude which had caused the young publisher to become known as a playboy to his friends dropped from him like a cloak, and in its place was the direct and purposeful attitude of his secret personality, the Green Hornet. He spoke authoritatively to the answering voice on the private line.
Hello, Cato. I have something for you to do. Now listen carefully, and I'll tell you what it is.
Gee, boss, it sure was nice of you to invite me to come out here with you.
Hope you enjoy it, Lowry. By the way, what time do you have?
It's just a few minutes after 8.
Thanks.
Hey, boss. You notice the slick chick at the next table? Sure giving us the eye.
Really? I haven't noticed.
Yeah, some babe that. She's a smooth-looking type, about 30 maybe. But she sure's got what it takes, believe me.
Well, I'm sure it must be you she's looking at, Lowry.
Oh, do you think so? Say, maybe I ought to ask her if
No.
she'd, No?
Definitely no.
That's what I thought you said the first time. Oh, well.
Lowry.
Huh?
Since my back is toward the door, I want you to keep an eye in that direction.
Watch the door? What for?
Never mind, just watch it. And, forget your slick chick for the time being.
Okay, boss, if you say so. But I don't see why you want me to watch it. Duck, boss. Look out!
Who got shot? What's it all about? Hey, it came from the doorway.
Boss, are you hit?
No, I'm all right, Lowry.
Oh, nobody's going to take pot shots at you and get away with it. I'm going after him.
Lowry, wait.
Oh, Mr. Reed, I'm so glad you weren't hurt.
Thanks, Miss Day.
Be calm, everybody. There's nothing to be excited about. Stop the music, please.
I just know those shots were meant for me.
Maybe so, but from the two holes in the back of my chair, I'd say they were very poor shots if they aimed at you, Miss Day.
I doubt if they'll contact me after all this.
I'm sure they won't. I suggest you go on home. I'm taking a cab. I'll drop you off if you wish.
No, thank you. I think it best if we're not seen together. Where could I get in touch with you later?
I'm going back to the Sentinel office right now.
About what time will you be leaving there?
Oh, you can reach me there about, 10 o'clock. I'll leave there about then.
All right. If anything comes up, I'll call you. Thank you for coming out.
I suggest you go straight home and then call the police for protection this day. If they were shooting at you, as you seem to think, they may try again.
Yes, I guess you're right. I'll leave now. When I get home, I'll get in touch with the police.
Good, you go ahead. I'll wait a few minutes until my friend returns, then we'll leave for the office. Are you sure you'll be all right?
Oh, yes. I'll be careful. Thank you again, and good night.
Well, I'd better hunt up Lowry and be on my way. The evening certainly has started off with a lot of excitement. Perhaps I'll meet with a lot more before the night's over. Who can tell?
Once again, that strange, piercing look came into Britt Reed's eyes as Miss Day walked away from his table in the nightclub. He waited a few moments until she had had time to leave the club. Then, rising, he went into the nightclub lobby, where he found Lowry, who was looking puzzled and disconcerted because he hadn't solved the mystery of the shooting. The two men took a taxicab and went back to the Sentinel building. Before going up to his own office, Britt Reed sent Lowry in search of certain data. A short time later, Lowry entered the young publisher's office.
Oh, here's that stuff you wanted from the morgue on Claire and Jayton, boss. They were convicted and sent up just about 5 years ago.
Thanks, Lowry. I'll get through them in a minute.
Okay. I'm going on down to cops' headquarters just in case there's anything doing. See you in the morning, boss.
All right, Lowry. Good night.
Night.
There's very interesting data on the Clara case. Especially the pictures. The private line. It must be Cato calling. Hello?
This is Cato, Mr. Britt. I followed directions you gave me just before you left for nightclub.
Good. How did you make out?
I wait outside of club. Short time after 8 o'clock, woman you described come out, get in car with man. He drive her to Avenue Apartments. She go in, he drive away.
I see. Is she still there?
Yes, sir. She not leave yet.
Check on the location of her apartment, Cato, then continue to watch. I'm leaving here at 10 o'clock. I'll meet you at our apartment.
Yes, Mr. Britt. I keep watch. Meet you at apartment later. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Cato. Oh, wait a minute.
Yes, sir. I listening.
You haven't noticed anyone else watching that place, have you? Such as the police, for instance?
No, sir. I only one watching.
Then she didn't intend to call the police for protection. I didn't think she would.
Why, sure she not have police come to watch, Mr. Britt.
All right, Cato. See you later. Lowry's so-called slick chick isn't so slick after all.
The City Hall clock was striking 10 as Britt Reed stepped from the elevator into the lobby of the Sentinel building.
That's 10 o'clock striking. You've been working late tonight, Mr. Reed.
Oh, just catching up on a little work, Joe. Good night.
Good night, sir.
I wonder if Cato found out anything more. I'll have to take a cab home if I can. Oh, this is it.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. The post-war world. It's easy to dream of, isn't it? A world at peace, a world of science and greater comfort, a world of jobs, a plentiful, happy world. Yes, it's easy to dream of. But every day, many of us are forgetting we must plan now for that peacetime world, prevent inflation and the crash which always follows in its wake. These 3 rules will help ward off inflation and depression. First, buy only what we need now. Second, pay no more than ceiling prices. And third, put all extra money into war bonds and other savings. Yes, save for the future. Save for that world. Make it a reality instead of a dream. And now, back to the Green Hornet. Britt Reed stepped from the doorway of the Sentinel building. A speeding car roared by, spewing bullets.
Hey, somebody's been shot! Is he dead? Who'd they shoot at? All right, get back, everybody. Get back. Come on, get back, folks.
I'll soon see who... Great day, it's Mr. Reed.
I'm all right, officer.
Now, here, now, let me help you. There. Are you sure you're not hurt, Mr. Reed?
Not a scratch. Luckily, I saw them coming. Then I took a nosedive to the sidewalk and nothing flat.
You sure are the nervy one to be joking about it. Oh, I'll report this to headquarters right away. You can be sure of that. I don't suppose you got the number or anything like that, sir.
I was too busy hugging the sidewalk to make sure they didn't have my number.
I guess you were at that, sir. Well, if there's anything I can do...
Not a thing, thank you. You go ahead and make your report. I'll grab a cab and go along home. Whoever it was using me for a target won't get another chance at me if I can help it. You can bet on that.
Taking a cab, Britt Reed went to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting. The 2 men held a lengthy discussion. Then Cato made his report.
Short time after 10 o'clock, man come back in car. Woman come out and they drive away, Mr. Britt.
I see. Well, I want to pay a visit to her place before she goes back there.
That mean Green Hornet make visit, perhaps.
Right.
Mask and gas gun ready. We go now?
The sooner the better. Come on, Cato.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Say you followed the man and woman far enough to know where they went, Cato?
Yes, Mr. Britt. They go to a small restaurant several blocks away from Avenue Apartments.
That was about a half hour ago, then.
Yes, sir.
I hope we get to that apartment house before they return.
We be there in a minute now. It's right up block.
Good. Find a secluded place in which to hide the Black Beauty.
There vacant lot just ahead. Apartment just beyond.
Well, that'll do. Turn in there, Cato. It's dark enough here. You can stop now. Wait here for me. I won't be long.
I wait. Remember, she have apartment 102 on first floor.
Yes. I'm very anxious to have a look around in apartment 102. Keep on the watch, Cato. I'll be right back.
Britt Reed approached the apartment house with caution. In a matter of minutes, with the use of a skeleton key, he quietly entered apartment 102 and closed the door behind him.
I'll have to work fast. She may come back any minute. Nothing in the desk at all. Not even papers. Nothing on the desk except... Yes, a blotter, but that's all. I guess that blotter. Maybe. Oh, that mirror over there. Well, let's see now. This flashlight isn't much to go by, but... Oh, I've really found something here. Now I know I'm on the right track. And now I'll leave my seal on top of the desk. Yeah, there. That should do the trick. Cato and I may have a little wait, but it'll be worth it. And how? I'll go back to the Black Beauty now.
Returning to the Black Beauty in which Cato was waiting, Britt Reed entered the car. But instead of leaving, the two men sat conversing in low tones as they watched the entrance to the Avenue apartments.
They just went out to eat, Cato. They should be back by this time.
The time moves slow and heartbeat fast, Mr. Britt. Yet not as long as you think. They come soon, maybe.
I hope so.
Look, Mr. Britt. It's them.
Yes, they're going in. If they react to that Hornet seal the way I hope they will, they'll lead us to the place I want to find. Cato, keep your fingers crossed and hope.
Meantime, in a small, secluded house on the edge of town, a smooth, flashily dressed man sat at a table drinking with a blonde girl whose heavy makeup failed to hide the hardness in her face.
Drink up, honey. We'll have plenty of time for a few more.
Slick. You know, the boss wouldn't like it. Us being together like this.
What the boss doesn't know won't hurt anyone, baby. Here.
Thanks, Slick.
I happen to know the boss isn't due back here tonight. Good luck, baby. We'll have a couple of more drinks, and we'll go out dancing somewhere. What do you say, huh?
Okay with me, big boy. Ain't looking for trouble with the boss, that's all. Not that I can't take care of myself, you understand?
Sure. Don't get so serious. Enjoy yourself, kid, while you've got the chance. Anyway, we've got a lot to celebrate, haven't we?
Oh, I don't know about that. I ain't trusting the boss any too far. I've gotten a double cross before in my life, and that's no kidding.
Take it easy, Goldie. Nobody's going to double cross you. What gave you that idea?
Look, it's almost like a double cross already, the way I look at it, Slick. The boss catches us together, it's fireworks, that's what. Yep, I got a right to be with someone I like, ain't I? Well, answer me, ain't I?
Of course you have, Goldie. Don't go showing your drinks if you want to go out someplace with me.
I ain't showing my drinks. Just saying what I think. It's about time someone took the boss down a peg anyway, and little Goldie's the one could do it, too. Look. See this?
Hey, put that automatic back in your pocket. You ought to take off that coat anyway.
Don't worry, Slick. It won't go off. Not if I don't want it to. Well, what's the use of taking off my coat? We're going out, ain't we?
Yeah, sure. Here, let's drink to good luck, huh?
Yeah. Good luck to you and me.
Sure.
Hey, what?
It's Bill and the boss.
Yes, and it looks as though I came just in time. What's that frizzy-headed blonde doing here with you?
Now, hold on, Sandra.
Don't Sandra me. I'm the boss to you just as I am to the rest of them. Now, I warned you, Slick, that if I ever caught that cheap
Shut up,
little...
you...
Put that gun down, do you hear?
Goldie, you don't know what you're doing.
Oh, don't I? Calling herself the boss, huh? Running around as a female racketeer. Having guys rubbed out that try to cross her, huh? Well, she'll never rub me out. I'm here to tell all of you.
Grab her, Bill.
Oh.
Goldie, you shot the boss.
Ah, she just passed out. Clipped her, that's all.
Yeah, well, I'm going to clip you, see?
Hold it.
What? The Green Hornet.
We were coming here to warn you about him. He left the seal at the boss's place. Standing for Goldie here, getting into trouble with the
saved
boss.
me a lot of trouble.
At least she put the ex-Mrs. Calera out of things for a while.
Ex-Mrs. Calera. How did you know that?
The guy seems to know a lot. Maybe I ought to hook up with someone like him who knows what it's all about.
No thanks, Blondie. You're not my type, to put it politely.
Why, you...
Not so fast. Give me that.
Got it, that's it.
Now you hold it, Hornet.
Yeah. While you was wrestling with Goldie, we both got the drop on you, see?
So I see.
Goldie, while we keep him covered, you get your gun back. And get his, too.
There's a reward out for this punk. 25 grand, dead or alive, Slick.
Yeah, that is something to think about. Go ahead, Goldie. We won't let him move. Go on.
That's not good.
Hey, who said that?
The lights went out. Do something. Grab him, quick.
I got him. Shoot, Slick, shoot.
Hey, you got hold of me. Let go.
This'll settle him. Oh, holy catfish, I socked Goldie. We'll get him, Bill.
Why don't you do it, killer? Take this.
Gas. Don't.
I'm getting out of here, but quick.
Maybe better you stay.
I still got my run out.
Oh, no, you don't. The lights. I better see if that
I put on lights.
Good. I was afraid for a moment that you might be hurt. I see you did as I told you and called the police. I want to leave a note for them. I put it in the boss lady's hand. There. Let's go.
When did you first suspect Miss Day really not what she's seen, Mr. Britt?
When she first came to my office, Cato, she mentioned that a blackmail note had been found on Calera, something like the one she had. Actually, no one knew about that note having been found but the police and us.
Oh, I see.
Her anxiety to get me into that nightclub also made me suspicious. Then when I was shot at, I was sure she was behind it, because of the editorials in the Sentinel.
Well, what of attack in front of Sentinel Building?
I expected that, so they didn't succeed. She was quite anxious to know just what time I'd be leaving the office.
And what you find in apartment, clinch case.
Right. Those notes were written in ink. She left nothing around her desk except a small blotter. When I held it to the mirror, I could make out the exact words that were in the note she showed me. She had written those notes herself. She was Mr. X. Also in write-ups on the Calera case, I found a picture of Mrs. Calera, a brunette but with features like Miss Day. She was formerly Calera's wife.
Well, she got divorced when he got to jail?
Yes. Then she blackmailed him and his cellmate for the money they had hidden from a holdup. It was never found. When they wouldn't pay, she had them murdered.
You sure police find out facts?
I made sure, Cato.
Oh, yes. You leave note.
That's right. I left a note telling who the woman really is and indicating that the others make up the gang responsible for the killings. With them fighting among themselves, it'll be quite easy for the police to get a confession from one or more of them. Don't worry about that.
Well, no doubt woman called Goldie implicate Green Hornet. There be saying which go... There be no fury like woman scorn.
You said it, Cato. You really said it.
That's the Lux paper! Miss Calera has racketeers gang indicted for murder. Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still inside. That's the Lux paper!
Some people think that once we beat Germany, we'll be able to lick Japan in 6 months. But a year and a half to 2 years after Germany is beaten is the minimum estimate given by our top military authorities. And unless we folks here at home meet our responsibilities, it's going to take longer than that. We've got to stick to our war jobs until we're released. We've got to keep buying bonds. We've got to keep supporting all other home front activities until this war is won. And here's an important announcement. Beginning Thursday, February 1st, the Green Hornet will be broadcast over most of these stations on Thursday night instead of Tuesday. Don't forget the change of day. Beginning next week, February 1st, the Green Hornet will be broadcast over most of these stations at 7:30 Thursday night. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Henry Stambaugh speaking. This is the Michigan Radio Network.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hail, Silver, away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. When the days of the open range passed, there were many disputes over boundaries and water rights among the cattlemen. In some cases, feuds developed which were carried on from generation to generation. And one of the greatest obstacles that faced the masked rider of the plains in his fight for peace and security was this enmity and misunderstanding between the honest ranchers. In the end, however, he made them realize that they must all work together if the new country was to progress. It was he, more than any other man, who made the winning of the West possible. Return with us now those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for the range country! Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Young Bill Tyler, who had been at school in the East for several years, suddenly determined to return to his father's ranch. No sooner was his mind made up than he began the long journey. When at last the stage halted on the trail in front of his home, he ran across the yard and hurried eagerly up the steps of the porch he had known so well as a boy.
Why,
Why can't you let a feller get his nap in? Why, the great horned toad.
Pa.
Son. Oh, gosh. Where?
You're surprised to see me?
Say, get in here. Give me those bag of yours. Why couldn't you let your old dad know you was a-coming? What'd you knock for? Why didn't you just come right...
Whoa, there. How many questions at a time do you think I can answer?
I ain't never been so glad to see anybody in all my born days. Here, hand me them bags.
I've got them.
Then get in here. Now, and let me have a look at you. Golly, you're an inch taller than your paw. Say, you grow to be the bigger man than I ever figured on.
And, Dad, you're not a day older than when I saw you last.
I'm holding my own. Sit down. Hey, golly, hold on now. Wait a minute, young fella. I just happened to think. Ain't you supposed to be in school? Ain't no vacations this time of year that I know about. You wasn't thrown out, was you?
Of course not, Dad. Just got fed up on school, that's all.
So, just up and quit, huh?
That's right.
Kicking over the traces already. I don't know. Maybe I ought to make you turn right around and get right on back.
Oh, no, you don't. I'm here, and I'm here to stay.
Yeah, sure you didn't get into trouble of some kind back east there?
No, Dad, I give you my word. The only thing happened was that I suddenly found out something that it took me almost 6 years to learn.
Yeah, what was that?
That this is where I belong. I used to think that I wanted to make a place for myself in the East, Dad, but not anymore. This is the place for me, right where I can work alongside you.
Well, you ain't finished college yet.
I've learned more than is good for me already.
Oh, gosh, I don't know just what to say.
And say what you're thinking, Dad. That you're glad I'm back, and that you never wanted me to stay in the East anyhow.
Blast it. That's just what I was thinking. Gosh, I'm so doggone glad to see you back. I just can't find words for it.
You haven't any notion how good it feels to be back. And I'll tell you something else. I'm not going to be satisfied until I'm sitting in a saddle and in the swing of things again.
Well, then you came at a good time.
Yeah? Something up?
How would you like to go along to Central City with a trail herd?
I'd like it fine. Wait, you say you're sending a trail herd to Central City?
That I am. Boys are just finishing up the roundup now.
Oh.
What's the matter?
Well, look here, Dad. Do you have to send that herd there? Do you need the money? Or is there some other reason?
Might be. Why?
Oh, nothing exactly. It was just that I got talking with someone on the stage before we got to Richfield.
Out with it, son. You got something or other on your mind. Might as well tell me what 'tis.
She said her grandfather was sending a herd to Central City. She spoke as though it meant quite a lot to them making that sale.
Who was you talking to?
You can guess.
Mary Wilson, by all that's holy. Do you know who she was?
Not at first.
Then I suppose you up and introduced yourself and you got real chummy.
No. When I found out who she was, I didn't tell her my name. I was afraid...
Go on. Afraid of what?
Well, if you must have it, Dad, I was afraid it might make a difference to her. I liked her. I wanted her to like me before she learned my name.
You can sit there and tell me that?
Why not? Nothing to be ashamed of.
Nothing to be ashamed of? Son, the last word your grandpa said afore he died was to drive them Wilsons off the range. I've remembered them words ever since. It's took a long time, but now I've got 'em just where I want 'em. I'm going to get my herd to Central City first, make the sale, and then watch the sheriff take over the Wilson place.
Oh, Dad, I thought that old feud had died out.
Never as long as I live.
But it's silly. Making war on an old man and a young girl's not fair.
They're Wilsons. It ain't my fault what else they are.
There's range enough for both outfits.
Like blazes there is.
But I talked to Mary. She told me what they're up against. They're short-handed. They've had a dozen things go wrong. If they make this sale, they can get back on their feet again. If they lose out, well, they're done for. They'll have to give up their spread.
And they're going to lose out.
Oh, Dad, you can't do this.
Are you a Wilson or a Tyler?
I'm a Tyler, and I'm as proud of the name as you are. Just proud enough so that I'd be ashamed to think we'd taken advantage of someone else's bad fortune.
Words. Nothing but words. I can tell you what's wrong with you, and I won't have to make a speech about it neither.
Well?
You've gone sweet on that Mary Wilson.
Oh, I said I liked her.
I never thought I'd live to hear a son of mine say a thing like that.
Dad, I've met lots of girls. I've met girls in the East that came from fine families and had all the education they could be given. And I'll tell you right now that in just a few hours I talked with Mary. She struck me as the finest girl I'd ever met.
You've talked to her for the last time.
No. Oh, now, look here, Dad, let's be reasonable about this. I don't want to lose my temper any more than you do. But this feeling there's been between the two families, well, it's childish. There's no other name for it. Can't you see that as plainly as I do? Instead of being enemies, why not let's try to be friends?
I think you'd better go back east.
Ted, you don't know what you're saying.
I know that a Tyler, and my own son, is talking like a traitor to his own kin. That's enough for me. When the next stage heads by here going east, you'll be on it.
Very well.
And you'll stay there till you've writ me you got some sense in your head.
I'm leaving, Dad, but I'm not going east.
Look here.
I'm going to stay right in this country, and I'm going to see that the Wilson herd reaches Central City before yours.
Son, Bill, wait. Bill, come here, Bill. Tyler, going to work for the Wilsons.
Bill, leaving his father's home with nothing more than the clothes he wore and the few dollars he carried in his pocket, started down the trail to nearby Richfield afoot. On the way, however, he met a tall masked man accompanied by an Indian who offered him a lift. As they rode, Bill answered the masked man's questions reluctantly. And when they reached the outskirts of town, Bill left and went on alone.
Him not tell truth.
Did you decide that, Tonto? What made you think he wasn't?
The way him talk.
Would you say he was a crook?
Me not know. Him look like good feller.
I wonder what his game is.
What you think?
You decided he wasn't telling the truth from the way he talked. I know he wasn't.
How you know?
That's Jeff Tyler's son.
Oh.
He's been east for a number of years, but the family resemblance is there. You might not see it unless you were looking for it, but it can be seen.
That heap strange.
It is strange. You've heard of the feud between the Tylers and Wilsons, haven't you? It's never come to actual gunfighting. Both sides, however, have done everything else to drive each other off the range.
Tonto hear about that.
And now old Zeke Wilson is rounding up a herd to send to Central City. His ranch depends upon his making the sale.
Oh.
Jeff Tyler is sending another herd. He thinks he sees the chance to break the Wilsons once and for all.
Him bad feller?
No, Tonto. At least I'd always heard he wasn't. Just stubborn is all. But now...
What you think?
Now, Kemosabe, I'm wondering if the things we've heard are wrong. Jeff's son is looking for employment with his father's enemies. I'm wondering if it isn't possible that Jeff has sent the boy there.
Maybe that right.
Bill could delay the Wilson herd and help his father win.
That'd be heap bad.
The Wilsons never had anything to do with the Tylers, and so there'd be little reason for them to recognize Bill. Especially since he's been east almost since boyhood. And that may be just what Jeff is taking advantage of.
What we do?
Tonto, tonight we'll make camp near the Wilson place. We're going to watch developments.
That be heap good.
Let's go.
Hit him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver. Come on. After Bill had purchased range clothes, a horse, and a saddle, he was virtually penniless. Leaving Richfield, he sent his mount toward the Wilson ranch, arriving there shortly after dusk. He dismounted in the rear of the house, where he was approached by a limping, battle-scarred veteran of the cattle country, and...
Evening, mister. Looking for somebody?
You're not Mr. Wilson, are you?
Me? Nope, I ain't him. Me, I'm Horseface Collins.
Horseface?
That's the handle I always answers to. The boys call me that on account I ain't so pretty or something.
I see. Well, Horseface, I'm looking for work.
Yeah? Well, you'll have to see the boss about that.
He's in the house?
Uh-huh. Come on, I'll introduce you. What did you say your name was?
I didn't say, but it's Bill Jones.
No relation to old Pete Jones that used to swamp out the cafe in town, are you?
No, why?
I don't know. Just thought I'd seen somebody that looked like you before, that's all.
I see.
Well, come along. You a cowhand?
I think so.
Hey, don't talk like one. You talk more like an Eastern dude.
Perhaps.
Now, what in tarnation is keeping them? They vet all right, I know that. Oh, howdy, Miss Mary. Here's a young fella allows us how he wants a job.
You? But what...
Good evening, Miss Wilson.
Well, this is a surprise.
Say, you folks met up before?
Well, yes, we...
Horseface is right, Miss Wilson. I am looking for work.
What am I thinking of, keeping you standing here? Come in.
Thanks.
Grandpa!
What is it, honey?
Here's someone looking for work.
Bring him along.
Won't you come this way?
Surely.
Close the door, Horseface.
Uh-huh.
This is him, Grandpa.
Looking for work, you say, young man?
I am, Mr. Wilson.
Sorry, but I'm afraid you're wasting your time.
Why, I heard you needed men. They told me in town you wanted a trail boss.
Sure, I want one. Want a half a dozen other hands besides. But I don't know where I'd get cash to pay 'em. No, young feller, I'm afraid there ain't nothing doing.
But I'm not asking much.
Young feller, I couldn't pay you 2 bits.
You could after your herd is sold, couldn't you?
I reckon so. But I'm beginning to think it ain't going to be sold. Not with that polecat of a Tyler racing me to market, it ain't likely. Doggone him.
Listen, I'll make a bargain with you.
Huh? A bargain?
Make me trail boss, and I'll get your herd to Central City before Tyler's herd. Or I work for nothing.
Please, Grandpa. That's fair enough. Why don't you give him a chance?
What are you so interested for, honey?
We met today on the stage.
You the young feller Mary was telling me about?
Well, I don't know what she said. I suppose so.
Thought she said you had folks in the district. What are you doing here?
I thought I had, but found I hadn't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all right.
Folks dead?
Something like that.
How do I know you can do the work? Trail boss got to have a lot of savvy, young fella.
The herd won't be ready to start for several days yet, will it? You should be able to make up your mind about me before then.
Please give him a chance, Grandpa.
There's another thing. You ain't friendly with Jeff Tyler, are you?
I'm not. Why?
'Cause I won't have a fella friendly to that polecat working for me. I want that understood now, so there won't be no argument about it later on.
Then I've got the job?
If you prove you can handle it. Can't hardly afford to turn down the proposition you offered.
Fine.
I'll bet you will be Tyler's herd.
You're darn right I will.
Bill Jones. Jones.
What's the matter, Horseface?
Miss Mary, I've seen someone looks like this young fella Summers, and it's driving me loco placing him.
Oh,
We curtain pause on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Young Tyler, assuming the name of Bill Jones, hired out to old Zeke Wilson, his father's worst enemy, as trail boss. It did not take Bill long to prove that, although absent from the West for a number of years, he could handle his new duties. At length the day came when Wilson's herd was ready for the drive to market. Bill, waiting for old Zeke to arrive with his final orders, sat his horse to one side of the herd. Mary, Zeke's granddaughter, was with him, and...
I'm wishing you all the luck in the world, Bill.
Thanks, Mary. I mean, Miss Mary.
I'll call you Bill, and you call me Mary. Agreed?
You bet, if you want it that way.
Good. Which trail are you taking to Central City, Bill? Going by way of the Bottoms or around Crystal Lake?
Can you keep a secret?
Of course.
I haven't said anything to your grandfather because I was afraid he'd question my judgment. But I'm not taking the herd over either trail.
But, Bill, what other way is there?
We're going through the hills. We'll cut off a week's journey that way.
But you can't. No one's ever taken cattle that way.
I can.
But how...
Look, Mary, Tyler's herd started 2 days ago. They've not only got that much start on us, but a full crew besides. If we're to reach Central City first, we've got to gamble.
I just don't understand.
Mary, when I was a youngster, I covered every foot of those hills. I know them as well as any man alive. And I tell you, cattle can be taken through them. Will you trust me, Mary? Will you believe I'm doing what I think best?
Why haven't you told Grandpa about this?
You know what he'd say, just what you did at first, that it couldn't be done.
He knows this range, Bill.
Oh, it's not the same thing. Mary, you said you'd keep my secret.
I know.
Then promise me you'll say nothing to your grandfather. Promise me.
Well...
I'm just doing this for him. And you. If I thought I'd fail, I'd never attempt it.
If Grandpa knew what you planned,
He'd give orders against it. This way he thinks I'll take the herd over one of the regular trails. I don't want to leave here tied down by any direct order.
I do believe in you, Bill. And I will keep your secret.
Good girl.
Bill, I'll pray for you to win every minute of the day.
Get up there! Get up! Come on, get those cows moving, boys. We're off to Central City.
Bill gave no hint of his plans to the crew working with him during the week that followed. It was not until the herd reached the point where the two regular trails branched out that he told them what was in his mind.
Look at here, Bill. You're boss and all, but I'm telling you there ain't nothing ahead but blind canyons and general trouble. We not only can't get through, but after you find it out, we're likely to lose half the herd trying to bring them back again.
I'll take the responsibility for that. Get the herd started. That's an order.
Well, if you put it like that.
Now, wait a second, fellas. Who's that riding this way?
Someone coming here?
See him? They're sure laying leather to them nags you're riding.
Coming from the direction of the home ranch.
By golly, one of them's a girl.
Mary.
And doggone if it ain't. That's the boss right beside her. The old horse-face trailing behind. I thought that old geezer was getting too old and crippled up to ride a cayuse along like that.
But what are they doing here?
We'll be finding out soon enough.
Wait! Hold on! Wait for us!
What's the trouble, Mr. Wilson?
Oh. You blasted lion, double-crossing snake, I'll show you.
Mary, what is it?
I think you can guess.
But I can't.
I know you. Knowed you all the time, dog blasted. Only I couldn't place you. Calling yourself Bill Jones. I figured there was something funny about that handle. You're Bill Tyler.
What?
Jeff Tyler's kid?
The same.
But wait.
Then that explains it, boss. That's why he aimed to have us drive the cattle into the hills.
He's done what?
That's right, boss. He was giving us our orders just as you showed up. He said we wasn't following the regular trails. We was to drive straight ahead and cut through the hills. It was a scheme.
It wasn't.
Young fella, don't you deny it. You're Bill Taylor, aren't you?
Well, yes, but...
Then pack your things and get. I'm taking charge myself.
Well, at least let me show you the trail I had in
You
mind.
can't show us nothing. Get! Before you get drilled like you deserve.
All right. I'll go. Mary, before I go, I want to tell you for the last time that I've done nothing that wasn't for your good. I can say that on my word of honor.
I don't suppose one more falsehood would matter to you. You've had a lot of practice lately.
Mary.
I'm sure there's nothing more to be said. I'd advise you to do as Grandpa told you. Pack and go.
Faced with no alternative, Bill Tyler strapped his bedroll to his saddle, mounted, and rode away. He headed back toward Richfield, when suddenly, from a gully beside the trail, he was confronted by the masked man and Tonto.
Rein up, Bill.
What? The masked man.
Oh,
there.
I see they've discovered your identity.
How did you know?
Tonto was behind the chuck wagon when you were fired. I was afraid this would happen sooner or later.
Then you knew who I was?
I recognized you that day I gave you a ride to town.
And I suppose you think I'm a cheat just like Zeke and Mary do.
I don't. Would you like an opportunity to prove you really were trying to help them?
Stranger, I'd like nothing more in the world, but... Well, I guess that's thinking of the impossible.
It can be proved if you're not afraid.
It can?
It can, and Tonto and I'll help you. Ride with us to camp, and I'll tell you how it can be done.
And I'll be able to prove it to Mary, too?
You will?
Then lead the way, friend. If that can be done, I'll take any risk you want to name.
Come on, Phil. Up, Scout.
That night, when the Wilson herd had been bedded down again after a hard day on the trail, Mary and her grandfather sat around a campfire of their own at some distance from the crew. Old Zeke, who had been attempting to cheer his granddaughter, finally gave up the attempt and settled himself to a gloomy silence. Abruptly, however, Mary raised her head.
What was that, Grandpa?
Huh? What is what?
I thought I heard something just then.
Oh, most likely just one of the boys going after more firewood.
It was quite close.
You've been fidgety ever since you found out about that sneaking Tyler whelp. You wasn't gone on him, was you?
Please, Grandpa, let's not talk about him. There. I'm sure I heard something that time.
You did. What the?
Man!
Don't cry out. There are 3 of us here. Call for your men, and you'll just be asking for trouble.
3 of you? Oh, Bill.
Yes, it's me, Mary.
And a redskin with you.
Then you are a crook. This proves it. Thrown in with a masked man and an Indian.
Keep your voice down. Zeke, you and Mary are going with Tonto. Bill and I are taking over.
So swiftly did the masked man and his companions work that they were finished before the trail crew knew of their presence. Mary and Zeke were bound and placed on their horses. This done, the Lone Ranger and Bill confronted the cowboys with drawn guns.
Up with your hands, all of you.
Masked man.
Bill, take the guns while I keep them covered. See that every man is disarmed.
Right. What's the meaning of this?
This means that from now on, Bill and I will be the only armed men in this crew, and you're taking our orders.
In the meantime, carrying out his part of the masked man's plan, Tonto brought old Zeke and Mary back to their home under guard. The ranch was deserted. The entire crew was with the trail herd. And in the days that followed, neither Mary nor Zeke could find a way to evade Tonto's vigilance. It was more than a week later in the Wilson living room that Mary and Zeke heard a horse stopping in front of the house and...
Grandpa, someone just rode up.
Well, Injun, do we still have to pretend there ain't nobody home? Doggone, I've sat here with my mouth shut when folks come to the door just about long enough.
That Jeff Tyler right up. Him all right.
Jeff Tyler? Of all the blasted nerve, after what him and the kid have here schemed up.
You let him in.
I'll let him in. I'll tell him a piece of my mind at the same time.
So, you're to home, you lying old maverick. I don't care if you have got one foot in the grave, you stove-in old catamount. I'm going to make you eat the things you said about me and my boy.
How dare you talk to my grandfather like that?
You let me handle this, Mary. Blast you, Jeff, Tyler. Whatever I said about you ain't half bad enough. You're the lowest sidewinder that ever crawled out from under a rock. You're nothing
Shut
but...
up! What do you mean by saying that I sent Bill here, that your herd never reached Central City? By thunder, I'm here to tell you I don't have to try tricks like that to get the best of a half-pint critter like you.
If you didn't put Bill up to it, how'd you find out?
One of your trail crew run away and just got to town. He's spreading the story all over.
Well, you did send that kid of yours here to hire out, didn't you?
I did no such thing.
But then how'd you find
We had a fight, all on account of you.
Me?
Yes, you. He met up with you on the stage and fell for you. Started talking foolishness about me wanting to let up on you and Zeke here. Ended up by walking out on me. On me. His own pa. Then you folks got the crust to say it was just a trick. Zeke, if you was 10 years younger, I'd give you the thrashing you got coming to you.
What you mean is if you was 10 years younger. But if you think you ain't too feeble, just come ahead.
Grandpa, Mr. Tyler, please.
Hey, what's going on here?
Bill, the masked man.
There's the line, young whippersnapper. Now we'll get to the bottom of this. I'll
First,
tell you...
Zeke, you'd better look at this check.
Huh? Check?
Take it. It's made out to you. If you look closely enough, I think you'll find it signed by the cattle buyer at Central City.
But where...
Why, the great horn spoon. Bill, did you get this bomber's cattle to market ahead of mine?
That's just what I did, Dad.
What in tunket are you working for him for? Come on back home where you belong and take a job with some real pay in it.
I might. It depends on you.
Huh? Depends on me. Don't you want to work for your own pa?
I do, and I will. But not before you and Mr. Wilson agree to forget about your fighting. You've enjoyed it long enough. Let the rest of us have our way for a change.
Bill, then you weren't working against us. You got Grandpa's cattle to the market first, after all.
Mary, I'm not blaming you for what you thought. It was natural, I guess. The only thing is, if I'd told you who I was right at first, you'd have had me thrown off the place.
I don't know what to say. How to let you know how sorry I am.
And just don't mention it again.
Zeke, I think Tyler's come to the point where he's willing to drop the feud. What do you say?
Oh, gosh, I don't know. After what his boy did, selling that beef for me,
He saved your ranch. That means something, doesn't it?
Grandpa, you shake hands with Mr. Tyler right now.
Well, if you say so, honey.
I do.
You willing, Jeff?
I ain't got no choice, have I? I want my boy back on the place. You heard what he said. He wasn't coming unless we quit fighting. So I reckon that's how it's got to be. Shake, Zeke.
You bet.
And I was so sure, after that night on the range when you held us up, that everything was spoiled.
That's the only way there was to fix things, Mary. It was the masked man's idea, not mine. He knew if we took over that herd and made the crew do just as we told them, that you'd be able to see for yourselves that I'd been honest with you.
The masked man and the Indian, where are they? Bill, they're leaving. Go after them. Get them back.
No use in trying that, honey. He's on his way, and there's no stopping him. Do you know who he was?
No.
The Lone Ranger.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. We're running for the desert. There's a mystery to solve. Hello, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Once in a lifetime, there comes a motion picture which changes the whole history of motion pictures. A picture so stunning in its effect, so vast in its impact, that it profoundly affects the lives of all who see it. One such film is...
Very good, thank you. Yes, thank you. Next, please.
Once in a lifetime, there comes a motion picture which changes the whole history of motion pictures.
Yes, thank you. Next.
Once in a lifetime!
Go away.
What?
Next.
What's wrong with my voice? My voice is all right, my brain is wrong.
有时候，有一部电影可以把整个电影的历史起了改变。
That's more like it.
库鲁萨瓦的《Seven Samurai》就是这样的一部电影，还有《Ivan the Terrible》，其余的都是平常的电影，像《Herbie Rides Again》、《La Notte》和《Monty Python and the Holy Grail》。Monty Python and the Holy Grail 有许多滑稽的。
If you do not open this door, we shall take this castle by force.
When that's around table, we dance where we're able. We do routines and all the scenes.
故事紧张。
One day, lad, all this will be yours. What, the curtains? Run away!
还有一些不花许多钱的危险账面。
Run away! We've got away! What makes you think she's a witch? Well, she turned me into a newt.
但是和 The Seven Seal 来比一下。 这部电影就非常幼稚。所以，如果您是一个知识界记的小家伙，您也喜欢傻笑什么事，也不能更糟。Monty Python and the Holy Grail， 看完了，来这里吃便饭。
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is water. W-A-T-E-R.
Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who now have on display the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new 1954 Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Oh, shucks, that's me. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples. George, who's first on the veranda?
Mr. Walter...
Is that right, veranda?
I don't believe so, but it's nice.
Well, it can be if you have the right veranda.
Mr. Walter Mahonen and Miss Ruth Caloban. and they're waiting to meet you, Groucho. They have very interesting occupations we'd like to talk to them about. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word, and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Let's see, Miss Ruth Coleman?
That's right.
And Mr. Walter Mohonen, huh? Ruth, you're very attractive.
Well, thank you.
Where are you from, originally?
Oh, I'm from Washington, D.C.
Would you mind revealing your approximate age? It isn't necessary, but we're nosy.
I'm
We like
24.
to know. 24?
Mm-hmm.
You don't look it.
Well, thanks. I look younger or older.
No, you look younger. I thought you were about 23 and a half. Huh? Are you married?
No, I'm not.
You're not married, huh? A guy with a cute squint like you, and you're not married? Have you tried squinting at the boys?
No, but maybe I will.
You can start on me, kid. And I'll squint right back. Who do you work for?
Well, I work for the National Bureau of Standards.
Oh, well, how are your standards?
Well, they're pretty high.
Well, if you ever lower them, will you come back and see me?
Possibly.
What do you do for the Bureau of Standards?
I'm a physicist.
A physicist? Well, prove it. Let's see you fish.
I didn't bring my fizzing apparatus.
Well, specifically, what are you doing for the Bureau of Standards?
Well, our work is pretty highly classified, so I'd rather not talk about it.
Well, the telephone book is classified. Would you... Walter Mohonen?
Yes.
You're Irish, huh?
No, Finnish.
Well, so am I. The only difference is I hate to admit it. Are you married, Walter?
Yes, I'm married to the most wonderful wife in the world.
Mm-hmm. Well, tell us something about your wife, would you?
She's handy with skillet and casserole, and she has a deft touch with condiments and agglutinating agents in victuals.
Agglutinating agents?
Yeah.
Do they get 10% of your salary? What is a agglutinating agent as opposed to a regular agent?
In soups, that gives the soup a thickness, as it were.
Oh, it's a kind of a catalyst?
Something like that. She
you
also
thought I was a jerk, didn't you? When did you meet your wife, Walter?
I met her 7 years ago on New Year's...
Was she agglutinating then?
No. In Seattle, Washington.
You met her in Seattle?
Mm-hmm. On New Year's Eve. Uh-huh. And we were married a week later in Reno, Nevada.
Mm-hmm. Well, could you give us some details of this whirlwind courtship?
Well, I met her at 8:20 on New Year's Eve, or 8 o'clock, and at 8:20 I decided I was going to ask her to marry me, which I did at 12:20 that night, which she did a week later.
You must have been in pretty good shape if you could still tell time on New Year's Eve, 4 hours after the party started.
Well, it was a strange sort of a party. We went over to listen to symphony records at a sorority sister house of hers. We listened to Walk Through a Paradise Garden by Denis. And
you were listening to a Paradise Garden by Denis
on
New Year's Eve?
That was the name of the symphony. Yeah.
Uh-huh. How long did this piece take, this Denis piece?
They served coffee at intervals, in which...
This is a whole evening of Denis?
A whole evening of Denis, punctuated by coffee with sugar and cream, and talk, as it were.
Did this girl know much about you, Walter? I mean, prior to this orgy that you threw there on New Year's Eve?
Yes.
I'm surprised the joint wasn't raided.
Well, I was considered
a rough affair, huh?
I was considered not a very good risk in marriage. I was a sort of a tramp, as it were. A tramp musician, and not very stable in those days.
Uh-huh.
About jobs, I mean.
Did you have a job?
At the time, yes. I was a beachcomber.
Well, you couldn't get a more substantial job than that. A fortune in beachcombing, huh? Old beer bottles, dead seagulls. Are you serious? Was this really your
Yes,
occupation?
I was working for the Headleys, who have a beachcombing place at White's Point in San Pedro. And I worked for them. And
you combed the beach?
Up and down the beach from White's Point up to Portuguese Bend.
Uh-huh. Well, what kind of junk? What kind of stuff do you pick up?
Well, anything, flotsam and jetsam that could be merchandised.
Well, I picked up some flotsam and jetsam on the beach too. Are you doing any beachcombing these days?
No, I have a respectable job as a welder in a shipyard. But I'm doing some abstract sculpture in steel.
Abstract sculpturing in steel?
Yeah.
What is abstract steel sculpturing?
Well, abstract sculpture, as I understand it, is the addition of formal meaning to a mass that has no formal meaning by the use of human will, and I happen to choose a contemporary medium, which is steel.
Well, you've gone all your life through a kind of a mysterious haze, haven't you, Walter?
Yeah, it's been fun.
Well, I imagine you've had a lot of fun. You seem like the kind of fellow that gets a kind of an inside chuckle out of everything he does.
Indeed, I do.
You and John Gunter. Now, have you sold any of your work?
No, the main problem is getting into the shows. The juries seem to pick on the old and worn and haggard classics.
Why do you go in for these unusual, unlucrative occupations?
Because I like to, and I think every man should do what he likes to do.
Well, I admire you, Walter. You have a fine, homely philosophy. It's that kind of thinking that keeps the country jails full of customers. Well, it's certainly been abstract talking to you, Walter. And that goes for you, too, kid, huh?
Thanks.
I never thought when you first came out here and initially squinted at me that you were going to be quite so obscure. Well, now it's time to play You Bet Your Life. You know, all you have to do is run your $20 into more than our other couples for a crack at the big question later. You selected cities with the same name. There are a number of important cities with the same name. Some are here in the United States and some abroad. Let's see if you can identify them. Here's your first question. Now, how much will you bet?
Let's bet all of it first.
All of it.
All of it? Birmingham is one of England's largest cities and also is one of our major industrial cities. In what state is our Birmingham?
Birmingham, Alabama.
That's right, yes. That's true.
You're on your way. You have $40.
You have $40. Now, how much of this sum will you bet on your second question?
Shall we bet all of it again? I think we ought to.
Okay. York, England is about 200 miles from London. Our city of York is 27 miles from Harrisburg. In what state is York?
Pennsylvania.
That's right.
You now have $80.
Now I have $80. How much are you going to bet?
Okay, we'll bet the works.
Okay. The city of Syracuse in Sicily has declined from former days of glory. This is kind of a one-act play here. But our Syracuse is still on the way up with over 200,000 people. In what state is it located?
New York.
New York is right. Oh, another one?
You now have $160.
$160 is your last chance to beat the other couples. How much are you going to bet?
Who cares?
Let's bet all of it again.
All of it. Cambridge is a famous university city in England. In what state is our Cambridge? It has over 100,000 people.
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts is right.
And you wind up with $320.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's why the great new 1954 DeSoto deserves the name Automatic. Why it's the only car on the American road that fully deserves that name. First of all, whether you're driving along the open road or parking in a tight spot, DeSoto full-time power steering does the work of steering and parking for you. And when you have to stop, DeSoto full power brakes do over half the work of braking for you. Then, too, DeSoto electric windshield wipers maintain constant speed windshield wiping. And if you desire, the 1954 DeSoto will raise and lower your windows, air condition itself, and do a score of other things for you automatically. But the biggest news of all this year is DeSoto PowerFlight fully automatic transmission, the newest and finest automatic transmission available. Just turn the key and you're ready to drive. Step on the gas pedal and you're away in a swelling surge of smooth power, never draggy or jerky. Yes, friends, the 1954 DeSoto Automatic is a car designed and built to carry out your sudden orders quickly, quietly, safely at all speeds. Visit your neighborhood DeSoto Plymouth dealer soon. See the new DeSoto. And remember, DeSoto puts you ahead automatically.
Okay, George, who's next?
We have a teenager, Groucho, Miss Carol Sonia Tegner. Her partner's a special guest whom we invited because of his interesting occupation. He's Mr. Adam E. Jansen. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Mr. Adam Jansen and Miss Carol Sonia Tegner. Carol, since you're prettier than Mr. Jansen, this is without looking at Mr. Jansen, I'll start with you. How old are you?
16.
16. Do you go to school, Carol?
Yes, I do. I go to Hollywood High School, and I'll graduate this January.
Well, that's pretty early to be graduating from high school, 16, isn't it? You must be a real smart girl, in addition to being attractive.
Thank you.
Mr. Jansen, let's get on with you. You've been standing here with a vacant look in your eye. You're not Larry Jansen, the pitcher for DeRocher, are you?
No.
Where are you from, Mr. Jansen?
I was born in Minnesota.
Oh, you're not the Jansen from the Jansen's Hofbrau in New York, huh?
I don't think so.
You're not the Jansen from I'm Jansen with tears in my eyes? Well, how about your first name? Is that Jansen, too?
No, my first name is Adam.
Adam. How do you account for that?
Well, I was christened Adam, but my friends call me Elmer.
They call you Elmer. You haven't got many friends. Don't you prefer Adam to Elmer?
I like Elmer.
That would sound pretty silly with Elmer and Eve. Huh? What sort of work do you do, Adam? Are you in the rib business?
No, I'm the chief of police of San Diego.
You're what?
I'm the chief of police of San Diego.
Why, Elmer, you lovable, forgiving old rascal. You are forgiving, aren't you?
Oh, sure.
San Diego, a lovely city. The flower of the South, San Diego. Wonderful town. How long has crime been running wild in San Diego? Or to put it another way, how long have you been police chief?
About 6 years.
Tell me, Chiefy, what are your duties as head of the police?
Well, that would be hard to answer in a few minutes.
Well, don't have to worry about an answer right now. Just be sure you have the right answers for the grand jury. Let's pick an average day, Elmer. How do you start out?
Well, when I arrive at the station in the morning, I'd first of all attempt to find out what has happened since I left the day before.
You mean you read the newspapers to see if you've been indicted? What do you mean? Don't you know what's happened?
Well, most of the time, but I like to find who is in jail and what crimes have been committed and how many traffic accidents have happened. And
then you go home and go to sleep again?
No.
Do you have any women policemen down there?
Well, we have some women who are not police women, but they're police matrons, about a dozen of them.
Mm-hmm. How they look?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Do these women take orders from you?
They do.
Mm-hmm. Do they obey these orders?
They sure do.
Elmer, you're not the chief, you're the super chief. Well, it's time to stop talking and get down to money matters, Chief. And Chief Jansen, I was only kidding you. You know that, don't you? Don't pay any attention to me. Especially if I come to San Diego. Now then, let's play You Bet Your Life, huh? All you do is run your $20, and no more than there are other couples, and you'll get a crack at the big bundle later.
In the race for the $1,000, the first couple won $320, and the secret word is water.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected Our Feathered Friends. Fine thing for a cop. Here's your first question. How much will you bet? You have $20.
All of it.
What do you call the comical-looking birds that inhabit the Antarctic regions? They can swim but can't fly.
Penguins.
Penguins is right. You have $40. How much of your $40 are you going to risk this time?
All of it.
What do you call the seabird that is regarded with superstition by some sailors? The rhyme of the ancient mariner told about one of these birds.
The albatross.
Albatross is right, eh? You now have $80. You have $80. How much are you going to try?
The works.
The works, she said.
What do you call the aquatic birds that live near the seashore? They have a large bill with a pouch underneath.
Pelicans.
That's right. His bill holds more than his bullet.
You now have $160.
Here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much of the 160 are you going to go for?
The works.
What do you call the long-necked pink water birds that are found in warm climates? Talk it over now.
Flamingos.
That is right, flamingos.
You wind up with $320.
Thanks and good luck to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. George, who's next?
We have a girl who works in a bank, Groucho. She's Miss Suzanne Glenn, and her partner is Mr. Peter DePaulo. So, folks, would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Miss Susan Glenn and Mr. Peter DePaulo, eh? Is that right?
Right, Groucho.
Say, Peter DePaulo, that's a very famous name. Aren't you the first man ever to go over Niagara Falls in a pickle barrel?
No, Groucho. I drove racing cars.
Oh, that's right. You were a great champion. You were the hero of every kid in our block. I couldn't read the newspaper accounts, but the other kids used to tell me about you. I was only 48 at the time. I'll get back to you, champ, in a minute. Just stand there a while and idle your motor. Suzanne, I'd like to get better acquainted with you. Where are you from?
Well, I was born in Hollywood, California, Groucho.
Oh. How old are you?
23.
23. Mm-hmm. And where do you work?
Bank of America, South Pasadena.
They have a bank out there?
Yes, they do.
Do you observe banker's hours at this bank?
Yes, we do. They're from 8 in the morning until 5 at night.
Uh-huh. Does everybody go home at 5?
Yes, they do.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
That's all I want to know. Tomorrow night, I may make a sizable withdrawal around 10 at night. Mr. DePaulo, I know you were a champion race driver. What were some of the titles that you achieved during your career?
Well, I'd say the most standing was winning the famous Indianapolis 500-mile race, and then becoming the National AA champion in 25 and 1927.
And what was your average time in the Indianapolis race?
In 1925, I averaged 101 mile per hour.
And what do they average now?
128.
There's a lot of money in racing in those days, huh?
Yes, there was. In 25, I was lucky enough to win $168,000. And I thought it was terrible that I had to pay some $5,200 tax. Now, today, I'd keep the $5,200 and send the rest to Washington. A little different.
How'd you get started in the racing business? Was it always your ambition to be a race driver?
No, I wanted to go to college. When I was a young kid, at the time I had the idea of going to college, my father had a sign over the kitchen door written in Italian, and it read, "Chi non lavora non mangi."
What does that mean? Don't drop your keys in the wash basin?
That means who no work and no eat. And like all Latins, I love to eat, so I went to work.
Well, my father was like that, only he was more of a plain-spoken man. He just dumped me out of bed and hollered, "Go find a job, you bum." Didn't your folks object when you started to take up automobile racing as a career?
Well, they did, but as I progressed and became successful, they were very happy. As a matter of fact, after each race, I'd go home, and dear mother would have her one request, that I'd go to Newark a la Marquette. We'd go down to the public market. She wanted to show me off. We'd go along arm in arm, and she'd say, "Hello, Mrs. Pepleroy. It's a pity, champion for the race. You come from California."
Well, your folks sound like wonderful people, Pete. Not only that, but you sound just like my brother Chico, huh?
Well, they were wonderful people.
That's 2 strikes against you in the quiz, you realize. Tell us some more about your family, Pete.
Well, there are many things that I could relate, Groucho, but I remember very distinctly during World War I, Brother Johnny and I were in the Air Corps. Brother Johnny was a flyer, and I was an airplane mechanic. And on this one visit at home during our leave, Johnny went on telling about flying, which got Mother all excited, naturally, and like all people in those days, they thought if anybody fly an airplane, they get killed for sure. So dear old Mother, as Johnny myself were leaving home, she embraced Johnny with that love and affection which only a mother can express.
Yeah.
And in her soft Latin voice, she says, Johnny boy, when you fly low and slow. And then I remember, too, months later, after that, poor Johnny had quite a misfortune. He'd wrecked down in the Everglades in Florida, and he came home with his arm bandaged up and his nose mashed over. And he says, Mama, I fly too low, I hit a house. But we used to have many wonderful visits at home. Wonderful people.
How do you feel about driving on Wilshire Boulevard, don't you?
Scared to death.
So, Pete, you're an expert on automobiles. What do you think of today's cars?
Well, I think people are getting more value for their money than ever before in the history of automobiles.
You hear that? What, are you referring to any particular car?
Well, tonight it's a DeSoto.
It's a nice I suppose the next week, if you were on it for a locomobile, you say it's about a locomobile, huh?
I'm glad you mentioned locomobile. She's a no more. She's a die.
She's a no more. That is why I mentioned a locomobile. Well, enough of this chatter. Let's get on with the important business. You know what that is. You're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance to win some money. You run your $20 no more than the other couples, and you'll get a chance at the big money.
In the race for the $1,000, the first and second couples are tied with $320 each.
Well, here we go. Let's see how high I can bid you $20. You selected personalities of the 20s as your category. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
How much can we bet?
You have $20.
20, bet it.
All the way.
20. Oh, sure. During the early 20s, the famous author of the Sherlock Holmes stories toured the United States. What was his name?
Was it Holmes? Oliver Wendell Holmes?
Sherlock Holmes. Those were the
Sherlock
stories.
Holmes.
I want you to tell me the name of the author who toured the United States. Oh, that's a shame. You got cleaned out in the first question. Well, the answer is Sir Conan Doyle. Very famous
Wouldn't
author.
have guessed it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I give you one question anyhow, so you split $25. We don't like anybody to leave here flat broke. Why did you pick that category?
Well, we thought we had it in the bag, but...
Now, what color do you associate with turnip greens?
Green.
Green is absolutely right. Well, thanks and good luck to the DeSoto Plymouth Theater.
And that means that the San Diego chief of police and his partner and the beachcomber and his partner, with both of them with $320 in just 1 minute, get the chance of the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
Hello there. This is Arlene Francis here to tell you about something new and wonderful. The new 1954 DeSoto Automatic. This year, the stunning new DeSoto features Power Flight transmission, the world's newest and best fully automatic transmission. Power Flight automatically adjusts to fit your driving needs, and instantly you're driving at the exact speed you choose. With the magnificent instant response of Power Flight transmission, the tremendous power of the DeSoto Fire Dome engine, now 170 horsepower, and the wonderful assurance of DeSoto full power steering and DeSoto power brakes, all driving becomes pleasure driving. And when it comes to magnificent new styling, here too the dramatic 1954 DeSoto will set the pace for years to come. Even at rest, the new 1954 DeSoto has an air of impressive power and ability to eat up the miles. Tomorrow, go to your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Step inside this new 1954 DeSoto Automatic. Go for a thrilling ride in one. Once you've driven this new DeSoto, I think you'll agree, the 1954 DeSoto puts you ahead, automatically.
Well, Groucho, here are the two couples tied for the chance at the big question. Each couple will decide on a single answer between them and write it down on one of the cards we've given them. And if both couples get it right, they'll split the money between them. Okay?
All right, please now help in the audience now. A New Englander named Clarence E. Mulford, M-U-L-F-O-R-D, has written many successful stories about the West. For $1,000, I want you to tell me the name of the most famous character created by Clarence E. Mulford. Write it down. No, I'm sorry. This couple over here, it's Hopalong Cassidy.
Oh,
You said it right.
Well, the beachcomber and the girl from the National Bureau of Standards, they split $1,000 between them and $320.
Right, $320.
That makes $1,320. Well, congratulations. What are you going to do with all that money?
I'm going to be a beachcomber starting tomorrow.
Well, I admire you. You have a wonderful solution for life. And what are you going to do with yours?
I think maybe I'll ask my parents if they'd like to come out and visit me in California.
Well, that's couldn't have spend the money in a nicer way. Huh? Well, congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't forget Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. Remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth, two great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Good brakes stop many accidents before they get started. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.
Silver.